It says,
Checking
Eddie,
the
you know that
stream.
in interesting N is also capital.
Shut up. It's meant to draw attention, Jordan.
So it's like interesting.
Interesting.
No,
We're
no, no, no,
definitely
no.
not gonna fix that later.
Because it's just the two first ones that are capital. It's interesting.
Interesting.
No, no, you're still putting too much emphasis on the entire word. The way you have it spelled, it's interesting.
Interesting.
No, no. You've got mad power. You have to be taken down.
No.
Also, you have like a square that's like almost covering my face.
Oh. I don't know why that's happening. That shouldn't happen. That's
Well, it
weird.
is.
That's
You
weird.
see it, right?
I do see it. Why? Oh. That's why. Hold on. Get rid of that.
What have you done? What did you do?
What have you done?
Where's Rachel?
There we go. I was showing a friend how to do stuff and I clearly forgot to change it back. This is why
Oh,
we do tech tests at the beginning of the show.
because you done fucked up.
You die. We I
I was
goofed
showing a
it.
friend how to do stuff and I completely forgot to change it back.
Oh,
Why we do
yep.
text.
You can hear us. Audio is
Whoops.
good.
Audio is
Video
clear.
video is acceptable.
Video is
Even even
acceptable.
even though I'm in the frame, so it's not
It
acceptable
is acceptable.
because it's ugly. But you know,
Everything is accessible.
everything's
Everything is.
not awesome.
Whoa! Someone's messaging me.
Everything's not cool when you're part of a team. Everything's not awesome
Let's actually fix that now, so that
when you're
doesn't happen again.
living out the dream.
What am I doing? Jordan, what am I doing?
Three, two, one.
What am I doing? I'm doing that.
This episode is brought to you
I'm
by
doing
the
this.
Arte Media
No,
Pantheon.
that's not. It's not time yet, Jordan. You'll know when it's
Oh,
time.
oh,
I gotta post
oh.
that first.
Well, this is awkward.
Only for you. Gotta post
No,
that first.
exclusively for you.
Gotta share this.
Just you.
Gotta be like.
Only. Only you.
Gotta be like. We're live, dogs.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Okay. Alright.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
You wouldn't want to be new boot goofing.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da. 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 Da-da.
Timer.
Ba-la-la-da-da.
Deal with that
Ba-la-la-da-da.
later. Okay,
Ba-la-la-la-la.
Jordan. I need you to stop singing the glorious tunes that is the that X-Men theme song. In 3, 2, da 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 da. X-Men.
Da-da.
3, 2, 1. Da 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 da. No, I'm kidding. 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. On with the show, Jordan.
On with the show.
I don't know why my brain feels so scrambled. I'm feeling tired. Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast, everyone. I'm your host, as always. I'm joined by he who is named by his first name, and also many names, but only one name. It's the incomparable Jordan, everybody. Slow golf claps. Golf claps. And on today's show, we start where we always start. We start with the news.
The beginning.
At the beginning with the news. We
Da
start.
da da
We're gonna
da
talk
da
about
da da
there's
da
some
da
sort of
da da.
cameo that's been confirmed for Peacemaker season 2. We're gonna talk about what Joker looks like in this new Batman comic. We're gonna talk about the Muppet Show's back, Angry Birds 3, DCU Batman, Jonas Brothers are making Camp Rock 3, Anaconda trailer, and so much more. And then later, we're gonna talk about some documentaries as we attempt to ask and answer 2 to 3 questions about each documentary. It's gonna be a whole thing. Stick around. It's
Will
gonna
it
be fun.
blend?
Will it blend? Can
into our show.
are there jiggle physics in this documentary? Spoiler
I'm jiggling.
alert.
I'm
Some of them.
jiggling.
Some of them have jiggle physics.
I'm jiggling.
You won't know which one because I'm not going to tell you. But some of them do. And that's important that you know that. It's important that we started the show off with that information. Today's going to be a silly mood. Anyway, let's turn. It's time to light the music. It's
time to light the lights.
It's time to be
Put on
indifferent
makeup.
about the Muppet Show tonight. So yeah, you and Haley both sent this to me as though I should be excited, and I'm not.
But it's the Muppet
because
Show.
But it's gonna be wrong sounding Muppets.
Oh, that's true. Well, only really one of them is really bad.
The only one of them is wrong. He's wrong sounding. He's gonna go. It's the
main
Muppet
one.
Show. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be
no,
right.
No. It'll be like, it's the Muppet Show. Yeah.
Yeah. And it won't be right, and it's not gonna be the same. And also, like, according to rumor, or I don't know if it's confirmed, but supposedly what it's about is they go back to their old theater and they have to put on one last show, and I'm like, they did that already.
So the movie.
It sounded correct, and it was a movie, and Jason Segel made it, which I thought was kind of ironic because it was Seth Rogen, but I'm like, they already did this, and apparently they're looking to like have it be a soft backdoor into another season of the show, which like I'm not inherently against because like, yeah, it doesn't have to involve Kermit that much.
I just want there to be more Muppet stuff.
But like also, it's not gonna be the same. Part of what made that original series of the Muppet Show good was the drugs. No, I'm kidding. It was.
You can't say that.
No. But it was the weird creativity. It was like I've said it before, but that first season of the Muppet Show is really experimental, and there's so many of the sketches which don't really involve characters that you know. They're just random things that Jim Henson and Frank Oz and those guys just wanted to try, weird experiments that they wanted to do. And the only way I'd be interested in a Muppet Show is if like you brought in like a different auteur, unknown director or creative team behind each like segment.
Yeah,
or whatever, and you let them
I get
do something weird and unique, and then you obviously fold in like a Fozzie or a Kermit sketch.
I get what you're saying, because like, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. The important thing that people need to remember is
still Disney.
This isn't. I was gonna say before you interrupted me. This isn't the Muppet Show. This is Disney's The Muppet Show.
Exactly. Like what they need to do is go back to formula, do what they did on the original show, and like get weird. Unexpected. Like, kind of the problem though is the Muppets are too famous for that at this point. Maybe I think, but yeah, you gotta let like the closest thing to the Muppet Show they ever did was when they did the series of Disney Channel specials where like Kermit did "Bop to the Top" from High School Musical.
Yeah,
like,
that was fun.
Kind of the closest to and even then it was sick, corporate and Disney. Like if you're gonna do this, you gotta I don't distrust Seth Rogen. And we have a similar sense of humor, so I trust him to like maybe allow the Muppets to be a bit more experimental. But yeah, that's the only way. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, it's just wrong sounding Muppets again.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. To be fair, I haven't really watched anything with the Muppets since Muppets Most Wanted, so I sometimes forget that they have wrong sounding Muppets now.
Right. The last thing you would have watched that came out was the Electric Mayhem, which was good.
Right, but that didn't have Kermit. Didn't have the ones that.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, yeah. You didn't notice that they were wrong sounding because they all sounded mostly correct.
They sound mostly correct in that one.
It made that.
And that's where I say from what I've heard. Most of them sound correct enough. It's just Kermit. It's just really Kermit that doesn't.
Kermit, yeah, it really is. He's just never found it. But we've talked about that to death. But yeah, otherwise I'm like, yeah. Haley wanted me to be excited about this, and certainly she sent me enough posts about it that indicated that I felt as though I should be excited about this. And you did kind of a similar thing, and I went,
yeah,
I'm just not, because it's just not going to be the same.
For me, the reason why I'm potentially excited for it, is because of that Electric Mayhem show.
Yeah,
like that show.
That's fair.
That show was so good that I'm like maybe they'll do like a good enough job that I can look past
Also,
the
ironically,
voice.
it's Seth Rogen. Seth
Um,
Rogen is really doing a hell lot more
he
than the Muppets.
yeah.
More than the Muppets, ironically, he's doing a lot of heavy lifting here, which is
My
very
other
strange.
thing, my other thing, and
I'm excited for his Great
this is an unrealistic hope that I know won't happen, but part of me hopes that Seth Rogen will come in as the director and be like, yeah, Kermit doesn't sound right. Could we have someone else
Can
try?
we have someone? Can we get at least one of 5 guys on TikTok who do a much better version of the voice to do this instead, please?
Like I
Matt, you're
fully am
great. You're great
aware.
as Floyd Pepper. Go do Floyd
I'm
Pepper.
I'm fully aware that like he has absolutely no control over that and that won't happen. But part of me
I
is
don't
is
understand that.
is
I mean,
secretly
we've
hoping.
talked about this to death, but I still don't understand why he's still Kermit. Nobody likes him. Every
It's
video of
clearly a
them,
contract thing.
everything with them. Yeah, but so far as I know, they go project by project. It's not like he's contractually obligated to be Kermit. It's project by project with Disney.
Well, then,
So
for
like
all
they
we
could
know,
easily
in this
replace him.
version, yeah, for all we know, and this will be their reason, like their excuse to do that.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's
That's
very
my
odd because
that's my
the audience
that's
has
my hope.
never cared about him, and ever since he took over, they've been in a real nosedive. So like, it has everything to do with the fact that he doesn't sound right. Like
No, he's like I
he
said,
doesn't sound right.
he sounds as if Constantine took over for Kermit and replaced him,
I mean, he's getting a little
which
closer, but he still doesn't. I don't think he's
which
quite as bad as he used to be in that regard.
I think it would be funny if they play. I maintained this, but if they're doing a Muppet show special, whatever, then I maintain it would be very funny to have it be where, yeah,
This would be
like
the place to do that.
in this show, they're like, oh yeah, Constantine replaced him, and then have a new voice come in
Well,
and be like, and you guys didn't notice all this time,
I have a theory that
and play into that.
I don't know. What's weird because they've let Steve Whitmire come out and like talk about the fact that he was Kermit. So that's odd to me. I don't know. It's just he's never ingratiated himself to the audience like as a version of Kermit. Like at least when Steve
Because he
took
doesn't
over,
even sound close.
No, that's the thing. He doesn't even sound his Kermit his Ernie at least kind of sounds like Ernie. Like it's also bad, but
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not
yeah,
really
that's
as bad. But
that's
Kermit
the
is
thing is
bad.
like there's other roles for him to do. It's not like I'm saying fire
Yeah,
him
I'm not saying
outright and
fire.
have him out.
I'm saying
I'm saying just have someone
get
else
a
come in
better
and be Kermit.
Yeah. But it's so weird because again, none of the audience likes it. Like not a sing and the Muppets brand quality has gone down as a result. They're less popular. Like they were at peak popularity when they fired Steve. Like they were making shows, they were doing shit, and
Yeah,
then
they were making a
fired him.
comeback.
They were absolutely making comeback. Like yeah, they had a bit of a hiccup and a skip after Muppets Most Wanted and after the ABC show, which is why Steve Whitmire got fired. But they were kind of getting it back. And yeah, they let him go, and they took a nosedive because he just doesn't. And the audience has not resonated with this version of Kermit because he doesn't sound like Kermit. Like every single video with them, the comments are more negative than they are positive. They're like, oh, he's the wrong sounding Muppets, and I don't understand.
Yeah, he just doesn't sound.
What does
right.
he have on them, or why are they so dead set on having him when the audience doesn't? That's my question. When the audience does not, and I'm not saying he's not a talented puppeteer. He has plenty of other characters I've praised him for that are great. And what's frustrating is he's picked up, like I say, Floyd Pepper. He picked up Floyd. I'm pretty sure he's Floyd Pepper. He's one of the Electric Mayhem, and he picked him up so seamlessly that I didn't even recognize that the voice was different. Or like Bill Beretta, he's picked up the guy I imitated him at the time, Dr. Teeth. He took over him, and it's so indistinguishable from Jim that it sounds right, but he's also allowed him to do it, kind of put his own, where you can kind of tell it's different if you are familiar with these characters enough.
But it doesn't take you out of it.
But it doesn't take you out of it. Yeah, exactly. Whereas Kermit takes you out. Or Eric Jacobson. Every time we talk about the Muppets, I have to praise the Muppeteers. Yeah, Eric Jacobson took on Frank Oz's characters so good that for years I thought he was Frank Oz.
Yeah.
Like his Fozzie is phenomenal. It is
and so,
indistinguishable from
Oh, it's
Frank
yeah,
Oz.
Fozzie sounds great. Like that's
His
the thing.
Piggy is indistinguishable from Frank Oz. That's what when you pick up a legacy character, that's what it should be. And then Bill Beretta is allowed to go do his own character and have Pepe, right? You
Yeah.
want to have your own
Yeah.
character, have your own character. They should have made Constantine a regular character in the cast, and then found a better voice replacement for Kermit. If you wanted to get rid of Steve
And
Whitmire.
so I'm saying this show is the place to do
It is.
that.
It would
And
be.
Seth
Or
Rogen,
regular Kermit's just hiding in a closet. It'd be
Seth
funny.
Rogen thinks enough like us
I
that
don't
I'm just saying this is the place.
know. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Free idea.
I don't
Go
know.
ahead and use
No,
it.
it's not free. You pay us. You pay us money for it. No, Joe. What are you doing? What are we doing? No. You pay us. It's not free.
Small finder's fee.
Small. A substantial finder's fee. Well, for us,
No,
substantial.
no.
For them, little. Like
For
I'm
them,
talking,
for them it's tiny.
like I'm talking
and
thousands of dollars. You know.
yeah, okay, yeah. Big for us, small for them.
Yeah, exactly. Big for us. Small. Hundreds of
Small for
thousands
them.
of dollars. Yeah.
And that might be that might be pushing too far.
Tens
We
of
want
thousands
them.
of dollars.
You want them to take the bait.
And it's true. Tens of
So
thousands of dollars.
it's got to be big enough that it would be life changing for us, but small enough that they can write it off
They
as a
can write it off
Tuesday,
as a tax thing. You know, that makes sense. Yeah. No,
like
it's
as a
small for them, big for
regular
us.
Tuesday. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Anyway,
like tens of thousands, like 50 grand. That's like
50,
nothing for
50
them.
grand feels
They make-
fair. That
They
feels like
make
a fair
billions a
finder's
year.
fee.
Like they make billions a year. That's nothing for them. That's like a penny for them. Drop in the bucket.
Jordan,
but
we gotta put a
come
pause
on.
on the Muppet talk because we're gonna be talking. It's really okay. It's really funny. I didn't do this intentionally, but there's two stories that are gonna happen today that are gonna come back around. So we have to stop talking about the Muppets now because we're gonna end up talking about them more later. So we gotta move on.
Okay. I understand.
Jordan,
You
I sent you
hate
earlier.
the Muppets and don't want to talk about them.
No, we're
anymore.
gonna be talking
I
about
get
them
it.
a lot later on. Jordan, I sent you an image because I didn't think I could describe this even if I wanted to, and that's I don't understand absolute Batman. I kind of know what it is, and I've kind of heard about it a bit. But there's an image, and it's really funny because comingsoon.net, the website I use for my news stories for this show, they always do these headlines that provide no context, and they're always funny. So many times the headline is funnier than the article. So it's just new Joker redesign is a radical departure for DC villain, and like that doesn't.
That's not an inaccurate statement.
It isn't, but also it's not really a redesign.
It's misleading.
It's misleading
because it's an Elseworld story.
Yeah, it's absolutely
so
an
it's
Elseworld
like
story, yeah.
it's like a Red Sun or the Cobbler one where he's British or whatever. So like in this one, I guess he's middle class. So
Yeah.
I hate the design for one thing.
No, I
And
hate the
future
design.
Justin, when you make this into a video, I guess you can maybe try and put the image here.
Yeah,
But
we'll absolutely put in the image. Hate it.
I
It's awful
hate it.
looking. I hate it.
But also it just comes across. It just like in terms of what it looks like, and the best way that I can describe it for people who are listening to this audibly. You know, at the end of Arkham Asylum,
Yes.
when Joker,
That's totally what it looks
Joker-
like.
when Joker has the weird serum or whatever that he takes, and he turns into like the monster version.
But with a Pennywise face.
I was gonna say it's like that, but without legs.
Yes, it absolutely does look like that, but I would say its face reminds me of Pennywise at the end of the movie when he turns into the spider thing.
I haven't seen it enough for that really to be. For me, it's the
Or
I
Venom.
mean,
He does kind of have a Venom tongue, too.
for me, I immediately
looks
saw it,
awful.
and I immediately thought of Arkham Asylum. I was like, oh, the person that designed this just played that and was like, hold my beer, I'm gonna make something even more fucked up.
Yeah. I know.
I mean,
all I know about
he's not-
Absolute Batman is he's like 7 foot tall and massive.
He's not the Joker, so it doesn't
No.
really matter.
No, yeah, I don't know much about Absolute Batman. All I know is that he's like massive. That's his whole thing. Is he's like gigantic.
I've never heard of it, so it doesn't really. I think it looks awful, but I'll probably never read it, so I also don't care.
Right.
Now, like if that news article hadn't been misleading and it was like, oh, this is going to be the new the main universe Joker now, I'd be like, oh, so he's not the Joker anymore.
Yeah,
because
pretty much.
that's not the Joker.
That's not the Joker. No, I mean, other than having the green hair, yeah, no, it's not. Anyway, um,
Like he has a few similar character design choices, but
but
ultimately he's not a clown, a man who dresses as a clown and uses clown aesthetics. He's a monster slug thing.
right.
That's that's not the Joker. Like how is he gonna how are you gonna turn and the only reason I'd pay attention is because I'm curious. Like, yeah, Joker's whole motif is he's a clown. So how do you take the motif of a clown, joy buzzers, flower that sprays you with acid, shit like that, and then translate it into a slug monster?
I
How does that
dra-
even? How does
technically
that?
he's a dragon monster according to the article.
Okay, dragon monster, whatever. Still not the Joker.
No, yeah, I know, but there's just been weird campaign to do that to Joker, which to take him and make him the thing he isn't, like in the Batman, where he's just a weird acid burn victim. Where like yeah, when you take away the clown aesthetic, he's not the Joker anymore.
No,
You
he's
need the
not.
clown
Like
aesthetic for him to be the Joker. Like that's the
that's what
whole
makes
point.
him the Joker.
That's why he's called the Joker. It's the
It's like
whole
everybody has a
point.
bad day, it drives him crazy, and he does the clown aesthetic because life's one big
I
joke.
mean, that's one version of the Joker, sure, but sometimes he's just insane. He dresses like a clown.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all started with Heath Ledger, and it's like, oh, I like that version, but like, then it was in Gotham, and yeah, then it was in the Batman, where it's like, oh, he's some weird, gross. Yeah, I hate it. Jordan, you'll never guess. You'll never guess what movie that is coming back for a third time, and which iconic person in real life is joining the cast.
Is it is it a family movie?
It is a family movie. I'll give you a hint, Jordan. They're pretty angry.
It, angry. Oh, I'm gonna feel stupid. Angry?
Pretty
My
angry.
brain my brain is feeling like fluff today
Ah,
after
yeah, they're
yesterday.
angry, Jordan. And one would consider them fluffy.
Fluffy.
You also
Okay.
do it. Well, a certain. Often people will do this thing and play this thing while doing a thing on the toilet.
Oh, Angry Birds, you mentioned it earlier. Right. Angry Birds. Yes.
Yes.
Are they gonna get Ian and Anthony to come back?
Well, ironically,
I,
you're close, Jordan. Jordan,
I don't think
it's
they were
been
in
announced
I don't think
that
they were in the second one, but
no, they
technically their scene got cut from the first one too.
no,
So
no, they're actually in the first one. They are in the first one. I can't remember where they are, but you can recognize them. They're like background characters. No, it's the story
yeah,
is that
but they had an entire scene which like it is animated and stuff, and it got cut.
oh, that's funny. Yeah, they are in that first movie. Like they are there. Like if you know their voices, they're there. But no, it was that Ian got asked to come back for the second one, but Anthony did not.
Ah,
So that's been a joke on their channel where they're like, I didn't get to come back for the second one. But no, Jordan. I mean, maybe they will be, but I don't think so. But Jordan, they announced another kind of beast, a Mr. Beast, a Jimmy. He looks like he has weird teeth now. If you see those clips from the stream where he just gets randomly angry now at people, Beast. He's gonna be in the Angry Birds 3. Mr.
oh,
Beast games himself.
okay,
Jordan, because they're
all right.
apparently making a third Angry Birds movie, which I'm not gonna lie, really surprised me because I'm almost entirely positive
I
that
didn't
the second
I
one
didn't
bombed
think
horribly.
I didn't think Angry Birds was really prevalent anymore. Like
Not
people don't
really.
play it anymore,
A
do
movie
they?
felt like a
It's
total waste of. I mean, I got the inclination.
I mean,
for
that being
that.
said, I'm not gonna lie. I like the first
I
one.
like the
It's
first
fun.
movie. I don't think I've ever seen the second one, but I've
I
definitely
don't.
seen the first one. I quite
I don't
enjoyed
think
the
I've
first
seen
one.
the second one,
I don't think
but
I've
I
ever
have
seen
seen
it.
the first
I
one.
quite enjoyed the first one, but like it's animated, it's slop. It's animated slop. It's you get
I mean,
a
yeah, of course it
lazy
is.
celebrity voice cast, and it's cheaply animated, and it's just there because it's a marketable product. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I think that a movie is kind of a waste for that franchise. I always maintain that was more suited to a Saturday morning cartoon, like
Yeah,
to me that Angry Birds is a franchise that is 20 years or 10 years too late. Like if this is a cartoon or franchise that came from the 90s and there was a cartoon based on it. Like Earthworm Jim. That's what
like
it makes me think of.
like cat dog.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, kind of the Cuphead show is really like that's really an homage to our kind of like based. They made a cartoon based on a video game that was probably better than it should be.
Yeah, yeah, like
That's
an
like
Earthworm
Earthworm
Jim.
Jim is really the one that I think of the most because I was like that game wasn't very good. At least I didn't think it was very good.
Oh, I mean, don't say that. You're gonna piss people off. I think it
Yeah,
was a popular one.
yeah, I suppose that's true. Um, so
You're gonna upset people, Justin.
to be fair, I like that game, but it's outrageously difficult. And
I mean,
for its
all games,
no, but that one in particular is really difficult, notoriously
Justin,
so.
Justin. Do you remember The Lion King, which was designed to be unbeatable?
It was, yeah, that game wasn't designed to be unbeatable, so that
I
you
know
would,
it was. I'm not saying
yeah.
that facetiously.
No, it
It
absolutely
was.
was.
It was
Yeah.
absolutely designed to
So,
be unbeatable.
to extend rental time. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
There's the section where you're on the tree and the things toss you, and it is that section is one of the many sections
yeah.
which is designed to stretch it out and make it
Pretty
harder.
much be impossible. Yeah. So Jordan, remember that Clayface movie that's coming out that we haven't talked about in a few weeks?
We have mentioned it once or
They are
twice. Yes.
apparently currently filming it, and there's set photos. And I know I vowed I wouldn't talk about set photos, but what's interesting is they said, or all indications seem to be that this is going to be really kind of akin to those Sony Spider-Man movies, where it's a movie about a Batman villain that doesn't involve Batman. But
Boo.
well, hold off, because in new set photos, there it shows that there's it says with the Batman's family is teased. So I was thinking like the Bat family. That's why I clicked on it. I was like, oh, Robin and Nightwing, but no, like Batman's actual family. So apparently there's set photos where you see Wayne Community Center, which indicates that Bruce Wayne is in this universe. So maybe Batman will appear in it after all. Maybe
Okay.
we'll to
Well, that's not so bad because that was always what we said was having these ones where it's based on the villain isn't inherently bad if the hero exists in the universe.
right.
Like if Batman exists and this is just a case, although it goes against character for him to miss a case when it comes to his supervillains, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, just don't be like Joker and incoherently be like, yes, Bruce Wayne exists and he's the Joker, but he's not really the Joker because Bruce Wayne's 10 in this, and it wouldn't make any sense for him to be the Joker because the Joker requires Don't do that.
If you had it where it's like, I don't know, Batman's
Don't be that
in
guy.
Metropolis helping Superman for a completely different event that's happening at the same time. And like then further down the line, you have a Batman Superman movie, which is that event.
Right?
And so that explains why Batman can't show up to stop Clayface in this movie. But like you name drop him, like then that's not so bad.
No, exactly.
But don't follow Sony's route and have it be a thing where for some reason these villains exist in a world where Batman does not exist at all.
Right?
Like don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't be that guy. Don't follow that path. Don't go down that route. Or Justin will judge you.
So okay.
I will also judge you, but Justin's judgment is worse because he's smarter than me.
I meant to send this to you, but I didn't. But concept art for Bizarro Superman emerged for a Superman video game, and I got really stoked and disappointed. I was like, "Ooh, who is making the Superman game?" And then this
It's a mobile one.
No, it looked like it looked like it was maybe an Arkham style game. Maybe I don't know. There's no details on who was making the game, what it was for. But
It's probably fake then.
No, it's from what the article indicates. It's not fake. The concept art. I mean, it looks cool. I like the art style. I want a Superman game. Make a Superman game. Like, just make a Superman game.
Make a good Superman game.
I mean, yes, make a good Superman game. That is true. Make a good Superman game.
Because I don't need you to just make a game just for it to be another bad one.
There was a new trailer for that movie that's a horror movie, but it's a dog called Good Boy, and that movie looks really fun. I cannot wait to
So
watch that on digital because I will not probably not gonna go watch it in
my
theaters.
my one thing with that movie, as I was watching the trailer you sent me, is like I like this concept of seeing a serial killer event from the point of view of a
No,
dog.
I think it's a
Um,
supernatural demon event.
whatever.
They're
It's all the
different.
same.
I
It's
mean,
a horror movie.
horror movie regardless, but yes.
Um, but either way, whatever. My point is more just, I like that idea and that concept. My one sticking point, and maybe this makes me the outlier. I don't, I don't want a silent one. I want one which is more like Home Alone, where they talk and they have voiceovers
I
and they're
mean, that
reacting.
would be fun too. I
They're
just want
reacting to the things that are happening, and we're getting that that perspective. Even if like it's not like a like even if it's just like a we're seeing the one dog and we're hearing his thoughts on it, and we don't hear any other animal, and all the other animals act like animals, and we're just hearing his thoughts
yeah,
on
no
things.
dialogue can be kind of boring,
It
but
makes it boring. Like I don't. That's the one part which makes it not work for me.
I'm gonna have to see it. I just want him to win an Oscar so that we can have a discussion about the Air Bud rule. So we could be like, well, it's a real Air Bud rule. I mean, is there any rules that say a dog can't win an Oscar?
And then I want him to win it, and I want him to be on stage, and I want them to pat his head and tell him he's the best boy.
Tell him he's the best boy. I'm gonna be personally
Or
campaigning for this boy to win an Oscar.
or girl? Is it a boy dog?
I think it's a boy dog.
Okay. Well then boy
Be the
or
bestest
girl.
girl or boy until we discover its gender, or
Yeah.
maybe it's a they. You don't know. It could be a they. It could be a them. You shouldn't assume it's gender.
No comment.
Um, yeah, I want him to win an Oscar so we can be like, that's a real Air Bud moment. Jordan, there, Paul Rudd. So I've never seen the original, although I'm kind of inclined to now. But they released the trailer for that Anaconda, Paul Rudd, Jack Black movie. I don't have much to say on it.
I
Because
do. I have thoughts of that trailer that you sent me.
really, 'Cause I'm just sort of like I like the concept. I think the concept is funny.
It it screams to me, and I don't know if this is intentional
Oh,
or what.
reminds me a lot of other movies.
But it screams to me that it was originally supposed to be a Tropic Thunder sequel.
Maybe. Well, no. I mean, they have been Jack Black
It
and Paul Rudd have been
it
working on this
follows
Anaconda movie for like ever.
it follows the exact same idea of they're going out to a tropical
See,
jungle
it's funny.
to film a movie that they're trying to make that they can't otherwise do.
Right, but well, for me, it really
And
reminded
then
me of
and then they get lost in the jungle and have to have a wacky
it
misadventure
it
in the jungle. It's
re-
literally
it really
it
reminded me of that Will Ferrell Bewitched movie where it's like it's an Anaconda reboot, but it's a movie about making the movie Anaconda, and it feels like they think they're being way more clever.
see for me it just it screams that they had a Tropic Thunder script and they were waiting until they could see if
Oh
they could
no,
get the rights
see,
to
I don't agree with
make a
that.
thing that has Anaconda, and then they found out that they could do it and they changed it into an
No,
Anaconda
I
thing.
think probably the inverse of that happened where they tried to genuinely make a probably what happened in the plot of this movie is probably fairly semi true or semi biographical in the sense that they probably have spent years trying to write a reboot for Anaconda, and someone went, what if we made it meta? I didn't see the connection to Tropic Thunder like at
I
all.
don't know. I don't know how you couldn't.
Um, because I don't know.
Especially like there's literally a part which is just like in Tropic Thunder where Jack Black's character goes missing and then they see him show up and it's like, "Oh, you're like they thought he was
Yeah,
dead."
no, I didn't make that connection. So no, I think it's probably more they were trying to crack how do we do Anaconda, and someone just went, what if it was we were just making the movie Anaconda, and then someone thought that was really clever. That's
So
how it reads to
once
me.
we're off stream now with the Tropic Thunder thought in your brain, I'd like you to rewatch the trailer.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't think the thought Tropic Thunder at all entered their mind when they were writing this. That's for sure.
I do
Um, I could see
because
how.
it's so similar.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think it's that
It
similar.
it, it is.
Um, what's next, Jordan? Um, No.
Comments, people in the comments, watch that trailer and then tell us which side of this debate you're on. Whether you think that there are definitely similarities to Tropic Thunder,
I didn't say there weren't
or
similarities. I just don't think that. I don't think it was like it was like a stealth originally a Tropic Thunder sketch, and they went in and they crossed out Tropic Thunder too, and they wrote an. I don't think they did that. I think this was always an Anaconda movie, and they couldn't. Oh yeah. Well, to be fair, you don't know what Anaconda is, but Anaconda is.
No, but I assume it's not a meta movie about them making a movie about a movie.
No, but it's a really popular horror film. So again, I suspect that it started off as a. No, I don't think. I think you're reading way too much into it. I don't think they. I no. To be fair, no one intends to rip anything off in Hollywood. It just kind of happened. So no, nobody. It wasn't like a. There's no way it was a.
Right, I mean, but you literally have one of the actors that was in it. So
coincidence. All coincidence.
I don't think so.
Absolutely. Well, I mean,
respectfully, I disagree.
Let's find out live on the air. Let's look up this Jack Black, Paul Rudd Anaconda movie. Because yeah, no, I
mean, of course, it's going to say that there's no similarities. Well, that's a waste of time.
No, but we're going to see if it started off as a.
They would never admit to that.
No, because it wasn't. No, they would. No one would ever. I guarantee you, no one's ever remotely even considered making a sequel to Tropic Thunder. Well, that's not true. They probably considered making a sequel to Tropic Thunder. The thing I could believe is maybe it was like it started off as like a spin-off with the Jack Black character, maybe, but I would sincerely doubt it.
That's fair, and I can see why the argument could be made either way. I'm just saying there are so many similarities.
Yeah, I definitely. The thing it reminded me of the most was that Will Ferrell Bewitched movie, where it was like it's not an Anaconda movie. It's more a movie about the Anaconda movie.
Well, that's where I'd say for me in this example of this movie.
Now that you said it, but I just
you can slide Anaconda out and put literally any movie in.
It's just Jack Black doing his modern day Jack Black thing. It's just jungle. No, honestly, more than anything, you know what it reminded me of? Jumanji. That's what it reminded me of.
I could see that too. Yeah.
It was just like, this is just another Jumanji, but he's with Paul Rudd this time.
To be fair, isn't it being directed by the person that did Jumanji? It says just something about Jumanji in that trailer you sent me.
I completely missed that. Oh, you know what we didn't talk about? Now You See Me 3. Now You 3 Me. And I'm just going to say it. I mean, I'm stoked on that movie. It looks ridiculous, but I'm concerned that it doesn't have Mark Ruffalo in it. I don't like that it's got Morgan Freeman be like, my horseman. I was like, no, I don't like that.
Well, that's a continuation of the second one. I know, but it feels...
I know. That was the big twist, but
like Mark Ruffalo wasn't in the second one either, so I don't know why. Was he?
Oh yeah.
I don't remember that.
He's a major part of the second one. That's where you find out that the big twist was that him and the
he's too busy doing all that Avenger.
I guess he's too busy doing probably he's off doing the Doomsday and the Avengers probably. I mean,
and whatever else he may be in.
He is in it, and he's being hidden, and he's in a smaller role, and it's in a big.
I could also believe that. My thing was when I was watching the trailer for the Now You See Me.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. It was all I could think of was I could see this series becoming the next Too Fast, Too Furious, where it just gets progressively more silly, and like certain characters don't come back, and then it becomes a spin-off of a spin-off of a spin-off.
They come back in the third one.
In the eighth one.
Well, it's weird because they
can't come back in the third one. They're on the third one. They'd have to come back in like the eighth or ninth one.
The girl from the third one or from the first one is back in this one, but the girl from the second one who replaced her is not. So she can now come back in the fifth one. And she can come back and do a big revenge.
And then in the 10th one, that's where you have the ultimate crossover of you have all the characters that have been in all of them at that point. Like everybody comes back.
It's true.
You get both girls. And it'll be like my horseman army.
I mean, they all enjoy making those movies, so I don't see why not. The only reason why you can't is because everyone's like, there's this big mystery, and you can only prolong that for so long.
But I'm just saying, I'm not wrong.
I'm
Like
just
you end up finding out that there's like a
saying
horseman organization where they form a horseman organization
that'd be
where
sick.
there's now like a secret agency of them and they go on spy missions where they do close up magic to help them do like I'm just saying this shit writes itself
Where they
and it
do
becomes a
sexy close up magic.
it becomes a Fast and the Furious situation where it's like, oh yeah, this was a movie series that was about racing.
Yeah, this was
Remember
about
when Fast?
magic. Well, they're kind of already at that where they're like, oh wait, they're doing a heist in this one. It's like I guess that's what these movies were about. They kind of stopped being about magic 2 movies ago.
Right?
We're on an
But like
accelerated path.
I'm just saying, I
Um,
see it. I see it. I see the pathway to it,
George,
and
speaking of
and I
things that
and I kind of want it.
I mean, I kind of want it. I would watch 100 of these movies. Jordan, there's that Jesus movie. There's a 20-second trailer, 20-second trailer where Jesus is the
Yeah,
father.
the
Nicholas Cage
teaser
is the father
trailer
of
you
Jesus.
sent me where you don't really see anything.
No, you just hear Nicolas Cage going, "You gotta go for Satan," which I'm guessing is supposed to be Satan. And
Yeah,
you gotta.
I'm good.
I'm okay. I don't need this.
I
Although I'm probably
I
gonna
think
watch it for our inevitable Jesus episode we're gonna
I mean
do.
that's fine.
I
I'm
think I
good.
think that might be the one that instigates that episode when that finally comes out. I'll find a way to get it off digital because there's no way I'm watching that in theaters. Yeah,
I'm good.
I don't fully understand who that movie's for other than like dickhead atheists. Like
Uh,
that's like people who are like I just want to stick it to them every chance I get. Like other than that, like certainly not going to make Christians happy.
no, no, it's
But
not gonna do
apparently
that.
it's not. Apparently the characterization that it is a horror movie is completely and wildly inaccurate. Apparently that's not what it is. Apparently it is a
I
misrepresentation of what that movie is.
I mean, I could see that. I could see it being a quote unquote horror movie in the same way that Passion of the Christ is a horror movie.
Yeah, maybe.
It's accurate, but
The
it's
the
horrifying.
characterization that I got was basically
Accurate.
it was basically it's like a possession movie, but the kid is Jesus. It's like a possessed boy movie, but the possessed boy
Sure,
is
but
Jesus.
that could be a misrepresentation.
That could be a misrepresentation. To me, or another take I
Or
heard was basically
or
it was
or that's what it was gonna be, and then people fucking heard about what it was gonna be and did not give the reaction that they were hoping, and they have shifted.
maybe yeah another sort of characterization I'd seen what it was it was similar to and I don't know that you know this movie by name, but it sounded like it was similar to Brightburn, which Brightburn is
That's the Will Smith one, right?
no that's no, that's a different movie. It's got a similar name, but no, Brightburn is the one where it's
Oh, I get it. I'm wrong again.
yeah, you
God.
are. I can't remember what it's called. It's something. The one you're thinking of is called something Burn, but that's not Brightburn. Brightburn's the one where it's what if Superman but evil, and Superman. It's like Superman. The Superman character discovers that he's basically like that movie's version of Kryptonian when he's a kid, and he goes on like a killing spree and kills a bunch of people. That's what this movie kind of sounded like, where it was like he finds out he's the son of God and goes on a killing spree. Like that's what it sounds like. But yeah, regardless, I'm like I don't really know who this is for, but I'm gonna watch
Bob.
it with sheer interest.
It's for Bob. Bob.
Second to last, penultimate. Jordan, the Jonas
Bob.
Brothers. The Jonas Brothers be hanging out in Vancouver because the Jonas Brothers announced that they're making Camp Rock 3.
They're going back to Camp Rock.
They're going back to Camp Rock.
3
Their PR must be
of
real
them.
horrid. They must be real desperate if they're going back to Camp 3. They're all pretending desperately that it's something they want to do and haven't been advised to do.
Oh, no, Justin.
Wow, the
It-
divorce
to-
went
to
bad,
me-
Joe.
To
Jeez.
me, it comes across that Disney came to them and was like, hey, like they were like, and was like, hey, we have this Christmas movie. Can you guys do it? And they were like, sure. And then Disney was like, well, great, you guys want to work with us. That's awesome. In order to get that Christmas one done, you also have to do Camp Rock 3.
I think probably
And they wanted to do the Christmas one. They wanted the money from the Christmas one, and they were forced to do Camp Rock 3.
I think it's more just they all went through respective summers of having exceptionally bad PR, And yes, I do think that probably elements of what you said are definitely true. But I suspect that.
Oh yeah, like, I think the Christmas movie was their PR's person being like, "Do that Christmas movie will put you back on the good road."
No,
And then in order for Disney to be willing to do that, they were like, "You have to do Camp Rock 3." I think Camp Rock 3 is forced. I don't think they chose to do it.
I see. I think it. I don't disagree with the sentiment. I don't know. I think maybe they went for Camp Rock 3 and then they were asked for the Christmas movie. I think
No,
I think that
I
they
think
know.
strike that, reverse
No,
it.
only
I think
because
they were,
only because they
I think
know
they were
that,
asked to do the Christmas movie
I don't
and they
think
were
so.
forced to do Camp
think
Rock.
I think the Camp Rock was their idea because
I don't.
just based on the clips I've seen of them announcing it, and it seems to be the impression I get from a lot of the behind the scenes stuff I've seen of it is it's really Joe's idea. So my theory is based solely on the fact that he had a really bad and nasty divorce and that he was on the verge of getting canceled and people were really mad at him and people were really not on his side. I think he went to Disney, and I think maybe probably the Christmas movie Camp Rock 3 was a package deal. I think it was probably both. He went, we'll do something with you. We'll go back to the Disney shit, and it'll distract you. It'll make everyone happy. And it worked. However, whatever the plan was, it worked. Everyone's friggin' ecstatic about this. Everyone's loving them. It's very bizarre. Joe's developed this weird Memphis accent that makes him sound really douchey. I'm okay. Now to talk about
Whoa, that wasn't very nice. That felt uncalled for.
It does though. It does. Every time
I didn't say you were wrong. I just said that it felt uncalled for.
But it does though. No, I don't know how I feel about a Camp Rock 3.
I wasn't big into Camp Rock.
I like the
it
first
wasn't.
one.
Well, it's not one that it was one where it was like I watched it when I was in high school.
Yeah,
and
was
so
kinda too
it
old
was like,
for-
yeah, like it wasn't one where like I don't. How do I word this? I don't have the deep nostalgia for it that I do like Aladdin animated cartoon that I watched when I was like 9.
Yeah,
for example.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
So it's like
beloved childhood memories. For me.
it's I don't
like
have
some
any
of the music from some of those movies.
Yeah, like I don't have any like, oh, I hated that, it was dumb, it was, but like I
used to like
also
the big
don't
duet
have
between
any like,
Demi Lovato and
yeah, like I liked some of the music from it. There's some songs that I still enjoy.
I like the song that's just a Jonas Brothers concert.
But
that
yeah,
song.
when I heard there was going to be a third one, I was just kind of like,
The funniest
mean,
part of the announcement,
okay,
truly.
Okay, like for me, I guess it's just.
I went, yes, man,
Hold-
they
hold-
must be
just-
desperate for something.
Well, my thing is just, so who is it for? Is it for the adults that watched?
Yeah,
I think
it's a little bit.
So like,
for
are you
everybody.
gonna film it in like a PG-13 kind of way?
Oh no, it's full nostalgia. It's decom nostalgia.
Then what's the point?
I mean, the point is to be
Like,
nostalgia for
I
people who are
guess-
into
I
it and
guess
to
what
get
I'm
new
saying-
audience members.
No, but I guess more what I'm saying is it going to be like theatrical?
No, it's a Disney.
Or is it
Disney Channel movie?
because like for me,
Disney Plus probably.
no, yeah, sure, but for me, if you're bringing back the Jonas Brothers to do this, and Demi Lovato, I guess also if she's coming back, but more importantly, the Jonas Brothers, if you're bringing back like the older versions of
She's
the people
lead
that were
character of
on
that
Disney
movie, but
Channel,
whatever.
then for me, like this should be like a High School Musical 3 or a Hannah Montana where it goes to theater.
But they don't do that anymore. That's the thing.
I know, but I'm like, if you're gonna make it, then make it a thing.
Like that, they don't. Yeah, they
Otherwise,
don't do that.
what's the point?
Oh, I mean,
Like, you're
again,
not.
the point is
They're not.
distract
I
away
just
from
mean.
people.
I mean from a. I'm looking at this cynically from the Disney side of
To
things
sell a
as a
CD.
corporation that's looking to make money. To me, you're gonna make more money if you put it in theaters than if
Yeah.
it goes straight to streaming.
No, because
like,
then you gotta pay for a promo. Yes and no. It costs money to put shit in theaters. Dumping it onto onto Disney. Yeah, the
It's not
CDs
going
and
to offset.
merch. To be honest with
It's
you,
not gonna offset the cost that it makes to make the thing and pay the Jonas Brothers and Demi
it
Lovato
doesn't. I don't.
to
Yeah.
be in it.
Merch. To answer your question, merch is way more valuable
Right, but
than
to me,
ticket
you're gonna
sales.
sell more merch if it
Not
goes to
really.
theater.
No, you. It stands a better chance of more people seeing it on Disney Plus.
I mean, do both.
I mean, yeah, but no, it's again, it's cheaper to just stick it on Disney Plus and then
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it, but
yeah, doing a theatrical run, paying for space in theaters, that the cost benefit. Well, to be fair, we don't know. Maybe it is going to theaters, but for the most
especially
part, the
because
reason
like
why
the
most
ones that
things
you're
just go straight to streaming is because it's
the ones
cheaper,
that are gonna go and watch it are the ones that are paying for the ticket. Like
right? But Disney won't see it
your
that way.
10-year-olds that are not going to you know what I mean? Like
Disney doesn't care about box office ticket sales really. They in this case they care about merchandise. They care about the soundtrack that they're gonna sell. They care about the toys, the whatever. That's where the money is. So who knows? Maybe the funniest part of it though, as a Canadian, was that they're filming it in Vancouver, and it made Toronto big mad, and that was really funny. They're like why not film it at the actual camp in Toronto where it was originally filmed? I was like, yeah, fuck you.
Because fuck Toronto.
Because fuck Toronto, exactly. Uh, because West Coast rules.
I mean, you want the cynical answer? It was probably cheaper to film over here.
Because they were doing a concert here, and that's probably why. We're already going to be in Vancouver, so we might as well just stick it out for a week and film this movie because there's no way this is gonna the shoot's gonna be longer than a couple weeks at most.
So, because it was cheaper,
Yeah,
I was right.
Probably,
yeah.
Probably because it was cheaper. Or hey, who knows? Maybe there's some big. I mean, yeah. My thing is like, they're the ones you do the plot. They're the ones who open the the camp. No, it doesn't sound like Demi Lovato's in it. According to what I've read, she's executive producing it, and they haven't committed as to whether or not she's in it or not. But she's supposedly executive producing it. It seems it's gonna be about Joe. Like that's what it's gonna be about.
Well, what I was gonna say is
or Shane Gray.
I don't think you really. I know that this is technically Camp Rock 3, but I don't think Demi Lovato's character needs to be in it at all.
No.
You could easily have it be a thing where it's like, yeah, real time. It's like what, 20 years later or something, and now Joe on the West Coast, and this would explain.
She is technically the main character of those movies, but sure, I mean, you don't need it for the third one.
You don't need it for the third one. You could easily have it be, and I would, yes, she is, but I would argue Joe's character is equally as important because it's usually about their two, like them being in love. The first one, he was the one that she was stalking. The second one, it was kind of about their couple, like their couple relationship and how they never had time together. So yeah, you could. I'm not saying realistically you would want to have her back, but if you can't have her back, you could have it be about the brothers, and I would have it be about Joe's character as the main one, and have it be where it's real time in the future, and have it be where he wants to open his own Camp Rock.
If you're leaning fully into the nostalgia, now you gotta bring her back. That's the whole deal.
But she
need
probably
the whole cast.
She probably doesn't want to do it, so I'm saying.
I mean, it was really, to be fair,
she probably won't be in it.
No, again, we don't know that she doesn't want to do it.
I said she probably won't be in it.
Supposedly she's executive producing it. She seems real excited. There's a reason why they got back together on stage. I'm guessing that's probably was part of the conversation to do that. Every single original cast member, when asked, has done a maybe thing, and so it was really obvious that this was coming. Like really, really obvious. So yeah, I suspect probably like all of the original cast members, to the very least, and most of them are coming back.
In some capacity.
There's going to be those people who went, I had a bad acting childhood, but I will do act. I hate Disney, but I'll work for them. I can't. Hypocrites. Anyway. And then finally, speaking of hypocrites, do we? Don't we? We'll do the short version, which is to say, wasn't stoked about what happened to Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, for those of you who don't know, got yanked off the air for comments he made about Charlie Kirk. Yes, it sure as shit is censorship as far as I'm concerned. Like I said this about Colbert, you didn't get censored because when you're censored, you don't get to do a 10-month victory lap. Jimmy Kimmel was censored about comments that weren't really all that bad, and a joke that was accurate. I mean, there was people on the right who said the same thing. His response to Charlie Kirk's death was to be like, anyway, it was like, oh yeah, that's sad. It was basically his reaction to Charlie Kirk's death was basically Yzma and and he ain't getting any deader. Let's go golfing. Hey, or there was literally the one clip of him
the
being
wing,
like,
the construction on the wing over there.
yeah, that's what it was. He was like, well, he ain't getting any deader, and he went, well, we need to work on the construction of the wing, and he just moved on. And then he had some what I would describe as lukewarm participation in his memorial. I think his memorial is today. Anyway, I've seen clips of him talking about it, and his enthusiasm seems lukewarm. However, I mean, hey, I'm not gonna sit here and like, people grieve in different ways. Maybe he walks into another room and he cries. Like, I don't know the man. I will not attempt to get into the brain of him in this way. I won't speculate because I'm like, hey, we deal with grief differently. He could be compartmentalizing.
Yeah,
we don't know.
Plus, if I was giving the benefit of the doubt, which he doesn't deserve, and I wouldn't normally do, but just for a thought experiment, if I was giving the benefit of the doubt, he is the president. I'm sure he has other things on his mind.
Yeah, exactly, right. I mean, yeah, you don't want to be like it's like one guy, but the fact that people's attention on this has been, in my opinion, subsuming is strange. Like, not that I'm suggesting we should all just move on, but like, you know, grieve in your own way. But like, yeah. Anyway, Jimmy Kimmel, that was in my view. I mean, to me, that was he was silenced. They like.
He was censored.
By cowards.
There's no two
by
words
cowards
about
who
it.
didn't want to back him up. Yeah, that was censorship. At least but I feel uneasy about it. I don't like it. And I have to be clear. I would say the same thing about a Fox News person, where if they had said something about Obama, and because they're like my thing is the thing that drives me crazy about this discussion is when people are like, when Roseanne Barr got taken off her show and you guys didn't say anything. Yeah, but Roseanne Barr said a horrid racism, or an implied racism, or any example you people cite, it's like, well, yeah, but they said a bad, horrid thing. What Jimmy Kimmel said was not inaccurate. That's the thing.
I mean, yeah, that's...
Like, if someone had said something, I'd have the same level of ick if, say, Gutfeld, Fox News late night comedian, got yanked off for saying something about Obama, about being like, and then Obama wore a tan suit and smoked a cigarette, and then he got yanked off the air for that. You're like, well, that's technically true. He did do those things. I'd have the same level of like discomfort if Obama went, no, I don't wear a tan suit and smoke cigarettes, and yanked him off the air for it.
Well, and again,
I'd feel the same way if that happened.
There's a big difference. There's a big difference, and I say this about Colbert, to cite an example. There's a big difference between what happened with Colbert, and what happened with Kimmel. What happened with Colbert and what comes across from Colbert, in my opinion, I should say, is that with Colbert, they have been looking to get rid of that show for a while, and this was just the excuse they needed.
Yeah.
So arguably, it was still a thing that would have happened eventually anyway.
Yes.
And it wasn't about political pressure. This was about political pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. It just comes across.
That's
the
the big difference.
Like Jimmy Kimmel. The president never liked Jimmy Kimmel.
They had no intentions to, in this example. They had no intentions to shut down the show, but they felt political pressure to do so, and so they caved.
Right.
Whereas with Stephen Colbert, I truly do believe that they were going to wind down his show anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And that just gave them the excuse to pull the trigger.
Exactly.
That's the big difference.
Well,
so,
but more to the point.
If a right wing, for example, I would say the same thing with a right wing comedian or whatever. If the private company has a legitimate reason to fire you, if they think that your joke has gone too far and they fire you as a result, that doesn't bother me. If they fire you as a result because a left-leaning president is leaning on them and going like, I don't like that guy, fire him
Yeah,
as a result,
leading on the government
who are then
arm,
leaning on
who are then leaning
who are
on
then
them,
leaning
yeah,
on
to
the
do
yeah,
something about it.
exactly.
If that happened, then yeah, I would very much
It
take
doesn't
issue with
matter
that,
which side they're
right?
on. That's wrong.
CBS not opting to not renew Colbert's contract, not continue the show. It was like, yeah, man, that was shitty, but
It's
he
different.
got to get on television that night and complain about it, and then win an Emmy and do a 10-month victory lap. Kimmel got yanked off the air and didn't get a chance to get on the air and be like, hey man, not that I think he should have, but get on the air and be like, hey man, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Like he was silenced.
He didn't get to react
He
at
had
all.
his voice yanked out from under him.
He got
Which-
Little Mermaided.
Yeah, he got Little Mermaided, which like you would think the right would appreciate the irony of that, but like it's just like, yeah, he didn't get the upper. And I said this before, where it's like, yeah, they want, in order for him to come back, he would have to like apologize to Kirk, donate to Turning Point USA, and there was something else he had to do. There was like some third condition. And I'm like, just imagine, yeah, if you did that to like Gutfeld. Gutfeld made a comment about Obama's tan suit, and he got yanked off the air and had to apologize to Obama, donate to charity. The right would be outraged. So like, yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like it.
It's not.
I didn't support it. I don't like it. It made me feel icky. It made me feel uncomfortable. I don't.
Well, glad I'm Canadian.
Glad I'm Canadian and we don't have freedom of speech.
That's a whole other conversation.
We have freedom of expression. So we can't
It's
say.
that's a whole other conversation.
It's yeah. Our rules on freedom of speech.
We got different rules than damn Americans.
Than damn Americans. That's the news, Jordan. The big news. Oh yeah, something the follow-up to that is to wrap up the Jimmy Kimmel thing. The thing that frustrates me the most about him is then he's pretending like, oh no, I was same thing as Colbert. Oh, when my contract ran up, I was probably gonna retire anyway. And it's like, no, you weren't. Like, it's so disingenuous. They're pretending like, oh, this was the plan the whole time, and it's like, it's annoying. It's freaking annoying because it's like, yeah, man, no, pretend that's weird. Get indignant, get upset about it. Pretend it's weird because it is weird. Like, that is weird.
He's probably too scared to at this point.
But yeah, that's what prevents stuff like that from happening, is pointing out that it's not normal. And then,
well, I mean, that's why everyone else
is
is
normal. Yeah, exactly. That's why you need to be like, no, man. Just as I didn't. The thing that's frustrating about this is like, I didn't like Charlie Kirk, but he absolutely would have been like, no, man, Kimmel shouldn't have been taken off the air. He would have been against that. And that's kind of what bugs me about this is he
much like I said, he's being used as an excuse to do things that are unforgivable.
He's being painted in like, and I've done a lot of research on the guy, and like, yeah, he wasn't as horrible as the left paints him out to be, because there's definitely clips.
That's usually the case.
There's definitely clips of him. Like, I've seen clips that you can't ignore, of him being like yelling at the really extreme guys, like the really far right guys, being like, you guys are fake, you guys need to get basically one of them, he's like, get the out of my line, and he was like, you guys are fake conservatives, I won't even entertain the notion of talking to you. What you're saying is disprovably incorrect, as these guys are saying racisms. He's like, what you're saying is bullshit, it's not true, and you're a fake conservative. Right.
So what you're saying is he was a bad guy who had bad points and a bad take, but even he ultimately had a line.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, yeah, he may have had like points that were really horrid and really bad, but he maybe was a bit more multifaceted than, he's not the saint the right wants you to believe. He was by no means a saint. He had horrid opinions that were awful. That were terrible. But he also wasn't a monster. Like, he was a multifaceted person, like all people are.
And most importantly, and the thing that kind of needs to be said and stated and reiterated over and over again is, he could have, in 10 years, he could have had completely different opinions and been a completely different person.
His mind and he used his powers for good.
And while I don't agree with a lot of what he has said, we'll never get that chance to see what could have been.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's
that's
the
a
part that
shame.
makes me like.
It's a shame.
But again, I will say it. I've said it a million times. I will not mourn or eulogize him because I.
No,
But
it is
I
it's just
but
kind of a
yeah,
it is what it is
you
situation,
know,
and
you're
it's a
always,
shame.
yeah. I've seen before we end this. I've seen people say this, and I really like this saying, and I'm gonna keep it. And I'm gonna use it because there's a lot of clips of shitty people saying things that you align with. And someone said in a comment, they're like, "It's important to remember you are not agreeing with them. They're finally smartening up and agreeing with you."
Yeah.
And I was like, "That's fucking brilliant," and I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that. I like that. That's
If
so true. Like they agree
if
with
I
me, I don't agree with
yeah,
them.
if I
That's great. I
have
like that.
if I have one kind of final thought to wrap up this with, it would probably be with even the most extreme person, if you can find common ground, that means that you can maybe pull them back from the edge.
Right?
You might not like pull them fully away, but you can maybe pull them back. If you can find even like one common ground thing, then that means that a conversation can happen, and that's important.
Yeah.
Like we don't have to be married to each side and be like there's no room for conversation is important. That was what the American founding fathers wanted was to be able to be like, yeah, you have 10 things that I don't agree with, but you have three things that I do agree with, and that means that there is room for discussion.
From sea to shining.
Shining
Jordan, I'm gonna need you to put
sea.
away that soapbox. Just gonna go ahead and put that.
It's
Put,
away. It's
put
away.
that.
Now we can talk about what this
Now
episode is
we
brought
can
to you
talk
by.
about the fun stuff, documentary filmmaking.
What is
So
this?
here's the thing about
What's
documentary
the,
filmmaking. Now.
what's this episode brought to you by, Justin?
That's the end of the news. We talked about Charlie Kirk too much. Too
Da da da
much.
da da da
Too
da.
much. And the Muppets. Fun show. Today's episode is brought to you by our friends over at Wild Education. They are still trying to get funds on their GoFundMe. The GoFundMe is in the link below. And I need to shout out Leanne is going to be live streaming on October the 6th. She's going to give me information that I'm going to give out. She's going to be playing. She can playing video games. She's got a game where you make a store and you sell geckos that she's going to play for a little while. She's interviewing as a Skype a scientist. So she's asking for questions about. Oh, I'll probably put a link to that. But questions for the scientists that you can watch. It's going to be a great show for kids. And she's going to be doing that all day. You got to support them. They need the help with the changing laws with the BC government. They're trying to ban lizards, and they're trying to get the information out there. There's all sorts of valuable programs that they have going to school, teaching kids. They're all exceptionally cool people.
Think of the animals.
And the animals. I mean, yeah, just because they're not cute and crawly, cute and fluffy, doesn't mean they don't deserve to be treated with respect and helped out. They need the help.
Excuse you. Lizards can be very cute.
This is true. I had a Tengu lizard lay in my lap. He just chilled out. He was the chillest. He was.
I mean, you look at
RIP.
some of the bearded dragons and stuff. You look at their little eyes, and it's like they're enjoying the head scritches.
They're liking the head scritches. But yeah, that's the GoFundMe. Support them. They need
And
the
have
help.
you seen a turtle, Justin? Turtles are adorable.
I mean, turtles are objectively adorable. This is true. This is accurate.
So won't someone please think of the animals just once?
Think of the lizards.
Think of the animal.
Think of the animals.
So documentaries, eh?
Documentaries, eh? No, that's the sponsorship section of the show. Yeah, let's go check out. Well, on today's show, in the back half of the show, I let the news go on for entirely too long, Jordan.
As you are known to do.
As I am known to do, it has been an hour. I tried. I cut like 4 stories. So yeah, I want to talk about documentaries because there's all these documentaries. I'm like, I want to watch them, and then I watch them. I'm like, I want to talk about the show. But Jordan has always been like, I don't know. I feel like documentaries are going to be tough. So normally we don't guideline the show, but there will be a few guidelines. There will be a few questions that we are going to aim to ask.
A few addendums, a few quid pro quos.
If you would Mine. So number one, what is the documentary about? What is the subject matter with which we were dealing? What is the story about what's happening? Number two, is the documentary itself good? Is it well presented? Did you understand everything? Did you have to do subsequent Wikipedia reading to understand? And number three, would you watch this as a movie? And maybe any other ones that I think of as we go along. But those are the three main tentpole ideas of each of these documentaries. Because sometimes, as we'll discover today, Jordan, documentaries can suck. They can be bad. They can be bad. Would you not agree with that sentiment? Or they can have a bad ending.
Or they can be dry
They
sometimes.
can be dry. Or they can just have a terrible ending that ruins the whole thing in the last 5 minutes.
Oh, well, we have one of those.
We definitely have one of those. So, Jordan, where do we start? Where are we starting today?
Well, the first one for me is going to be McMillions.
McMillions. Jordan.
Which funny. So real quick before we jump into it, you know how I said that I wasn't going to have any tab scenes? Funny enough, I actually think two of them I had seen before.
Really?
Yeah.
All right then. I respect that.
I'm pretty sure I did. One of them I know I did. The other one I think I did.
I respect that. I respect that.
Jordan,
but what is
that
the
wasn't
story?
that was not this one. McMillions.
What is the story of McMillions for those of the people out there who have not seen or may not be familiar with McMillions?
So between some in the 90s mostly, and I think some of the 80s, like late 80s and early 2000s, there was this whole, and I think it was specifically in America where it was more of a problem.
Yes.
But there was a whole scam that had been going on.
These pieces out of Canada, and just to jump in at the beginning, subsequent I did watch subsequent videos and did subsequent research on this because I have seen this, and there was a conspiracy to keep those pieces out of Canada, allegedly. Continue.
But yeah, so there's a whole documentary about how there was with the McDonald's Monopoly contest. There was a scam that had been going on in America where there was allegedly at the time they thought that people who had been winning the big prizes were cheating, basically, and they were.
The story of the investigation on how they figured it out, and it is fucking wild.
So it's a roller coaster. So what were the three questions?
What is this about?
Oh yeah, we already did that.
What is that? How is the documentary? Is it a good delivery of information?
It is. It's a little long. It was like 6 hour long episodes, basically. 6, 7, 8, 9.
Those long form series ones by like episode
6.
4 or 5. You're like, this could have been done an episode ago, and I would have been happier.
Yeah, well, it's just there's
But there's a lot of pieces to this. To be fair,
there's a lot to it, and it is complicated. But this is a rapid fire, so cold notes. There was a dude who was at the top who was like Uncle something.
Uncle Jerry.
Uncle Jerry. And he had this whole trickle down scheme where he had recruiters who would go and recruit people that would win, quote unquote win, the high prizes like the millions and the stuff like that. And then they would kick back a certain percentage to him and up the chain and stuff. And then there was like at one point one of his recruiters was part of like the mob.
Well, they think he might have been part. And that's other subsequent information I found where they were apparently running more than one scam. Apparently there was other of those types of contests that they were also pulling a similar scam on.
Yeah, which makes sense.
But yeah, it was there's two Jerrys. There's Jerry Colombo, which is the one who's Italian, and his wife, who they were working together with. You eventually find out that there's Uncle Jerry, who was Jerry something. I don't remember his last
Jerry
name.
Hernandez?
Not
no.
Hernandez. But he was the
Jerry Jacobson.
That's it. He was the head of security for McDonald's. So do you want me to explain how the process of how the pieces go out works? So basically how it would work is the actual printing of the McDonald's pieces itself was done by a separate company, a separate printing company, and they had a head of security, and they would put the pieces, the game-winning pieces, into an envelope, which was witnessed by two other people, and then sealed with like a particular like metal security strip that once it was cracked open, you could tell. And so yeah, they couldn't figure out how the pieces were going out, like how he was getting the pieces out, because he would somehow get the pieces out, put like non-winning ones in, and take the winning ones out, and then yeah, sell them to people basically, for like a particular amount of money. And based upon the talking head testimony of one of the women, it wasn't like a ton. It ended up the one girl I remember, she said like, and then ended up costing her more really to do this than she ended up getting from it.
And so then yeah, of course, for years after, McDonald's had to rebuild the trust of being like, no, this, you're not going to get scammed this time.
Yeah.
And it was a long time.
Yeah, it was
before
how he a lot of how this succeeded really was contingent on it being pre 9/11. So, how he, the short version, the spoiler, how he ends up
over the between 1989 and 2001, they scammed $24 million worth of fraud.
Yeah, and how he did it is so dumb. Like how he did it is so dumb. It was like, he would go into because they didn't have security back then, so you would just walk into the airport, and so he would walk. There was a airport lounge, so he would go and he would hang out in the airport lounge with the security guys, and he would have the briefcase with the pieces attached to his wrist, and he would excuse himself and he would go to the bathroom and he would crack it open and it would be in the envelope, and they accidentally sent him like a roll of those security strips. So he would use this penknife, slit open the bottom, and then reseal it with glue with glue or tape or whatever, and then reseal it with the security strip, so you couldn't tell.
Because it was pre 9/11.
It was pre 9/11, so he had this little penknife. They just slit open the bottom, snuck him out, and put the non-winning ones in. I took the winning ones.
Arete Media says documentaries are interesting. Lol. To which I say depends on the documentary.
Depends on the documentary. Yeah. I was gonna do interesting / fun. Some of these were not fun.
But yeah, this one, my one in terms of the documentary, my one thing is just 6-hour-long episodes was a lot.
Also, like the thing about about documentaries generally is they do want to kind of give you a narrative, and there's certain times where you're getting the feel like you get the feeling that like they're not being forthright or honest, and like this one feels like it was paid. Sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say the music and the cinematography makes it seem like it gives them more credibility than they would otherwise have.
I was gonna say this one just comes across like it was bought and paid for by McDonald's CEOs.
Yeah, sponsored by McDonald's. Yeah, I really want you to feel bad for McDonald's. And there's a couple of the people like the Jerry Colombo's ex-wife, who you just get the vibe that she's hiding something. You're like,
there's a number of them.
Where you're like, they're sketchy as fuck.
Jake says, that's fair, lol. I was a huge History Channel fan when they actually did documentaries. Now it's garbage.
I mean, yeah, there's some of these true crime documentaries we watched this week they're bad. They're genuine. A lot of the Netflix ones are like, these are bad.
It also depends, in some circumstances, how much you enjoy a documentary will entirely depend on how much you like what they're talking about and how interested you are.
Definitely. This one was
interesting.
The thing about this one is what helps is like solid B-roll and reenactments will definitely, like, there's a lot of cool like I call them characters, but like the one FBI guy who he's so charismatic and fun, and he's having
Oh
just a
yeah,
ball retelling this absolutely nutso story.
this is an example of like I could see them making this into a like a I
Yeah,
don't know
that
what you
the
would
big thing
call
with
it, but
this is
like a movie.
they've been trying to make this into a movie for years. This was the one that made me go, I would watch this as a movie. I would watch this as
I
a
would
movie.
I would have it be from the point of view of the one
The one
young
FBI
FBI
agent.
guy,
Yeah, at one
and
point, I don't know
and
if he
I
still does.
I maintain I would have Jake
You know who else I
Gyllenhaal
thought? Mark
play him.
Ruffalo. Mark Ruffalo would also be good.
He's too old.
Yeah, but I mean,
Because
cast a little
you have to
older. It's
remember
fine.
no, in this instance he's too old, because you have to remember, if we're doing a movie version of this, we're doing it at the time, and even then I think Jake Gyllenhaal might be a little too old,
Yeah, yeah.
because you have to film it at the time that it's happening. So at the time that it's happening, that FBI guy is like in his 20s.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. In that case, it's a movie. It's Hollywood. You fudge it a little bit. Take some
Jake
creative
says,
liberties.
in all fairness, whoops, I accidentally clicked on a thing. In all fairness, I'm weird. I once saw a 6-hour Thomas Jefferson documentary coming on, and I was like, buckle up, boys. We're in for a good time.
um, no, yeah, I know that Brad Pitt at one point was trying to buy the rights to this, either bought it or was trying to buy. I think I'm pretty sure it was Brad Pitt. The rights to the story. Like, they've been trying to make this into a movie, and I think it would have been. I think what they were going for. There's a real corporate documentary kind of, not documentary, corporate crime kind of movie called The Informant, which was kind of, or Burn After Reading. Like, they're kind of going, or I mean, the best, like a Wolf of Wall Street kind of, that kind of.
You know
Um,
who else would be good for that young
Tone, that
FBI
kind of
guy?
tone.
The young FBI character, if you will, is and who I might actually go with is Tom Holland would also be good
Well,
for
I
it.
mean, I don't know. I would. As much as he had the FBI guy, that'd be a fun movie. I'd also watch a Jerry Colombo movie about the guy and his ex-wife.
Yeah, yeah.
That guy was
My
crazy. He was
my
nuts.
thing my thing though is that at that point you can't get the full story. You only get part of the
No,
story.
but then and
Whereas
also
if
it becomes kind of a mafia movie at that. Yeah, his brother
yeah,
is sketchy. The one thing I remember about that movie is there's something he said. There's a particular anecdote or story they tell where he sounds like he's lying about something or covering something up.
there's
Or
just you definitely get the idea that he knew more about his brother's operations than what he was talking about.
yeah, yeah, I definitely
Um,
got that vibe.
you get that. I got that vibe.
Yeah.
Um,
Jordan,
and
do you have anything further you'd like to say about McMillions? Oh, yeah, obviously you'd watch this as a movie.
I would watch this
Yeah,
as a
yeah, yeah.
movie. Jake says Tom Holland can do it,
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that sounds good. That's solid. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well,
which I
so
that he
Jake.
agree he agrees with me that it could be Tom Holland.
All right, all right. So Jake, have you seen McMillions? Have you seen it? Let me know. Let me know. Jordan, if that's it for McMillions,
That's it for
let us
Millions.
let us fuck no. Let us move on to my first one, which is gonna be. Oh yeah, so I watched there's a Vice has a docu series, and there's a bunch of them. It's called The Dark Side of Blank. So like there's The Dark Side of the Ring, there's The Dark Side of Comedy. I watched The Dark Side of the Cage, and I watched a few episodes, and they're all on various different subjects. So I watched one on Ronda Rousey. There's a 2-part one on Pride, and then I watched one on Kimbo Slice, which made it funny when Adam picked Kimbo Slice last night. And it's like a more like a television show. Sorry, Jake is asking me a question. Zoom. Sorry, hold on. It's a television
What
show. Oh,
does
he's
he
asking
does he want to come on?
Review Zoom. Did you want to come on?
You're a co-host. You should be able to create to. It's going to be a lot easier for you, but you should be able to invite him if he wants to. He's welcome to.
If you want to. Where was I? Dark Side. Oh, how did you
Jordan.
change? Oh, how did you change that background?
Jordan got tired of tired of Discord screwing us over and paid for
Well,
Zoom.
if you're watching, I'll show you. Hold on. Jake, if you're watching, I'll show you. 1 second.
Oh, at a baseball game.
What?
Cool. Who, who's playing?
Uh, if you
He's at a
hit,
baseball. He's at a baseball game, and he decided to watch us instead. Man, I'm honored.
I'm honored. It must be a real boring game. If you hit view, Jake, you go down to set meeting wallpaper, and then you get a slew of
Of options.
options. So I think I did the 1 week I did jungle, or you got desert, or you've got uh, under the water, or whatever that is. Because I've been changing it week to week because it helps me keep track of my footage.
And it just adds a little bit of spark.
And it does. It adds a little tiny little bit of personality. Even though I
So
cut
when
it
we
out for every video I make. But still,
when we did the girl week,
it was
you know,
pink.
it was
It
pink.
was pink. Pink for the ladies. Jordan, together
He
now.
says, but you can't add your own.
No. At least if you can, I can't figure out how to. I spent minutes, at least 15 minutes trying to figure it out, and I couldn't. But yeah, it gives you a bunch of options. Keeps it from being boring, so you're not looking at black. Anyway, Dark Side of the Ring. Dark Side of the Cage. So yeah, so I watched 4 episodes. 2-part episode on Pride, one on Ronda Rousey, and one on Kimbo Slice. The Kimbo Slice one, I mean, they're okay. So we'll answer all the questions individually. Now, I'll tell you the story of each of the episodes I watched, and we'll talk about the show itself. So the show itself is a television show. So because of it's a television show, the formatting and pacing kind of sucks a little bit because it needs to cut to commercial. And the thing about having a need to cut to commercial is when it comes back from commercial, it needs to explain everything to you again in case you're just tuning in, right?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
a lot
it
of the episodes
reiterates a
are just
lot.
reiterating information over and over again. So it's like this is a 45-minute episode that could probably be 35
20.
minutes. Yeah. If you cut out all of the retelling the bits you already knew, or re-showing you bits you had already seen.
It was never supposed to happen, but it did 5 minutes later. It was never supposed to happen, but it did.
We're like, it's like, so it happened, and when it happened, it did this, and what we're just finding out now, and then it retells you that again. It's one of those. But it's really cool. It also makes everything a lot, like, there's certain episodes where it's like, it does that documentary thing where the music is really sinister, and, it's really scary sounding and dark sounding, and yeah, and it's like, everything's in shadow. It's one of those. Like it's not entertaining, but it's really sensational. Thus far, I didn't think the Dark Side of the Cage one was so bad. The Dark Side of Comedy was, it was just a lot of like the person they're talking about's life isn't dark enough for this show, and they're trying to make it seem darker than it is. It just kind of sounds like their life was mostly normal, and they're trying to make it seem. This at least is like, okay, yeah, there's some actual drama here that's interesting. Like none of these are as good as Dark Side of the Ring. Dark Side of the Ring is the best one, and it's the most interesting because, as it turns out, professional wrestlers are the most fucked up. Like their stories are always the most fucked up. Like they're way more interesting.
I understand.
And so to answer the third question preemptively, yes, all of these individual episodes I would totally actually watch as a movie. Let's start with the Ronda Rousey one. I gave Ronda Rousey a lot of shit. I said that she got kicked so hard that she ran away to fake fighting. So I was like, I have to learn about her life. And it is inarguable that she changed that sport. That women's MMA didn't really exist in the UFC. It wasn't nearly as mainstream. It wasn't as understood. It was way more underground. Like, she did a lot for that sport. Like, a great deal. It is indisputable. She also sucks. Like, they don't interview her for this episode, but they do show, like, archival footage of her, and they play bits of her biography, and it's just, like, she just had such an ego. She still has an ego, and, like, it doesn't look like she ever really gained any humility from her loss. However, she did come out and say that the reason why she went down so easily, and the reason why she fought the way she did, trying to end fights quickly and to avoid take everything to the ground, do arm bars and not get hit in the head, was because she was predisposed to concussions, and that it was like a thing that she had. Also, her dad's name is Ron.
Enough said.
Enough said. I'm just saying, nothing says
I wanted a boy.
Quite like naming your daughter Ron. Duh.
Duh.
But anyway,
no, more like Ron.
She claims it's a medical reason why she never went back. She got knocked out twice, and she said that it was really easy for her to get. She could just get slightly clipped and she'd get knocked out. A lot of that documentary of that episode interviews her trainer, and I still think that, and it takes away.
Jake says, "Enough said."
Enough said. A lot of the controversy surrounding her loss and surrounding her leaving the UFC, he took a lot of shit, and it was a lot of people said that he put the idea in her head that she could strike and didn't train and was a terrible striking trainer, and that he's the reason why she thought she could stand with Holly Holm, because okay, if you're predisposed to getting knocked down, then why were you not more focused on keeping her on there? There's too much of the holes in those fights for me to believe that what she's saying. I think that that's just her making an excuse as to why she never went back. She took losing really emotionally difficult, and just didn't want to go back, and she doesn't want to take any sort of onus on that.
And gave up and quit.
Gave up and quit. But I would totally watch a biopic about.
And yet, she could probably still kick your ass.
I'm sure. But I will say, I would watch a movie based on her life. Like, just like she has enough. There's enough like. It's got everything a good biopic needs. It has starting off from nothing, and to be fair, they were at one point going to make one. I think it was going to star her. She was going to play herself.
Okay, that leads excellently into my question. Twofer. My first question was going to be, if you were directing this movie, would you cast her to be herself? No. And if no, who would you cast?
Sydney Sweeney. No, I honestly don't know. I don't know. You got to get someone with she has a mean face. Like sometimes she seems like she's probably one-on-one a decent, like a nice person, but like she just has such a mean face, and I just don't know. I don't know who you get that has a really mean face. But no, her story has everything a good biopic needs. It has. She starts off with nothing. Nobody takes her seriously. The trainer Edmund doesn't want to take her on. Keeps rejecting her. She has to earn his respect. She starts from it's a real Rocky story where she works her way up. She has a sudden and like meteoric rise in success where she starts to develop an ego, and she thinks she's the greatest, and then she gets knocked out, and she loses everything. And you can either have the movie like end with her like end there where she retires, or you have it end with her like joining the WWE and developing some success in there. But it has such a peaks and valleys story. Like, this would be a great biopic. I would totally watch this. And then the Kimbo Slice, it was a good episode. His wasn't nearly as interesting as Pride. Now, do you remember Pride?
You mean Raw Pride?
No, like Pride, like the Pride League for MMA.
No. Well, kind of. I think so. It
was in one of the UFC
I recognize
games.
The name. Like, that's where I say, isn't it called like Raw Pride?
No, it's just called Pride. The Pride League is
I recognize it.
It's the one where instead of fighting in a cage, they fight. There's no weight classes, and instead of fighting in a cage, they fight in a wrestling ring. And that was the one in the game, the one UFC game that had it. You could just soccer kick guys while they were on the floor, on the ground.
Jake says Pride was awesome.
Pride was awesome. Pride was so good. So I watched the story of Pride. The story of Pride is fascinating. Number one, it was pretty much like, okay, allegedly, I don't want to get sued, run and owned by the Yakuza. And the big thing, like, so its fall was basically, because because in Japan loyalty is like a huge thing. So if you say you're gonna fight for a certain company, you're loyal to that company, or if your fights are on a certain channel. So they would show Pride on Fuji TV, and long story, very very short, a bunch of the fighters went to other companies, and Fuji TV saw that as disloyalty, so pulled the license for Pride, killing it instantly. Not instantly, it kind of limped on for a little while, but pretty well killing it instantly. And Pride's whole thing was, and I didn't know this, it came from MMA in Japan was bigger first. Like it started, MMA really took off in Japan as like a sort of more or less an offshoot of professional wrestling. Where
Yeah, Jake says if you think early UFC was the Wild West of MMA, holy shit.
yeah, because basically they went, well, what if professional wrestling was real? That's what MMA in Japan was. So they would, like, you would get guys who were like double, like there's one where it was like a guy, he was like 5 foot fighting like an MMA fighter. You got guys who are massive, just like kicking dudes in the head. And it's a wild story, like the story of Pride, MMA, the UFC. Like people don't get, like, when Pride was at its absolute height, UFC was like, they were getting Carmen Electra to announce their events. Like that's how desperate they were. And then Fuji TV yanked the license for Pride, and UFC snuck in and bought it. And utterly dismantled it and destroyed it, which is a shame because that episode showed a lot of the Pride stuff, but it's a very long story. I won't do the full version of, but there's a lot of like back and forth between like talent agents and the mafia, or the yakuza threatening to kill guys, and it's a wild story. It's totally worth checking out.
Jake says there was a stretch where I believe it was Antonio Inoki, but anyway, New Japan Pro Wrestling went through a phase where they thought having legit shoot fighters as wrestlers would make it look legit. And then he says there are still a number of older NJPW wrestlers who had legit fight careers.
And and they that's what I was gonna mention. They and what they would do is they would have, it was like a mix. Like sometimes they'd win legit, and then other times they would have. There was a particularly famous fight. They talked about it being a work, but there would be certain fights where the guys would be told to lose to make the Japanese guys look better. But you remember.
So you're saying though that you would absolutely make this into a biopic?
I would absolutely make this into a movie. Yeah, absolutely. There's enough double crossing and betrayal and drama, and again yakuza, and remember in Godzilla Final Wars how you were like, there was that one random white guy.
Yeah.
He's a Pride fighter. He's an MMA fighter, and at the time,
really?
yeah, and he's oh shit, I forget his name, but at the time, he was really famous in Japan. Like really famous, like for being a Pride fighter, because MMA fighting was really popular at the time. So him and a bunch of other MMA fighters were really, really famous in Japan. So I wish I Dom something, but yeah, he was really he's the guy with the mustache. He was really famous.
Interesting.
Yeah. So when you're like, why is this random white guy here? That's why he was at the time. That was the peak of Pride. He was like, yeah, I was in that Godzilla movie. I was like, yeah, it's wicked. But yeah, I would absolutely watch a movie of this. Yeah, it's a good documentary in the
I'm gonna butcher this name. Jake says Dan Sevim.
Dan
Sevym. He was a beast.
Oh yeah, well, I don't recognize his name, but I'm sure he was. They all were. I mean. The axe murderer. There's the one guy they called the axe murderer because he would head kick guys and knock them out instantly. Yeah, I fully encourage, go look up Pride if you like MMA fighting. Go watch Pride fighting because they were brutal. Yeah, there's some certain ironic thing about the fact that they called it UFC and MMA. They call it human cockfighting. I often wonder what John McCain, if there is an afterlife, what John McCain thinks of the fact that they're doing it on the White House. Like, the guy who he was almost president, and they're doing a bunch of that human cockfighting on the front lawn of the White House. Like, just the absolute irony. Irony is dead, Jordan. But no, yeah, it's a great show in terms of like the nice, short, 40-minute episodes. It's kind of like if you like the Fifth Estate or like one of those kinds of docu series. Nice, easy, digestible. Good start. Good start to the week. That's it. That's the dark side of the cage.
So speaking of nice, digestible, this one's 94 minutes. It's a movie, and after the 6 episodes that I did of the McMillions, it was kind of a breath of fresh air. Um, but I watched Jim and Andy, The Great Beyond.
Oh god, that movie makes me
Um,
so mad.
or as it's otherwise known, Jim and Andy, The Great Beyond, dash, featuring a very special contractually obligated mention of Tony Clifton.
It's that movie that makes Jim Carrey look like an asshole. Jordan, I need you to talk
Look
about this movie.
like made you realize he was one.
Maybe he always was an asshole. I don't want to
Kind
get
of
in
comes,
trouble for
kind
talking
of,
Jim Carrey again.
kind of comes across that. This makes it come across that way. And I'm
Right?
not saying whether. Here's what I'll say, so I don't get in trouble. I'm not saying whether or not he is. I'm saying this makes it look like he
This
is.
makes him look like it because it's not the thing. The thing is, you see, we talked more about Man in the Moon. We didn't really get into this documentary itself. I don't think, but yeah, this documentary made me lose respect for Jim Carrey.
It's been a long time since I watched Man in the Moon, so I kind of watching this. I was pretty far removed from the movie itself.
Right?
And so maybe that gives me a different perspective. I don't know. But like the thing that makes this documentary not egregious,
So,
but
so
what
to
makes
start, before we get to the meat of it, this documentary, for those who don't know, is about the behind-the-scenes making of the movie Man on the Moon, with context provided by. Sorry, Jordan, we have to do this. Jordan, together now, air quotes now. Context from Jim Carrey in the. Oh, it's important to mention for all these documentaries, they do kind of exist in the time they came out. So this came out in 2015. I think, or 2016,
2017.
2017, yeah. So, 27, Jim Carrey was a dick. He's better now. He was way worse back then.
Yeah, he was sort of peak asshole at that point.
So the documentary itself is good. This is a good movie. Like I don't want to make that unclear. This is a good movie.
The movie itself, you mean?
Yeah. We would agree on that. Like the actual documentary itself, it's well presented. It's never boring.
Yeah.
It's interesting to watch.
It just makes Jim Carrey look like an ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, real quick. Jake says, "Have you guys seen Mating Habits of the Earthbound Human mockumentary before they were super popular?"
Yes.
I think so.
I have seen that movie.
I'm
really
aware
funny.
of it, if not.
That,
But I think
that also has Carmen Electra in it.
I think that is one that I have
The
seen.
kids don't know who Carmen Electra is. Carmen Electra was an MTV video host that we all wanted to see without her clothes on.
Anyways. So my thing with this
90s.
documentary is what makes Jim Carrey look even more like a shithead in this documentary is the fact that it cuts between you see behind the scenes stuff of Man on the Moon from when they were making it, and it cuts to the talking head where it's 2017 modern at the time day Jim Carrey,
present day at the time Jim Carrey,
talking about things. And he is unrepentant for the way that he acted on this set.
That's the thing. It's
and
like,
that's what makes
the behind the scenes footage from Man on the Moon absolutely makes him look like an asshole. But like, if he in the present day Jim
Did
Carrey,
you not know that was Carmen Electra? He says, "Holy crap, that was Carmen Electra."
Yeah, did you not know that was Carmen Electra? It's the whole reason why I watched that movie. It's the only reason
derailing.
I used to own that movie on VHS tape.
Very derailing. He is unrepentant
He's
and
absolutely unrepentant. That's the bit that makes that movie fucking agonizing. It's not that the behind the scenes shit makes him look like an asshole, which it does.
The
It's
behind
that
the
he
scenes
acts
stuff,
like a smug asshole in the modern day.
Well, here's what I'll say. The behind the scenes stuff makes it look like he had a full blown mental breakdown, escape from reality. The talking head stuff makes it apparent that he didn't, and that makes him more of an asshole.
See, I think I don't disagree that yes, a lot of it does make him look like he's having like there's so many moments where he looks like he's having a mental break, like there's the one where he's like, I don't even smoke, I'm smoking now, I don't smoke, this isn't me, but there's
there's like also like the points where he talks about how Jim Carrey isn't really on the planet at the moment, like he's not around anymore, and like he's talking as if he's having a breakdown, as if he thinks he is Andy
Right,
Kaufman,
but
which if you don't have the talking head part, where like there are smug moments where it's very apparent that he was fully conscious and aware of what he was doing.
no, I
If you
disagree.
if you don't have those talking head moments and you just watch the behind the scenes stuff, this is where
I
we're gonna split hairs and we're gonna disagree to
I
the
disagree.
dying days.
I
I
disagree.
think it makes him look like he is
There's
fully removed from reality.
I'm not saying it doesn't make him look like he's fully removed from reality. No, that I'm not. It does. It does make him look like he's fully removed from reality. But what I'm saying is there are hidden moments in there that I think have been cut out for this documentary to make him look like he. I think because there's been a
Well,
theory.
if the idea was to make him not look like less of an asshole, you would keep in moments where he looks like
No,
less of an
I
asshole.
think it's being deceptively edited to make him look like he's losing his mind. Because there are moments in there where he's talking to, and when I was reading about this movie, there was a theory that it was a work between him and Bob Zamuda, the guy who Andy Kaufman's writing partner, because there's several scenes in it. There's one scene in particular where he walks in and he's dressed like Andy Kaufman and he's talking to he's like, oh, they're saying they're gonna shut it down, and he's clearly Jim Carrey. Like, he's not Andy Kaufman, he's Jim Carrey. So I think there's probably more footage of him and Bob Zamuda that they cut, or that's been buried of them. I think the bits where he's pretending or he's appearing to be losing his mind, I think that's fake. I think he's faking that and he's making it look
Uh,
like he is,
all I know
for
is
a
that
joke.
on the Wikipedia, this is what it says. It says the basic premise is that while making the film, Carrey is so committed to the role that, like Andy, he had difficulty separating himself from the character.
Yes, yes. And the present day makes it clear multiple times. He makes it clear that this "I'm Jim Carrey and I'm enlightened" that it's all bullshit. That's all bullshit. And there's so many moments, yeah, where they're like, yeah, it was awful. Like it was an awful experience. Like, and he or like Jerry Lawler is the greatest example of Jim Carrey looking in the camera being like, oh, Jerry just didn't get it. The emotions just ran high and he didn't understand what we were doing. It's like, fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck
So
you.
so so ask your questions for me.
I mean, would you watch this as a movie?
I would, but what I would do,
I would too,
and
actually.
this is where I'm interested to see who you would cast. But I would do this as a movie where, and this is where it becomes more meta as this gets like, and then you have the fourth one where it's the dude who's making the movie that I'm talking about, and it's the behind and the, but you have a person. The movie is about the making of
Yeah.
Man of the Moon, and you have a person who is not Jim Carrey come in and is playing Jim Carrey, who is playing
Yeah. I would
Andy
watch that. I
Kaufman.
would watch
I'd
that.
watch it.
I would watch
But
that.
who
I
would
totally
you who
watch
would you
that.
who would you pick to play Jim Carrey?
Oh god.
And
I'd bring
in
back
terms of
I bring back the guy who played him in Dumb and Dumber, or the guy who got to be
and
Jim Carrey. I bring him back.
and in terms of this, is keep in mind this is a biopic, and so it's a fictitious tale of reality. In this fictitious tale, he is losing his mind. That's the point of the story, is he's losing his mind.
I would make it ambiguous.
No, I'm
I
saying
would
in my version.
yeah,
That's the
yeah,
point.
yeah.
Is
No, I
so
want to make
who do
it
you would still pick the you would still pick the guy who
probably.
yada yada yada?
Yeah, it got to be someone who could do a decent impression. I don't know. Yeah, I
Because
don't know.
because
Or
for I
maybe you don't make him specifically Jim Carrey, and you just make it based on that, and you change the names. You could also do that. Then he doesn't have to be Jim Carrey. It has to be someone who's overcommitted. But yeah, I
for
would
some
definitely watch this
reason
as a movie.
I'm picturing Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
I mean, he would be pretty solid. I would be down for that.
Um,
But I know I would watch this as a movie.
I'd watch it.
I would
I'd watch
definitely
it
make
as a
it.
movie.
I'd make it ambiguous. I'd make it where it's like you think maybe he's lost his mind and he genuinely thinks he's Andy Kaufman, and then I would sprinkle hints, just kind of like how the end of Man on the Moon does a reference to the he's actually still alive thing. Yeah, I would make it where
I
it's like you're never quite sure if he genuinely is faking it or if he genuinely thinks he's Tony Clifton.
I think getting back to the actual thing, I think the part that really makes it like makes me go like, okay, he's an asshole, and pushes it over the line for me, is like when you find out that as Andy Kaufman or Tony Clifton, I don't remember which one, he talked to the
Oh
daughter
yeah, yeah. When he talks to his
of
family and yeah, no, that's ghoulish. That's ghoulish and gross.
in
Like that.
particular the daughter, and I'm like, I don't for a second believe that the family wanted to do this. I believe Jim Carrey pushed for it
Yeah,
and
yeah,
made it
absolutely.
and used his star power, and I can't prove it, I'm just talking, but and
Yeah,
used his star power to pressure them into it.
it would be.
And that's
That's fucked,
so
man.
wrong, like so
It's just
fucked.
it's just and it just shows as a person who is a fan of Andy Kaufman's work and does think that Andy Kaufman, it shows such a blatant disregard. It's like he's being fed the idea of what Andy Kaufman was by Bob Zamuda, who also seems to drastically misunderstand him. Like that's not how he operated. It's not he didn't antagonize people. Like he wouldn't be that way the whole time. He would turn it off and be a regular person because he was
Yeah.
capable of being and just from a workplace standpoint, yeah. Imagine your coworker showed up and pretended to be Jim Carrey for a day. You'd be
And
like,
would
and one
showed up drunk, was an asshole, was belligerent, didn't want to follow orders, and was just a prick.
right? I mean, that's not to say there isn't moments in that movie like the one where he gets drunk and he goes and decides he needs to harass Steven Spielberg. That I won't lie was kind of funny, but like yeah,
Yeah,
no, that,
but you put that in the perspective of they're making a movie.
yeah, exactly. He's a coworker. They're trying to do a job. The thing that makes it worse is the unrepentant when it's modern day Jim Carrey and just the fact that he's unrepentant. He like if they cut
Yeah,
back to him
like
and he
if
went,
they
yeah,
had it,
maybe I admit I took it a bit
I
far
might
and
have
things
taken it
went,
too far. I was
it'd
kind of out of
be
control.
different,
Maybe I was a bit of an ass. Like
right? Right?
something. But no, he's in that peak. Like, oh, the Jim Carrey that everybody fell in love with, the
He was
one that did the mask
he was a
and like
character
all
that
of
I
that. He was a
played.
character, and it
He's a
wasn't the real me.
pretentious
And
asshole.
like I was never, nobody ever really saw the real me because to be famous, I had to be the fake version of me. So at a certain point, I had to make the decision of whether I killed the original me or if I allowed the yada blah
Gonna need you to
blah
pull your
blah.
head
Like,
all the way out from betwixt your
oh
butt
my
cheeks. Because
God,
that's where it
like,
firmly is right now. You are smelling your own farts, my friend. Like oh,
oh
he has a monologue at the end of this movie that is the most agonizingly agitating fucking thing I've ever. This whole movie, just yeah, I've never lost respect for a person by watching a documentary before. Like this is the first time it's ever. But I could not.
yeah, it just
I
made
just
me kind of
can't
go like,
stand it
what
personally.
happened to you?
Yeah,
Like, what
you.
happened to
What
you?
happened to you, Jim Carrey? You used to be cool. This movie
You
definitely
used to
solidified for
you
that for me.
used to be able to be capable of putting on a mask that made people think you were
Right?
cool,
You used to be entertaining and cool, and in this movie you just come
which
across as a douchebag.
he's getting back to
He's
that.
definitely getting better. Yeah, it's really funny because the last time we did one of these shit talk Jim Carrey, like a week later he came out and did promo for Sonic 3 and he was having fun doing it. So I was like, wow, this makes me feel like an ass. And it's weird because after this he made a slew of like this predates Bruce Almighty. So it wasn't like he this destroyed his love of doing comedy. But I think But I think he
I
does say like I tried to go back to being Jim Carrey and it didn't work for me. And I think yeah, that's where you get fun with Dick and Jane and it feels like the being Jim
yeah,
Carrey feels forced like we talked about before. I think that's post this.
I
My
think
my
so.
theory with this this movie kind of reinforced that for me was I think he expected to be praised for this behavior. I think he expected that people to be like, oh, he's this creative genius, and he did this genius performance where he became Andy Kaufman, and everyone went, no, he's a weirdo freak, and that's weirdo freak shit, and
He
he
was a
took that
dick.
hard. Yeah, you're a massive dick. Like, I think he took that hard. I think.
Yeah, I think he. I think like with a lot of great comedians and a lot of great like famous actors, he always had mental problems.
Yeah.
He has mental problems. He's
But I think
not
yeah, he's
well.
also just deeply insecure, and he doesn't want to come across that
Yeah.
way.
But I think like a lot of famous actors have mental problems. There's something to be said about the fact that um, famous people are egomaniacs who need to have the center of attention on them,
It's true.
and that of course creates problems in your brain chemistry. Um, especially
Jordan.
when you, as we previously discussed, when you get famous and you can have anything you want at any point,
It's true. Folks with
your
them
your
dopamine
your
receptors.
dopamine receptors get fucked up.
Jordan, is that it
Yeah,
for...
he was a, this they were right not to want to release this footage. It did make
It
him look
does
like an
make you look
asshole.
like an asshole. So Jordan,
Ultimately, I think that's my summation of this one.
it does make you look like an asshole. Jordan, my next thing is a story about a man, a nice man, a nice man who likes to paint. And I'm going to say the full name of this documentary, even though I don't have it written down.
Bob Ross.
This
Bob,
is about
it's Bob Ross, right?
Bob
It's definitely
Ross.
Bob. It's definitely Bob Ross. Oh yeah, I knew it. It was Bob Ross. All right.
Jordan, it's called Bob Ross, Happy Accidents, Betrayal, and Greed.
You gotta
And
paint those happy little bushes, Justin. You gotta get
honestly, this documentary is really good. Just to
Gotta
just
get
get out, answer question number 2 right away. The documentary itself is really good. The story of Bob Ross, of not just his life, although this doesn't really get into his, like, it does get into his personal life like a little bit at the beginning, but it's more about his relationship to a couple, an older couple named Walt and Annette Kowalski. An interesting thing about The Joy of Painting, the show that Bob Ross created, it was not even really technically the first Joy of Painting. There, in fact, was another European show, which was a similar style. It was in a black studio. It was a guy painting for like 30 minutes or whatever. And Bob Ross became obsessed with that. And he like went after the guy and found the guy and became the guy's apprentice. And they taught paint classes together. And this woman, Annette Kowalski, went to one of those paint classes and met Bob Ross and was like, I don't know what it is about you, but money.
money, money, money,
There's
money.
something here we can monetize. I don't know what it is yet, but we
I
can
wish I had
do it.
I wish I had a blank, obvious skill which I could monetize,
And so
other than my sultry voice and my podcasting
my
abilities.
podcasting voice. No, and so they became business partners, and she essentially produced all of everything Bob Ross created. Bob Ross wasn't just the show. They said in the documentary that it was like well over 400 episodes or something crazy like that. 30 minutes creating 30 paintings in 30 minutes. It wasn't just that. It was also painting classes. So they would go around the country. There would be certified instructors, and they would teach people how to paint like Bob Ross. And as part of going and doing those classes, you would have to buy Bob Ross paints.
Merchandise.
Like his actual officially licensed paints and shit. And Bob Ross...
Yeah,
didn't-
because if you've ever followed along with Bob Ross, he'll be like, yeah, now you have to use titanium white. And yeah, at home, you're like, I have white.
Yeah,
Is that
I don't
the
know what
same
a
as titanium white?
is. But he didn't care
And,
about that.
and your pictures never look quite right because you're using off-brand named red
He didn't care
instead
about
of
that.
tomato
All he wanted
red.
to do was teach people how to paint. So he didn't. But the Kowalskis wanted to make money, and so a big part of this documentary is there is this massive conflict between them. So there was a point when they were trying to make like the show happen where they like all lived together, and even when The Joy of Painting is on, Annette Kowalski is an older woman. So, like, I'd say a woman in her, like, 60s or 70s. And the documentary really makes it look like, really implies that Bob Ross, he was into the older ladies. There's a lot of shots of him interacting with older women. I'm talking, like, middle-aged women. And apparently...
I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, it's just like...
Question mark?
No, it's just like he liked the
Yeah,
Cougars.
my man had a preference and he went after it. You know,
well, allegedly anyway.
At least we're not talking about how he had some secret hidden thing that was horrible and illegal.
So the documentary states, because it's told, a lot of the story is told via his son Steve, and it states that Bob Ross cheated on his Steve Ross, yeah. cheated on his wife with this Annette Kowalski woman, and
Okay, well that's not great.
he eventually ended it. And they all describe, all of these women are like, Bob liked the ladies. So Bob was always flirting with everyone. And a lot of the documentary is talking head interviews from like older women being like, Bob liked to flirt. He liked to flirt with all the ladies. But it's never any like young women in their 20s. It's always older women. It's quite
Well,
funny.
yeah, sure, but keep in mind when was it filmed? Because they're old now.
Oh
Were
no
they
no, she
old
was old.
then?
It was she was old at the time. This Annette Kowalski, yeah,
Okay,
she was
okay.
old at the time, yeah. And so apparently, once they stopped seeing each other, she became like, and it was Bob was also married, so everything that had to do with the company was decided amongst the four of them, and they apparently had a voting system. And so once they at one point interview another rival painting show who's like, it was the 70s and 80s, everyone was banging each other, we were all swinging, and the guy's wife is like, shut up. But yeah, a lot of Bob Ross's life was conflict with this couple, eventually, inevitably. And so Bob Ross eventually gets sick with lymphoma. Apparently, like the last like 5 or 6 seasons of The Joy of Painting, he had cancer. And
Oh, that's sad.
as he's dying, allegedly, they try to get him to sign over his name and likeness rights, and he refuses to do it. And he keeps getting into like fights with them on the phone. And he said, the guy said, I mean, it's Bob Ross. You can kind of picture it. He's like, you knew my dad was mad when he yelled, because he never yelled. And he's like, I could hear him yelling on the phone, you're not gonna get my name. And he, as a way to
Take it to them.
get them to leave him alone, because they kept hassling him and harassing him about it, he, I guess, married at the end of his life his hospice nurse. And so they tricked her into signing away his likeness rights. So now they own this company. This family, the Kowalskis, own all of the licensing rights to, and all the image rights to Bob Ross. And they jacked up the prices on all like the courses, and they made it so they pressured all of the instructors to like, you have to have, in order to take the classes, you need to have the Bob Ross specific paints, otherwise you can't take the classes. And they doubled all the prices, and they made it triple expensive. And like, that's not what Bob Ross would have wanted. Bob Ross didn't want to commercialize any of this, and that's all they did. And yeah, it's a really good documentary. It's really well made, and the conflict between them. What was interesting about this, I like to, after I watch a documentary, try to see because obviously every documentary is trying to tell a narrative. Like, it's trying, it takes a side. And this one is very much anti-Kowalski. It hates those Kowalskis. And it's very much making her look like a monster. So I tried to be like, what's their side? Is maybe there's more, maybe Bob Ross wasn't as sweet and innocent as maybe we think. And no, everything I found painted these people as being awful, money grubbing, only cared about what they could get out of
Manipulative so-and-sos.
only cared about what they could get out of Bob Ross, only cared about money, like terrible people. And I'm like, oh,
Roy Crocs.
yeah, Ray Crocs, yeah. And so to answer yes, I would absolutely. The entire time, I remember the first time I watched it, I had the same thought. Why have we never made a Bob Ross biopic? They made there is an Owen Wilson movie where he plays a Bob Ross like character, but there has never been a Bob Ross movie.
You know you know why?
Probably because Kowalski's
because they own the rights to Bob Ross, and anything that they're gonna make is gonna paint them out to look like daisies, and nobody wants to make that movie.
Right, but it's a lot of what happened between them was so public. I don't, yeah. But it's a very, very dramatic, like when they reveal, they're like, and then
Like,
Bob,
you could probably make a
was sleeping
movie
with Annette, and you're like, whoa, that came out of nowhere.
You could probably make a movie about Stan Stanley, who maybe looks
Yeah, they
similar but
did.
legally distinct.
I'd like to watch that Owen Wilson movie to see how much of the details of his, because yeah, his like, I mean, that's not even mentioning like all the details of his life before the Joy of Painting, him being an army guy and all of his life, like. But no, I would totally watch a biopic style movie about the Joy of Painting and about Bob Ross's fame and him being famous. Like, I'd watch that. This was fascinating. It was so interesting. I'm like, why have we never made a Bob Ross biopic? I would totally watch that. Watch the shit out of that. That's it. That's Bob Ross. I said Bob Ross way too many times. Let's say it a few more
Bob
times.
Ross.
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross. Bob Ross. Bob Ross. Bob Ross.
Bob Ross?
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross.
So now it's time to talk about a dinosaur who once upon a time was of my imagination.
He was of my imagination.
And the name of the documentary was I Love You, comma, You Hate Me.
Yeah, we talked about this last week, and we didn't talk. I talked about the movie. I hinted at the documentary. We kind of touched on some Barney hate, like generally, but there's like so much involved in that story, involved with the.
So this was a 2 episode documentary. Each was like 50 minutes long, and it was originally on Peacock. I think it's still on Peacock, but as a Canadian, can't get Peacock, so
No.
other methods had to be used. The documentary is basically about the hate
It's about the
that
hate.
was aimed at
It's about Barney hate, but it's also
Barney.
about the creator
And
of
it's
Barney,
about well, it's also about the creator of Barney and her son,
Cheryl Leach.
which we'll get to that. But so the first part of this documentary, anytime the son gets brought up, it's very clear that something happens and they dance around it.
At the beginning of the first part, they do like what I would describe as like a trailer almost for the thing you're about to watch, and it ends with them be like, "Did you hear about what happened in Malibu?" So you know something bad involving the
Something
son.
has happened.
And they keep the entire documentary. They talk about Cheryl Leach in like the past tense almost. Where like Cheryl did this, or the Cheryl was like this, and you're like, okay, so I thought, not to jump ahead, but I thought for sure it was going to turn out that he killed her in a fit of rage. Like I thought for sure it was going to turn out that he killed her.
So
I was
it is a
positive
very
that's where it was going.
it is a very interesting documentary because it does talk and broach on what at the time was rampant Barney rage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's one of those scenarios where it's like I grew up in it. I went from being a kid who watched Barney and loved Barney to being in a world where Barney
It's hard to be impartial
enjoying
about Barney hate.
Barney wasn't okay. And people around me, like, it was you hit a certain age and you made fun of Barney. That's what you did.
What you did.
It was stapled in society. Like to the point where other shows, Recess has an entire episode where they have a Barney stand-in, and they make clear in that show, you hit a certain age, you're too old for that show's version of Barney,
Bonky.
which was just bonky, which was just true to real life. And like I remember going over to my cousin's house, and they had on their computer Barney Rampage, Barney Carnage rather, which was a whole game, and like there was a whole subculture, and so this really does touch on that, and it is kind of fascinating, but it also is just as a 34-year adult who looks back on it, who even though I grew up in it, I don't get it.
No,
and
not really.
But they talked to a bunch of different people in this special. One of them being Blue's Clues, Steve from Blue's Clues.
Yeah.
And
You make a good point, Steve from Blue's Clues.
he has a really astute comment because there was a big thing of like, why did Sesame Street succeed where Barney doesn't? And he has a really astute comment where he says something to the equivalent of the reason why people hate Sesame Street less is because essentially they're people.
They're all fucked
like they
up.
have flaws, they have characters, they're fucked up.
Yeah.
And whereas Barney is perfect and sings the same
Count's got a problem.
songs.
That problem is he needs to count. Gotta
It's
get that
yeah,
monkey
that's
off his back. Cookie Monster, he
or
needs to go to rehab for his cookie problem.
Bert and Ernie, like they're roommates who they argue and they disagree and they don't always like right, like
Yeah,
they're
whereas Barney
people.
is seemingly perfect
And Pink.
and pink.
I know they call him a purple dinosaur, but really, I look at Barney and he's pink.
Yeah.
Which in the 90s, when things were happening and people were the way they were, pink was not the color to
It
be.
is it is an odd document. The documentary itself is interesting because like it really seems to be pro Barney. Like because it really frames the anti Barney people as being really unreasonable. But you could
Which they
tell
were.
you could well it's very funny because
There's the
it
one dad
frames
who
them all the framing of them makes them look like they're psychotic, but they all come across as though they have not been told that that's what this is. Like they like
yeah.
the Barney, the jihad Barney guy comes across as that does not come across as though he's been made to be look like a fool in this, and he does not seem to realize that. So clearly they were told something different when they or the dad is made to look
Yeah,
like but also to his
like
credit,
it comes across like the interviewer people just went to them and were like, we want, and this is probably what it was, where they were like, we want you to tell us about your experiences with
yeah.
Barney.
But also
And that's all that was said.
also
And then
to
these people were allowed to just ramble.
also to that dad's credit, at the end of the documentary, he does go, well, maybe my hatred towards Barney was probably self-identifying an insecurity I had that I wasn't aware of. So it really wasn't about Barney. It was really about me. So he does seem like he does have some self-awareness that hating a children's
Retrospectively.
show, yeah, is probably a tad ridiculous. Yeah, no, yeah, the second episode, yeah, it gets towards about the middle point, and it feels like they're wrapping it up, where they're like, yeah, this is the ultimate legacy of the show. And you're like, yeah, this seems like this wrapping it up, and you go to turn it off, and you see there's still 30 minutes left somehow, and you're like, oh no.
Where is this gonna go? And then you find out.
What is gonna happen?
Then you find out that the son is now grown up, and has like a full blown meltdown with his neighbor and gets sentenced to like 20 years in jail, which then gets reduced to like 4 years or something. But
he got into an
still,
argument with a neighbor and he shot him.
yeah, something to that
Something
effect.
like that, yeah. Yeah, and it doesn't involve Cheryl. At the time of that documentary, it seems like Cheryl Leach was alive, so but they don't interview her for that, which I don't understand why. It really doesn't, I guess because of what it says about Patrick, but it doesn't really say anything negatively about either of them, apart from being like, yeah, growing up with like something as the shadow of something that like that hanging over you as being the reason why it exists must have fucked with your brain a little bit, which like it must have. Surely it must have.
Which so now then that brings us to the ultimate question of would I watch a movie version
Absolutely.
of this? And here's my pitch. Yes, I would, but only under a specific circumstance. I want it to be framed from the point of view of the kid. I want it to like follow his life.
Oh, see, I have a different opinion. I would watch a Cheryl Leach movie.
I want it to be like the movie, the mockumentary or whatever, the not mockumentary,
Biopic.
the biopic starts with him as a kid, and we watch him grow up, and we find out about how he felt, what it was like to be overshadowed by the dinosaur, and then I would ultimately have it all leading to the moment. In fact, I would kind of play it almost as like a dark comedy where it starts with him being in the argument with his neighbor and he shoots him.
Here.
You're probably wondering how I got to this place.
I mean,
and then in order to understand how I was feeling in this moment, we got to go way back and then have it go back to him as a kid, him like behind the scenes and of the dinosaur being filmed of the "I love you" as he's standing in the shadow.
He wasn't on the show or involved in the
I know
creation of
that's
show.
why I say he's behind the camera. Like he's not on the show. He's watching it getting made, standing in the shadow and I can picture the frame. The frame is we see Barney and he's in the spotlight as the little kid him is standing in the background in the shadow, and it's literally about how he is overshadowed by Barney.
I mean that sounds fun. I would prefer I would watch I mean, what I want to see is a movie about the creation of Barney. So I would want it to be a Cheryl Leach movie.
That exists. That's this. We don't need that.
No, but a biopic, like a drama, an actual dramatic movie about about have the main character be because once Barney's created, all the interesting stuff is about the creation of Barney. So it being about the kid, you don't have much to say at that point. Maybe
Yeah,
if you did like a you
yeah,
do
you
a
do.
nah, I mean
You have
to
a
me
lot to say about the kid, about what it was like to grow up without like being
that's interesting for
bullied, and
a
about.
couple of scenes. Like
I
I
disagree.
think you do maybe if you do a dual you can maybe do a dual narrative. But no, the most interesting part of that movie of that show of that the biopic is it was about Cheryl Leach. She's about the woman who created Barney. The fact that nobody really
I
knows.
respectfully disagree.
Nobody
I think the most
really.
interesting, I think the two most interesting things about that movie was the Barney rage and what caused it, and the kid and the overshadowing and the psychotic breakdown.
Cause like
Her, she was not interesting to me at all. I don't care about her.
no, but the creation and development of Barney, like where does it come from? All that stuff, like that. That's
We we know that. We watched that in this
no, but not
documentary.
everybody did. And no,
No,
in
I
a
meant you and I. Like we
yeah,
know
no, but
that. We've seen that.
I wanna see some drama
That's
involved.
not.
I want to see the drama between her and the husband. Like I guess a movie about their family and the impact on their family would be way more
Yeah, okay,
interesting
maybe,
than
but to me,
just
that's
the
more
kid.
interesting from the kid's perspective.
Not really, no, not
That's
to
where
me.
we
Um,
disagree.
I mean, yeah, I do think maybe, yeah, definitely including the, yeah, the kid is an adult. No, I don't know. To me, they're like getting a movie about them, the beginning of Barney, and the middle of Barney, and like the downfall of Barney, like making it about the creation of that show. Because then you can
Sure,
include some of the
and
other. Because like, how do you do a
I
movie and not
agree.
include the?
I just think you do it from the kid's point of
You
view.
gotta include the. I mean, we didn't even mention the guy who plays Barney. He was
No,
a,
we don't talk.
he
We
was.
don't talk about
I
that.
come on. The funniest moment in that documentary is I mean apart from some of the Barney hate footage, which was I won't lie funny, but no the
Yeah, the Barney convention where they were at the university or
um
whatever, and they're punching beat up, and
um
I'm like, on the one hand, like I think that's
um
funny. I like ironically.
yeah. But the moment where he breaks down and he cries, that was funny because it was like, what is happening? Or the this all of his interviews. There's the one moment where's the interviewer being like, so you didn't have sex with him? He's like, oh no, I did. Just so we're clear, I absolutely 100% had consensual sex with all these women. I know I'm like
Mm.
making it seem like I didn't do that, but I did. And that guy gave you the vibe that like there's so many times where they interviewed other people and they're like, well, you know, no matter what he did, deep down we all know that he's a good person. And you're like, oh, that says to me that they're not saying some of the stuff he did on camera. He clearly did other much weirder stuff.
Probably.
That's what gives that vibe. Yeah, he was funny. He was funny. There's a lot
But
of really
yes,
funny clips of him dancing.
I would watch it as a movie from the kid's
Yeah,
perspective is ultimately the
I mean, just
point.
generally watch it as a movie. But no, for me, I would very much. I would
No,
do.
not generally. I would watch it from the kid's perspective or
Um,
nothing else.
I would. Yeah. Again, I think just the kid is just too. It's too narrow. Like I don't disagree
I
that. Hold on, let me
disagree.
finish. I don't disagree that how you want to have the kid's perspective in there, and I would put your movie in there. But yeah, I would. I mean, I also want to see not even just her. Honestly, yeah, the family. I would do a movie on the whole family, and then we could have different scenes. We can have scenes of her interacting. We can have scenes of because yeah, just as much as like what is it like to be the wife of Barney's mom? Like I think maybe I would call it. You know what?
The
Honestly, what
husband
I
of
would call
Barney's
it,
mom, you mean?
huh?
The husband of Barney's
Yeah, so
mom.
what does it mean to be the husband of Barney's mom or the son of
You
Barney's
said
mom?
wife.
Or what does it mean to be Barney's mom? Like I would maybe call it, you know, in fact, I would call it Barney's mom and have it be about like have it be sort of a movie about the idea of Barney, of what is Barney's existence in this family, how does he blow up this family? Because yeah, the story of them has such a rise and a fall, right? Not even just Patrick, but her as well, and the husband of like they were this happy nuclear family, and Barney came in, and you can even tie that because there's a lot of that documentary that like yeah, it's too friendly to it's too friendly to Barney. in the
It's just
sense
for me,
that
if you're doing a biopic, to me you got to have the main character, and for me the main character
no, you
is
don't have
the
to have a
kid.
main character. You can have there
In
are
a good
bio. Hold on.
in a good biopic, you
No,
have a main character.
a biopic style movie can be about. You can have ensemble biopics where it's about more than one. Like you've got quite successful ones. In fact, like recently you have Saturday, which is about like you could have a biopic that's about an event, and that's in my opinion what this would be about. Because then it would allow you could tackle. Because you're right, the most interesting part of that documentary is the Barney hate. And it's like I said, if you're gonna do a movie about Barney, you have to involve Barney hate. And I think that the documentary downplays, they do kind of hint at the fact that a lot of the lawsuits, like they want you this documentary paints it as though Barney was in the right for suing, while having the bird, for example, be like, oh no, they were so wrong. But all of the framing of the documentary makes it seem as though you're supposed to sympathize with the Barney people. And so, yeah, for me, I could see a scene, I could see a movie where you have like Cheryl Lynch seemingly is this nice, caring. Like, where's the edge? This documentary constantly paints her as this saint, right?
Mm.
Would you?
But see, that's where I say also, I can flip this on you as well. I can see a scene, which fits in the Barney hate equally well, where it's about the son and he's at school, and you have the
Yeah, that's
bully
why I'm saying you do both.
who's pushed him against the locker,
Yeah,
and
that's why
he's
I'm saying
like,
you do both.
and making fun of
As you
him.
were saying, because my initial thought was no, we do a Cheryl Lynch movie. But as you were saying yours, I was like, you're right. The son's perspective would be interesting. But then as you were saying, as I was doubling down on my Cheryl Lynch idea, I was like, but no, I would want to see the husband's perspective. So that's why I'm like, we have all of the scenes you want, and then we also we have a scene because I could picture a move an episode. Or I mean, hey, maybe this is also a show as well. But I could picture
No,
I could
no,
picture a scene where she's in
no
a
shows.
boardroom and she's screaming at them, and it's like this is uncharacteristic of her, and she's becoming awful, and she's becoming this mean person, and I could see that, but I could also see the scene where where he's at school getting picked on for, but I can also see
I mean,
the
it really
documentary
depends
doesn't
on
even give us the husband's perspective.
it really depends on what actually happened, because I could see it being a scene where, you have what did you say her name was?
Cheryl Lynch.
Cheryl Leach, where you have her with her
Cheryl Leach, sorry.
lawyers, and Cheryl Leach going like, I don't want to have to sue, and her lawyers being like, but to protect your property, you
Yeah,
have
or even
to.
maybe you can make her seem nice. Like to me, the documentary, the bits where all the people were being bitter bitches about being sued, comes across. They give the vibe that she was being petty, and maybe she was, right. I think
I
probably
don't.
what prevents
Yeah,
that from
if
happening is her. If I had to guess, but
mm,
I would want
if
I would call it Barney's or maybe Barney's family, like something about that family, a movie about
so
that family and the creation of Barney would be interesting.
um, I mean, you call it Barney's Family. I know what I would call the movie. I would call it, if I make, okay, this works either way. If I'm doing it
I
with
like
the
Barney's
family,
mom, but that's a partial
if I'm
that.
doing it with with the entire family, or even if I'm doing it from the sons, but I would call it Barney's Shadow, because
Yeah,
the family is in the shadow of Barney.
that's you know what they are. They all
They
are
all
right.
are.
Yeah, they all are. That is a good point. They all are in some capacity. Because this documentary does not go into the husband. Like really, you just find
No,
out
not really.
he
You
got
find out that
he got
you
cucked
got
into
tired
being
of it.
he got cucked into being a stay-at-home husband. That's a joke. I realize I should.
There is nothing wrong with
There's
being a
nothing wrong
stay-at-home
with that.
husband.
But no, he wound up being a stay-at-home husband. Surely there had to be some emasculating resentment there. Especially they're a Midwest family. There surely had to be. There had to be some sort of
Um,
conflict there.
Point being, this movie could be made. Now, here's the question: if you're making it, is it a family movie, or is it one that's intended to be watched by adults?
a little bit of both. Nothing super R-rated, like no swearing but something PG-13.
PG-13. That's kind of what I
Yeah,
was thinking, where it's like
it's got
it's a
some
little
drama to it.
harder. It's a little harder. It's got some drama, but like it's not like it's like a 90s family movie.
Like, there's got to be a scene where the husband's like, it's either me or Barney, and she picks Barney.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just
And
saying.
there has to be a scene where they infer that the son is one step away from a school shooting.
Yeah, 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 yeah. So or something.
I I can't prove that was an event that ever happened, but if I was the son of the person that made Barney, I have to imagine that that would be a scene that would happen
But I mean, but there's,
in
again, there's
in a in
so
a
many
in a
like
fictualized version of my life.
like
I have to
I mean,
imagine.
even if you even to completely flip this, one of the cast members who was on the show, a movie about them would also be interesting, and the fallout of them going back to school and having to deal with the Barney hate would also
Yeah,
be interesting.
that'd be an option, but
No, for
that's
me,
not what
yeah, for
that's not.
me,
It's
yeah,
got to be. I maintain the son, but I would settle for the family.
yeah, yeah. Anyway, is that it?
That's I love you, you hate me.
I
This is gonna
love
make
you.
great content, Justin.
Con-
We're doing a great job.
content. Content. So my next movie, I got really interested in learning about the Church of
The
Scientology.
mafia.
Oh yeah, I should say everything I'm about to say is alleged. I don't want to be sued, so it's all alleged, allegedly. But I started watching a bunch of videos about Scientology, and I became really fascinated by it because you know how everyone says there's this weird cult in Hollywood that controls all of Hollywood?
Sounds familiar, yes.
Yeah, it exists, and it's called the Church of Scientology. So I watched a Justin Theroux movie called My Scientology Movie, and basically the basic plot and structure of it is it's about Scientology. It's about the guy who is the leader of Scientology currently. I believe it is him currently, and while trying to make a movie about Scientology, he gets rejected by the Church of Scientology. So he goes and he finds like former members to help him hire actors to do recreations of like alleged things that happen with Scientologists. And all while he's trying to make this movie, this Church of Scientology is filming him and following him and trailing him and trying to pressure him into stopping the movie and saying that he's making stuff up and Jordan, what do you know about Scientology? How much do I have to explain?
Um, I don't know how to say this without getting myself in trouble. It's a cult.
It is it sure
Uh,
looks like a cult.
you
It looks like it's
pay,
part
you
cult,
pay,
part pyramid scheme.
you pay to be in the upper echelons, and if you try to leave, they'll break your goddamn kneecaps.
They won't break your
Um,
goddamn kneecap, but they will absolutely stalk and harass you.
we can't prove that they don't break
It's true.
kneecaps.
We cannot prove either way that that's what they
I
do.
can't prove that they do, but that by that same logic, I can't prove that they don't.
Yeah, they have a lot of
Um,
they believe
there's a
they
lot
don't
of
believe in
there's a lot of negative
psychology.
there's a lot of negative connotations about them, but I could make that argument about any religion.
the
So
the
that's not what we're here to do today. So why don't you tell me about your documentary?
This basically tells you about the history of the Church of Scientology, how it was founded by L. Ron Hubbard, and it was took over by this guy whose name escapes me. I don't remember what it is, but this documentary is basically about him and how allegedly Scientology mistreats people and how they deny it.
So sorry, L. Ron Hubbard, the same guy who said that the easiest way to make money
Money is
was
to
to
create
make
a
a
religion.
religion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and how
yeah, okay.
the famous version of it is Scientologists believe that there was an ancient race of people called the Thetans, and we were all Thetans on the inside. And if you can get in touch with your Thetan self, it gives you superpowers, like you can fly and float, and you're psychic and read minds and whatnot. And in order to get closer to your Thetan powers, you need to do some sort of like hook yourself up to some kind of machine, and it like cleanses you of this energy, and you pay them a certain amount to do this, and the more you pay, the more you
The more
rise up,
you pay, the better you are.
the more you rise up in the ranks, and the whole, you know how
Oh.
like there's the whole like Xenu thing, like there's an evil warlord Xenu. Apparently, you don't find that out until you get to like the upper levels, to where like basically like Tom Cruise is, and how it, when you're like all the crazy, the thing I never understood about Scientology is, I'm like,
Cuckoo.
how do you get into that without knowing all the crazy shit? And apparently you don't find out all the crazy shit till you're well into it. And the big thing with Scientology is a lot of,
Unless you have the internet and can watch any TV program,
well, the
because
reason why you're like, okay, why do people join up in spite of this, and why do they pretend they're not part of it? Why do they hide it? Why do they all do this stuff? Because a lot of Hollywood is connections, and Scientology gives you connections. So like they'll give you like acting classes and agents, and like a lot of Scientologists are like,
ooh boy, that cult has benefits. Ooh, yay.
pretty much. No, you're joking, but it's pretty much it. So
I'm not joking.
Scientology, basically, you know, John
It's,
Travolta.
I'm not joking. It is a cult, and they do have
Um,
benefits.
John Travolta started off as like a nobody, nothing actor. He joined the Church of Scientology, and they made him famous. So a lot of Hollywood owes favors to Scientologists, and so that's why they get a lot. They have a lot of power. They control a lot of people, and they will lean on you to do stuff for them, to do them favors, to do this. So when they're like, Hollywood is one big cult, it kind of is.
It
Kinda
is. It's just you. It's just certain people are wrong about who's running it.
Right? And yeah, when I was watching this, the documentary is very good. Number one, its format is very interesting. Justin Theroux has a good narration voice, so he's interesting to listen to. There's a lot of like, there's a really wild
And would you
moment.
watch it as a movie?
Yeah, well, I'll get there in a second. But there's a moment. Have you ever seen those First Amendment audit videos
No.
where the person's like, "I can film here. It's a public easement, or it's a public place," and
yeah.
the cop show up? Yeah. Well, there's a moment.
I didn't know that there was an actual name for it. I just call it people being asshole
Yeah.
videos.
But there's a moment where they're filming on a
Or
public
being
road,
obnoxious.
and that happens. Like that happens genuinely, where they're filming on a public road, and the Scientologist people come up and like, "Oh, you can't film here," and they're like, "But no, we can. It's a public road. No, you can't film here." Like, "No, but we can. It's a public road." And so then it gets to the end of the movie, and it does like the floating text updates to the story. And one of the floating text updates was, "And it was a public road." But no, yeah, when I was watching it, a lot of the moments and scenes as described in this, that the Church of Scientology vehemently denies, categorically
Vehemently.
denies that they ever happened. But there's like one point where like they go into something called the pit, where he just walks around and he picks them apart for all their insecurities, and like just screams at them. And they obviously deny that happened, but like multiple people who have left the Church of Scientology have like said that it happened, and
Corroborated it.
yeah, and yeah, it's a fascinating story, and how people interact with Scientology is interesting. And yeah, I would absolutely watch a movie about this. And I did go, why haven't they ever made this into a movie? And I went, oh, probably because the Church of Scientology would sue them into the Stone Age.
Stops it from being made.
I'm going to end this with my Church of Scientology story.
So before you do, here's the question. If it meant rising up through the ranks and becoming a star in Hollywood, would you join the cult of Scientology?
Absolutely not. I having learned more about them, I didn't even get into all the nitty details of what makes their organization as a religion suck, because I don't want to get sued. My Scientology story, to wrap up this section. I had a friend who convinced me to go to various churches and put on a devil costume and stand in front of it and do a dance while he took a picture. And every church was cool. The Mormon church was cool. The regular Christian Catholic church was cool. No one came out and said anything. we got to the Church of Scientology in Vancouver, and we stood out in front of them, and we took the picture. We did one of these things, snapped the picture. Immediately, guy came running up. What are you doing? Started yelling at us, and we're like, "Oh, we're just taking pictures." And like, "Why? What are you taking pictures for?" "Oh, it's for a school project." And he's like, "Well, if you want to learn, you can come in." And they brought us in and started to educate us and started to give us information. We could come back and learn more. And we're like, we were terrified. We ran out.
Your eyes glaze over.
And yeah, they had the books. They had Dianetics. Scientology is based on
for just a small entrance fee, you too can join our cult. I mean, religion.
It's based on a book called, I think it's called Dianetics. It's like a self-help book. That's what all Scientology is based on. But yeah, the documentary itself is quite good, and it was very interesting, and I've been learning a lot about them, and I'm like, man, yeah, Hollywood is controlled by a cult, and that cult is Scientology.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. According to people who were in the Church of Scientology.
We don't want to get sued, so we have no feelings about anything ever.
I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
About anything ever.
Also, in retrospect, we absolutely could take pictures because we were in public. You could take pictures in public, anything that your eye can see. That is actually consistent in Canada. We have a similar law to America in that regard. You can film in public. Anything your eye can see, you're allowed to film. Fun fact.
Yeah, no expectation of privacy.
No expectation of privacy in public. Fun fact.
So any final thoughts?
That is it. My Scientology movie. Quite good. That was recommended to me when I was watching a YouTube video. Popped up as a recommendation. I was like, ooh, let's watch this.
Okay. My next one is called Don't Fuck with Cats, Hunting an Internet Killer.
Yes.
It's a 2019 true crime docuseries.
Luke Mignogna?
Not Mignogna.
Yeah, that was that. This was a big story
Luca
in Canada.
Magnotta.
Like a big story in Canada. Jordan somehow completely missed.
I did. It was 2010. Okay.
Yeah, I was reading. I remember. This is how old this is. I remember reading about this story in the newspaper.
It's 2010.
That's how old I remember this.
I graduated in 2009, so I'm like at best 20 years old. Do you think I'm reading the news back then?
That is fair. Yeah, this was. I mean, the internet was a thing, but I read my news in the newspaper at the time.
I just didn't engage with the news back then.
But I remember there's a particular picture that shows up of him in this. And
I think I was in college at this point.
All over our newspaper, all over the news.
I think I was in college at this point.
I've also, they talk about the initial video that sets the whole thing off, the ice pick cometh or Iceman cometh or whatever it's called. I've seen it. It's
that's fucked.
Reprehensible. I've seen it.
So yeah, no. This one was definitely engaging.
I would not watch it as a movie.
I don't know. I wouldn't, because I don't believe. So okay, watching this and there's another one that I watched. I don't like true crime.
No, I'm not a fan of it. No,
just on face value, I don't like true crime. I'm one of those people who is like, these psychopaths should not be given any attention.
Right, but once there's an asterisk to that, though.
Once they're caught, they should be locked away and never addressed again. So true crime.
That's fair.
True crime gives them attention, like it makes them relevant. It makes you talk about them. The only benefit I see to it is education.
Yeah.
So making sure that things like this don't happen again.
Also,
but
this
like,
one in particular has a real good section teaching people about 8chan and 4chan.
Yeah,
everyone should know.
Fair enough. But to then get to your question of would I make it into a movie? No, because that glorifies it.
Yeah, fair enough. Which is what he wanted. He wanted it to be a movie.
Yeah, like,
that's kind of the point this series makes.
Now, do I think a movie could be made? Yes, a movie could be made.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
so for the purposes of it, I'm gonna hypothetically tell you what my version would be. Um, but I don't think it should be
Don't
made.
do like what they did for Ted Bundy, where you make him sexy.
No, but what I was gonna say is if I did a movie, I would do it from his perspective, and it would be about what he did and escaping the police. And
Yeah, yeah, that's the most interesting, certainly. But yeah,
um,
this
but
documentary.
but but don't do it.
No,
Please
this
don't do it.
documentary is my argument. Yeah, this documentary is awful. It's harrowing. It's upsetting. There's a bunch of upsetting shit that happens in it. They show you
I
some
mean,
upsetting shit in it.
in terms of a documentary, it's a good
It's
documentary because
very engaging.
it's engaging and it's interesting. And I was pulled in because it was in Canada, and I
Yeah.
was like, holy shit! Like you see
This
young Justin Trudeau being interviewed when he's
this
just a, and I'm like, holy shit, it's baby Trudeau.
this documentary is
Um,
why I'm like free speech absolution is fucking fake and it's not real because of the guy who created 8chan who said that the only reason why he created 8chan, it's in like the second episode I think. He's a little person. He says the guy who created 8chan who says that he was an incel. He created 8chan because he felt that 4chan was overly moderated. 4chan supposed to be, he's like he got pissed. He was like 4chan was supposed to be the last bastion of true free speech, and at the end of it, as a result of this, he was like 8chan needed moderation. Then 8chan wound up. I don't know if it got shut down, but it also wound up being moderated. That's where I'm like, every person on this planet wants some form of moderation. Because if I went to you and I said to you, hey, I would like to fornicate with your mother in front of you, you would punch me in the nose, and that's your form of moderation.
yeah.
Right?
Um, but
This movie taught
so
me that.
uh, my one thing with this movie docuseries or whatever, my one thing with this one is the last like 2 minutes or
Yeah, it
whatever.
ruins it.
It
I
it
did think, okay, that's my. I think that might be this. This probably is going to be a video, and that's the question: is can the ending of a documentary ruin the whole thing? Because this gets pretty
yeah
close.
yeah this gets pretty
Because
close.
okay.
In the last little bit,
Well, we have to do
there's
that
this.
background first, though. We have to be full disclosure. Jordan fell asleep and was gonna be like, "Oh, I got the gist. I don't need to finish this. I got the idea." And I went, "No. You have to rewatch the ending. The ending is bad. Like that's all I remember about this. The ending is bad. Now tell them what the ending is.
The last little bit of it, there's the one
Important background.
person who was part of the group that had been hunting this killer for like years, does this whole speech, and like a few of them chime in where they're like, and I get what they're going for.
Yeah, you get the sentiment.
Where
It's the
they're like,
delivery
you
of the
know,
message that fires.
yeah, and that's kind of what I kind of came to the conclusion of, where they're giving this speech about how all the dude wanted was attention, and they gave it to him, and so they're like, were we part of the problem? Are you the person who's watching this whole fucking documentary on this guy who did these terrible things? Are you part of the problem? And to which I was like, no, fuck you. Yes, you are part of the
No,
problem.
you are the
because
problem. Fuck you.
You gave him attention, and you gave him everything he wanted to. Yes, you are part of the problem.
And then you made a documentary about it.
True crime enthusiasts are part of the problem because they're not like they're watching this just for the entertainment of it. Yes, they are also part of the problem. Fuck you. I'm not part of the problem. I'm watching this to learn and educate about a thing that I didn't know about. I'm not
Right.
watching it because it's just glorious entertainment and I'm getting off on
Yeah,
it.
they're like, oh yeah, you're part of the problem by watching it. Yeah, fuck you. You made it.
No.
You advertised
You-
it at me, and you encouraged me to watch it, and you let me, and you entertained me for an hour and a half just in the last 2 minutes to make me feel like shit about it and shame me for it. Fuck you.
Yeah, no,
Fuck
you.
you. Fuck
Like,
you.
and again, it's not. It isn't. It is an example of I get what they're saying, and it's not what they're saying. It's how they say
They're like,
it.
yeah, they're like, oh, we contemplated the consequences of make this. Yeah, but you did make it,
and
then
and
you
and then did
advertised
it,
it to me,
and then did it anyways, advertised it, and want people to watch it.
right?
So
And then are
you're
shaming
you're
me for it at the end of it. Fuck you.
you're a hypocrite. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, right. You're a hypocrite.
You
Like,
shut the fuck up.
I get the sentiment, I do, but in this, shut up.
And again, not even just about the documentary. Like, yeah, I watched like however many episodes they are, at however long they are. I watched those episodes to learn about a thing. You spent years obsessing over this guy, and giving him the exact attention he wanted.
Right.
It's not. It's and then years after that happened, were approached to talk about a documentary and agreed to do it.
Sat in a
It's
room
not.
with cameras lit up and
It's
put
not.
makeup on and talked about it on
So
camera.
just so you could get another 15 minutes of fame.
Right.
This is not a one-to-one comparison. You can go fuck yourself.
You can go squarely fuck yourself.
But it is a good documentary.
Oh,
Except
yeah,
for
no,
that,
yeah, it's great up until those last 2 minutes.
where it's just like, get off your soapbox,
Right.
like fuck off.
Get off your fucking high. That's funny. That's funny because that's gonna dovetail nicely into my next one. Jordan, is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
So Jordan, if you ever asked yourself, if you ever wondered, and here's a question: do you think a documentary can be bad?
Absolutely. If it's boring and you don't like it and you don't
And that's the
engage
thing,
with
you're
it,
like, okay, like the
or if you find out that it was just not right, like not
So-
accurate.
the first time I watched this next movie, this is The Social Dilemma documentary on Netflix. First time I watched this, I was like, this documentary is bad. It is legit one of the worst movies I've ever seen, and it's so this came out in 20. The important thing to remember, and this is a big part of this, is this movie came out in 2020, so this is like pretty well post insurrection, January 6th. It's post that. It's around that time. Sentiment around internet and social media uses is at peak moral panic. This movie is not about teaching you anything. It's not about learning anything. It's about exacerbating moral panic and antagonizing morons. So this movie is about social media and algorithms. But like everything it tells you is like, I don't want to say like a third grader's understanding of social media, but more like not an average, but like a layman's. It's like an absolute layman's understanding of so it teaches you the bit like social media algorithms. They read what you're giving it, and then they spit it back out at you. It teaches you that shit. But like the movie absolutely attempts to absolve anybody and everybody of personal accountability. So like, yeah, okay, yeah, your algorithm is gonna spit shit out. If you watch a bunch of like right wing extremist stuff, that's what's gonna give back to you, right? But it's not like some boogeyman that's just wait. So this movie has two narratives. It has all of the talking heads giving you all of this misinformation. Like the moment this time I went, like I got to the end of it last time I went, this is god awful. None of this is right. This is a moron's basic understanding of what social media is. If you've even used social media for 5 seconds, you know that half of this is bullshit and it's just trying to scare you. All it does is try to absolve you of personal. This time, it got to a point where the guy was like, "Yeah, man." I posted a clip of it. I'm probably gonna put the clip into this, but it's the guy. The guy. It went kind of viral on TikTok, but it's the guy being like, "Nobody panicked when the bicycle came around," which was wrong. Turned out when he said it, I went, "That doesn't sound right." And I was
That
just gonna.
that doesn't sound like humanity.
Yeah, right? What? A new invention? Surely there was more. And then, yeah, you Google it. Sure enough, yeah, there was moral panic about bicycles. And the more you learn about moral panics, the more you'll learn that, like, all it takes is, like, 3 seconds of education. It's like, yes, absolutely. There is a fire hose of information that is being fed to you at all times via the internet. And absolutely, that algorithm, depending on what you give to it, can give you bad things. That's why you need to take the personal responsibility to educate yourself and learn how to disseminate this information for yourself. Learn how to spot what's not real, and learn to not take what you hear on the internet at face value. That needs to be your personal responsibility. The algorithm and the tech companies can't be responsible for that for you. And yes, is them monetizing that for their own financial benefit, is that morally wrong? Yes it is. This stuff needs to be regulated. This
Absolutely.
documentary never argues for regulation. It never says, oh, we need to regulate AI, we need to regulate social media, we need to put a collar on this and control it. It simply says it's all bad, it's all evil. And that's just not true. Like anything, like any tool, it's about how you use it. We always demonize the tool, and we never bother to learn about the tool. And yeah, this just delivers all of this information in such a basic, simplistic, moron way, while also simultaneously it has this weird narrative where it has this family. One of the characters is played by, you remember the kid who played Jimmy Olsen in the new Superman movie?
Oh, yeah.
Him. He
was also in Santa Clarita Diet.
He's in this as this random teenage kid who, his family is all connected to technology in certain ways, except for the sister who doesn't have a cell phone. They try to become. It's like this narrative fictional story of this family who is trying to figure out how to interact with social media and technology, and they all have different the one girl is obsessed with taking pictures and selfies and whatnot, and the parents try to lock the phones away to reconnect or whatever, and the one daughter walks up and smashes the thing that the phone's in and breaks it open and takes her phone back and accidentally breaks the kid from, I'm going to call him Jimmy Olsen, accidentally breaks Jimmy Olsen's phone, and he makes a deal with the mom that if he can go without his phone for a certain period of time, she'll fix it for him and it'll prove a point. And he, in the meantime, there's it keeps flashing to his phone and its algorithm as represented by almost a Inside Out style control room, where it's like a, what if your thing was anthropomorphic, and they're trying to
so
get
it's
him
funny
to
to me. It's funny to me that you say an Inside Out thing. You're talking about a phone, like the Emoji Movie thing.
Well, yes,
it really works here.
But how it presents is more like Inside Out, where it's they're trying to. It's basically they don't understand why he's unhappy, and they're trying to get him to pick up his phone. So there's a point where he's put down the phone.
Yeah, that just sounds like the Emoji Movie.
He's put down his phone, and but the control room itself, it visualizes more like Inside Out. Conceptually, you're right, but visually, it's more like Inside Out.
Also, earlier when you were people always get mad at the tool, but they don't take time to understand the tool or get to know the tool or whatever. Reason why I laughed was because my brain was immediately we have a movie. It's called The Social Network.
But yeah, so there's the phone is represented by these this triplets, and they're trying to get him to she's oh, such and such person is broken up with this person, and if we light it up now, and so he picks up the phone. And the movie presents it he becomes, how Wikipedia described it was, he's a centrist, a radical centrist. He becomes a radical centrist, and which just sort of manifests as him reading the news on his phone and
reading the Bible.
The sister's oh, that's not good for you. He's well, how else am I supposed to keep informed? And it's yeah, no, but he's reading the news off of the phone. That's how news presents nowadays. This movie came out in 2020. He's a teenager. He's not going to pick up a newspaper, so it's better that he's informed and knows what, as long as you teach him how to disseminate that and determine how to learn from this information, then that's what matters. but this other drama part is more interesting than the documentary itself. Like, I'd watch that movie where it's like a
Okay.
Black Mirror style episode of like this algorithm as visualized by these three guys are trying to control this teenage boy and make him like use his cell phone, all while it like there's a dual narrative about this family trying to figure out their life. Like, you can't tell me that doesn't sound kind of interesting to you.
Yeah. I mean, sure. I don't know.
But
Sure.
yeah, it was bad.
Maybe. I don't know.
It was
Having
bad.
not seen the documentary, I'm just going off what you telling me. Sure, that sounds like a movie.
But the documentary obviously sounds bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. But yeah, it's bad. It was like, I remember the first time I watched it was the first time I went, can a documentary be bad? Like, can it be
Yes.
a bad movie? Like, this is
Yes.
a bad movie.
Yes, it can.
Like, my question would be like, what? I need someone to tell me an example of other documentaries. Like, what is the worst? What is the documentary that you would say is like the worst? The only other one I could think of is maybe Super Size Me.
Hmm.
Like another documentary
Yeah.
that's a bad movie.
Well, one of mine, I like reboot, rewind. I don't see how you make that into a movie.
The story of Reboot is not that. But yeah. This I would watch a movie of this, but not of the documentary part of it, which feels like a cheat.
Yeah, I don't know. When we get to the reboot rewind, I'll kind
Yeah,
of
but
explain what
that's
I
the
mean.
social
But
dilemma. Yeah, that was legit bad. It was a bad movie. It was a bad movie.
so, my last rapid fire is called Lover Stalker Killer. It's another true crime
See, I like this
shebang. And I had to watch it twice because the first time I just wasn't engaging with it.
To be fair,
Um,
one of mine, I had a similar thing where I had to go back and rewatch because I went, wait, I feel like I missed something here, so I get it.
but it's another example, much like the last one, where this could absolutely be a
I
movie.
would full bore watch a movie.
No, it's true crime.
would-
Don't.
I would full bore watch it. I don't know.
Don't.
Yeah, but this one, I don't think this one ever
Whether
gets
or
to
not
murder.
whether or
I
not, yeah,
would.
it does lead to
Does it
murder.
eventually lead to murder?
Yeah, she murders the fucking the
Oh, yeah,
girl
she
that
murders
she's
the
pretending
girl.
to be.
Right.
And I don't believe in glorifying murderers. So
No, I'd
um,
watch it. This is one
it
of those cases
could
I'd
be
watch
made, and if it was made, I'd watch it,
I'd watch it.
probably, but I don't think it should be made.
I'd totally watch it.
No, but if I did, it would be either
But also, I don't know if it would be as good
it
as
would
this
be either
documentary, though.
I would follow it from the detective's point of view, trying to track her down, or I would make it from her point of view, trying to
I would
get
do the
away with
detective.
it.
Because half of what makes this good is the
Is the
twist.
twist.
Is the twist. The twist is a solid. Like, it got me. I didn't see it coming. Like, legit didn't see it coming. Didn't even spot
So, for those who didn't watch it, I'm gonna spoil this.
it.
Yeah, part
big
way
old
through.
spoiler. Big old spoiler.
Spoiler.
Go
spoiler,
watch it if you haven't
spoiler.
seen it. It's quite good. It's
It's
one
on
of their better
Netflix.
true crime documentaries.
It's on Netflix.
It's on Netflix.
But now you've had the warning.
There's your ample warning.
Partway through this, you find out that one of the people that we thought was a victim this entire time is actually the stalker, and she's been pretending to be this other person, and she's trying to do all these
Yeah,
crazy
I remember
psychotic
there's something
shit.
that there's like a red flag early on. It's one of those ones where I figured it out before they said it, but it was late enough in it that it made me go. I went, holy shit! It's the one chick. No way.
Yeah, no, I had no idea. I didn't see it coming, except for I only did because I rewatched it the second time, and you had already told me something
Yeah.
about it. But
Yeah, but it's one of those where
um,
like, yeah, you think she's a victim though. I think she's one of those ones where she even helps with the investigation and like.
they trick her at a certain point into helping with the investigation so that they can get the
can get
information
the
they need to
information
put
out
her
of her.
away.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, and it's I mean it's a solid one.
I seem to
and
recall though they never really say. My one criticism that I recall was they don't really say why she did this. It's
she's
sort of-
fucking nuts.
She's just fucking crazy, which like is never a satisfying. It's never a satisfying answer. She's just crazy.
But it's just
never
she had
satisfying.
she had I think they do say at one point Um, if it's the one girl, I don't remember if it's the girl she's pretending to be or if it's this girl. But the one of them they say that she takes medication and is bipolar.
It's
Um,
yeah, because it was
but
the
I don't remember if that was the girl she's pretending to be had the bipolar or if it's her that has bipolar.
because it was like one of those like she decided to kill her because she was, well, I think how they imply that it's jealousy because they say that she saw her when like the very at the very beginning of the story when the one girl was leaving and she was going in, they crossed paths, and I think they say something to the effect of like that's the moment that she kind of decided to go for her, for if I
All I
recall
know
correctly.
is all I know is that she was fucking crazy.
Yeah, she was. It turns out she was nuts. And then yeah, the second
Uh,
half of it is them trying to connect the dots to her or like connect her
nor
to it.
pin how to actually pin it in a way where she will get put away because they didn't have a body, they didn't have like the smoking gun or
Yeah.
anything. Like they didn't have anything that would make it like okay, this is an ironclad case. So it
I
was
just
like
remember it was like something
she
innocuous.
very easily could have gotten it like off.
Yeah, I remember that. There's something that happens where it was like it was just a freak. She could have gotten away with
They
it if.
the guy that's getting stalked, they go back to him at one point and they're like, "Do you have any old technology or old electrical devices that you haven't previously mentioned to us that you can think of?" And he has a tablet, which the tablet has her phone SIM card in it, and it has like hundreds of like tiny like thumbnail size pictures, and one of the pictures is of the victim's foot. And that
Right,
was the thing that kind of started connecting the two together,
right,
where
right,
they
right,
could
right, right, right,
finally
right, right,
pin it
right.
all, like finally
But yeah, it's a
prove that there
highly
was.
entertaining documentary. Never boring.
And then it was like after they found that image, they went back and they looked at the car again, and they found I think it was like a cup or something, which had Crazy Girl's fingerprints on it, which proved she had been in the car prior to 2011 or whatever. So she was in the car before she was alive, yada yada yada, and that's where the dominoes fell into place,
All the
and
dominoes fell
and
right into place.
they were able to do it. Yeah, I mean it's a solid watch, and if you're into true crime, I imagine it's probably like an entertaining one. But again, I just
I'm
don't
not
approve.
usually. It depends. Like the really long form shit, like How to Make a Murderer. I just cannot get into that because it's way too long. But when they're like a short movie like this and it's really punchy, yeah, they're pretty easy to watch.
I just don't approve of true crime.
No, I know. It
But
depends. It depends. Like the people who are too into it, no. But like casual people like us, where it's like, hey, it's a good story, you know.
sure, it depends. For me, it depends. But that's Lover, Stalker, Killer. That's my last
Lover,
rapid fire.
lover, stalker, killer. Um, my last rapid fire was coincidentally I decided to watch on Disney Plus. It's a documentary about Jim Henson, Idea Man, and it's about Jim Henson. That's what it's about. The documentary itself is really good. The formatting of it is interesting. They do a really good job of like they take a lot of archival footage of Jim Henson and manage to edit it into decent talking head footage where it looks like he's being like part of the documentary. They've got all sorts of people like from Frank Oz to both of his children at one point. They don't sugarcoat any of the edges. I would totally watch Jim Henson biopic movie. The thing that one of the things that interested me was there's a lot of interesting stuff they say, some of which I don't believe. Frank Oz at one point says that Jim Henson never did a drug in his life. I don't believe that.
I don't believe that for
I
a
don't believe that
second.
for a
That
second.
that that man, if nothing else, had to have been a avid marijuana user.
I mean,
At the very
I
least,
refuse to believe.
I believe he did acid. I believe he did
Yeah,
mushrooms.
Jordan Peterson
Um,
insisted that they did a bunch of acid, but there's no way they didn't drop acid at least
but
once.
like, if nothing else, definitely he had to have been a pothead.
You can't watch the first season of The Muppet Show and think that that man didn't do drugs, or that any of them didn't sit together and do drugs.
I
Like,
mean, you can't look at half of the Muppets that they come up with and not think that they were on
I mean,
something.
I mean, the thing that makes you go, they were definitely on drugs. There's just too much like first-hand knowledge, joke humor in regards to doing drugs with the mayhem. Where you're like, there's
Yeah.
no way that's not based off of real experiences. There's
Plus, I'm just
absolutely,
saying, have you
absolutely no
seen Miss
way.
Piggy? Have you seen Gonzo?
Right? They also say that he didn't do puppets as a kid. He didn't pick up puppets till he was like an adult, which blew my mind.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
and like I was thinking about it when I was watching it. It's again great documentary, very interesting. It didn't really teach me anything I didn't already know. Like there wasn't anything I didn't already know. But as an avid rabid fan of the Muppets, I know a shit ton, and this didn't teach me anything new. And there wasn't anything really all that like hot tea or like gossip worthy that was like this is oh we're finding out that Jim Henson is really a piece of shit. Like there wasn't really anything like that. It was a Disney Plus documentary, the company that owns them. So there's definitely like a what's the word, bias, I suppose. But it did make me think. The Muppets are the most famous puppets on the planet. I was like, yeah, he made arguably the coolest and most famous and most well-known puppets. Like, if I were to say to you, name a puppet, chances are the first one you'd say would at least be one of the Muppets.
Kermit, Fozzie, Mrs. Piggy, Miss
Right?
Piggy. Sorry, Miss Piggy.
I mean, even if you only grew up on Sesame Street, Bert, Ernie,
Big
Big
Big Bird.
Bird, like chances are one of those guys is going to be the first one you say if I were to ask you to name a puppet.
I mean, in terms of Sesame Street and Muppets, Kermit would be one of the first because he's on both.
Right? Kermit the Frog. If I said you name a famous puppet, chances are you'd probably say Kermit the Frog.
You'd say Kermit the Frog, and then you might say Ahmed or Walter or one of Jeff Dunham's.
There may be a ventriloquist dummy. You might say, yeah, one of Jeff Dunham's, but chances are it's gonna be Kermit.
Or you might, if you're real old school, a little tease in the future, you might say one of the ones from Mr. Dressup or Mr. Rogers.
Right, but you're probably gonna say the
You're
Muppets.
probably gonna say the
You're
Muppets, or
probably gonna say the Muppets.
you're probably gonna say Sesame Street before anything.
You're
But
probably gonna say Big Bird more than anything, or Kermit or Big Bird, or Cookie Monster.
yeah, yeah, any of
Yeah,
those.
any of the Sesame Street ones. Yeah, yeah. He created the most famous puppets in existence. Made puppetry cool to the masses. Like Jeff Dunham is basically a Jim Henson character. I mean, Peanut. He cited the Muppets as an inspiration for Peanut. So like,
There you go.
they're always influencing puppetry on some level. And yeah, he pioneered techniques that changed that industry forever. He, in terms of puppetry,
That are still used.
that are still used to this day.
Have
Right?
you guys, as the audience, have you seen Five Nights at Freddy's the movie? Because if you have, then you've seen techniques that are pioneered by the Jim
I
Henson
mean,
Company.
Randy Feltface. He's 90% inspired by the Muppets. Like, yeah, they have influence. They're like the most influential puppet show in existence. Yeah, really interesting story. If you, the only thing that I would say might, if you're uncomfortable with seeing
The behind
the
the
Muppets with people attached to them, you might not enjoy
how
it.
the sausage gets made.
Yeah, even though Jim Henson didn't care about that. Jim Henson did not care about spoiling the illusion. Neither did Frank Oz. There's a great interview with him where he's like I noticed a few people were like nervous about spoiling the
No,
illusion.
that's the other one. That's the other one that inspired Star Wars. Yoda.
Yeah. But he's like, I know that people are concerned that he's got Cookie Monster on his hand. And he's like, I know that people are concerned with like ruining the illusion, but you don't. When he talks, you look right at him and you don't even look at me. And it's true. Like Jim Henson was very much about like, this is a tool. This is an entertainment tool. It's not. There's no mysticism here. There's none of that. And so if you're against that, you might not enjoy it. But yeah, as far as like learning about a pop culture icon and his creative process, very good, very well made. Don't have a ton to say about it beyond that.
Well, okay then. Then I guess it's time for us to. And I, at the inception of this week, didn't think I was going to have any have scenes, but pretty sure I know the next one that I do. I had seen, but I'm pretty sure that I had seen this one, which is "Won't You Be My Neighbor." Um,
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I suggested it to you.
yeah, I'm pretty sure I had already watched it before
God,
this.
yeah, Mr. Rogers also. That's I mean, technically it already exists, but yeah, I did watch a movie based on Mr. Rogers.
That's I was gonna make that joke. I was like, I believe I have watched
He
the
was played.
biopic.
He was played by Tom Hanks. It's quite a good movie.
Yeah,
We talked about it on the show
yeah.
before.
But so
This is
this
a little.
document
My criticism of this one is it's a tad fluffy.
it is definitely a tad fluffy. My other issue with this one, this feeds into my next one a little bit. But which I feel like if this gets made into a video, that's going to be a symbiotic video anyway, because they're so intrinsically tied. But uh, my one issue with this one is it doesn't talk about the beginning. It doesn't talk about the time that he started in the very beginning in Canada
No,
with
not really.
with his good friend, which we'll talk about that aspect later on. So that kind of bothered me a little bit because that
Yeah.
was a pretty major part of his history, and you
Oh
don't
yeah, I
touch on
forgot to
that
mention
like
same
at
deal
all.
with Mr. Rogers is yeah, Mr. Rogers, Bob Ross never would exist in today. You never get a 30-minute show
I
of a guy in a cardigan sweater just being nice to people
so
on television. You
so
never would.
no, not on television, but I argue they would in our modern world they would and do to a degree exist. They would just be on YouTube
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that
because
Bob Ross could exist on YouTube.
I do
Ah,
because and I just think it would be a bit different. I think that the two people that you mentioned who took advantage of him and wanted to sell him and yada 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 and all that, they would exist. They would just be focused on advertising on YouTube.
I don't know. I don't.
I no, I absolutely do
I
think
don't
that.
think. I don't think Bob Ross would have
Um,
succeeded on YouTube.
the reason why I do is because, and he's retired now, but there was a not like a Bob Ross or a Mr. Rogers or a what have you, and his name was Matt Pat.
Not the same.
I disagree.
Not the same. There's way more production value and way more ADD,
That's
high
not what you
energy.
said though.
Not the same.
You said whether or not you would have a
No, I said
person like him.
specifically. No, I didn't say like. I said Mr. Rogers would never succeed in today's climate. Mr. Rogers and Bob Ross would never succeed. You would never
I
get
don't
it.
know.
You
I
would
don't know that I
to
agree with
have
that.
to have a still guy slowly painting for 30 minutes. It would never work.
Yeah, I don't
He'd
know
get
that I agree with
canceled.
that.
He certainly wouldn't make 400 episodes.
Well, again, no, he wouldn't be on TV. I'm saying they would be on YouTube. They would be YouTubers.
No,
Yeah, they would.
never. They were never. Those no. Chew.
Comment section. Let us
No,
know
there's
whether you
no
agree
way.
with me.
Knowing
Would
what I know
would
about
they
YouTube, there's no
would
way.
they just be YouTubers? And yes, they would. They would
Not
just
today.
be YouTubers.
Maybe in 2007 when we didn't know what YouTube was, maybe you'd have a shot at a Bob
I mean,
Ross
YouTube
style.
at this point is just TV. So yes, it
No,
would just be
They
they would be on
it would-
YouTube.
It would certainly wouldn't have
Especially
the
because
longevity of
YouTube
success of- no, there's no way.
YouTube does better and YouTube likes when you have 20 plus minute videos. Yeah, they would just be on YouTube.
Culturally, the world is so different. No, there's no. That's one thing I learned about, particularly Bob Ross. Is Bob Ross very much only could exist. And the same thing with Mr. Rogers. If Mr. Rogers had tried to come out in the '90s, Mr. Rogers wouldn't be around today. Mr. Rogers only exists because he came out in the 1960s, and he became an institution. That's why he existed for so long. If you had tried to make Mr. Rogers in the '90s, he would have maybe lasted 5 years. It's the same thing with Bob Ross. If you had tried to make Bob Ross in the '90s or the 2000s, just a guy painting, it would have never worked. The only reason why Bob Ross stuck around is because he eventually became an institution. When he became an
Yeah,
institution,
that's where I say I like on an actual TV. No, you're right. It wouldn't.
even on YouTube.
They would be self-funded. It would because PBS is self-funded or whatever. It would
No.
just be they would be a YouTube channel.
The or Gen Z would never sit and watch a guy just paint. You just wouldn't. The reason why they do now is because there's a nostalgia for it. But without Bob Ross existing in the 80s, and if you just bring him to 2025, it would never succeed in the modern
Agree
day.
to disagree.
It just, yeah, no.
Yeah, agree to disagree.
Again, they're calling empathy a sin, right?
Again,
so,
agree to disagree.
Culturally, we're in
agree
such
to disagree.
Yeah.
Agree to disagree.
We're culturally in such a different place.
That's
in the
great
world
that you feel that way.
that
Agree to disagree. Anyways,
he would never
so
exist.
Won't You Be My Neighbor really follows the story of Mr. Rogers, and it gives you the background. I don't actually have a lot to say about it. It's one of those shows where I'm aware that I watched a lot of it, but I don't think I actually watched that much of it. I remember watching more of Mr. Dressup.
I mean, I watched Mr. Rogers. Yeah, Mr. Rogers and Mr. Dressup. If you tried to make those guys today, they'd call him.
Why? I already moved past this. Why are you going back?
Because
to
it's an important thing. It's an important part of that documentary.
I disagree. I don't think that it wouldn't work today. I think it would.
He'd be called
on YouTube.
He'd be called a pedophile. Again, Miss Rachel struggles to be able to exist in today's world, and she's basically Mr. Rogers adjacent. Like people like that who are just nice, and have no ill motivations. Yeah, he without PBS, without publicly funded television,
Mr. Roger in particular would work because he would work more than like Mr. Dressup or Bob Ross because he skews towards the religious.
There's a point in that documentary where they talk about, and to a lesser degree, they talk about Mr. Rogers' hate in that, and they're like how people were mistrusting of him and how they made fun of him for being, and how there's that whole bit where they're like, did Mr. Rogers ruin a generation? That kind of thinking is so much more prevalent today. It's so much more. So if the reason why you think that,
the thing is that
you're attaching his legacy towards that.
There's detractors in any field. Would he have would he have people that are like, yes, obviously, but
the thing is,
that doesn't mean that it couldn't have success.
It absolutely would not have success.
I disagree.
But the thing is, you're attaching Mr. Rogers' legacy and the idea of a legacy of a character like that in this world we've created, where you're putting out Mr. Rogers today. No, Mr. Rogers, he's coming out fresh in 2025. There isn't 50 years or 30 years of this character.
Right, but I'm looking at it through the lens. But I'm looking at it through the lens of, it's not the same Mr. Rogers. It's a modern day version of Mr. Rogers, because you wouldn't have a person. Yes, there is such a thing, and that thing is yes, there is. Stop interrupting me. There absolutely is. The modern day version of it would have been at the height of the Matt Pat era of GT Live,
like Mr.
or
Rogers.
Game Theory. Yes, he is.
No, that is.
Yes, he is.
No, he is so different from Mr. Rogers.
But again,
No,
you're talking about. Let me finish, please. You're starting to piss me off. You're talking about having Mr. Rogers as he came out of the 60s, if he was trying to put on. No, of course that wouldn't
be
work.
Mr. Rogers.
That's unrealistic. But no, you're talking about a Mr. Rogers that's in 2025, that's starting a YouTube channel. He's going to be a different person.
But it wouldn't
of course he is.
But it wouldn't be Mr. Rogers then.
But you can have a person who is like Mr. Rogers who would come out and succeed.
No, you wouldn't.
I disagree.
Mr. Rogers works because he's basic, because he's simple, because he's a homely man from the 1960s who walks out into a room, puts on a cardigan sweater.
Yet again, I'm gonna move us on from this because we're just gonna argue for 4 hours.
Okay, well, let me make a final point. Mr. Rogers succeeds because, and then the documentary makes that point. That was my point. Is the documentary you watch says this? Is he only succeeded, and he is a you're great. The reason why he existed in the 90s, or he worked in the 90s and the 2000s, is because he was a legacy character who was your grandpa, right? He worked because he was a manifestation of Christian kindness from the 1960s that people don't see Christians that way anymore. So no, he could not
I
exist
disagree.
in today's because Matt Pat is
I
not
disagree.
Mr. Rogers. Matt Pat is
No, he's the modern day
no
version.
Matt
of
Pat.
him.
If anything, is Bill Nye the Science Guy. That's who Matt Pat is. Matt Pat is
who shows up in these documentaries and is inspired and went through the same
yes, but
thing.
he's not the same thing. That's my point. Is what
He
Mr.
is.
But he's not. What
He
Mr.
is.
Rogers what Mr. Rogers was they couldn't
Disagree.
they couldn't make that show. But the thing is, you're trying to change it. I'm saying you could not make that show today. You couldn't make it the way it was. You couldn't make it. It wouldn't work. You're talking about upgrading and modernizing it. You're missing the point where I'm like, the same thing with Bob Ross and the same.
You
thing
just
with,
said that you said a person like Bob Ross, a person like yes, you
no,
did.
You put that word in my mouth. I said you couldn't make Bob Ross today. You couldn't.
Yes, you could.
No, you
Bob
couldn't.
Ross in particular, you
No,
could.
absolutely you
because
could not.
all it is painting.
Exactly. A Gen Z kid is not going to sit down and watch a nice afro, jufro man silently and low
not what you said.
energy. But that is
That's
what
not
I
what you said.
That
You
is what
said
I
you
said.
can't make that. You said you can't make the show. You can
couldn't.
absolutely
You
make
could
the
not.
show and put it on YouTube.
could not make
It
the joy
doesn't
of
mean that.
painting.
It doesn't mean that you're targeting children.
But what I'm saying is you could not. Well, in the case of Bob Ross, no adults, but you could not make the joy of painting, and nobody would watch it. They maybe, but that's not true. That's not true. It wouldn't launch whoever made it into worldwide. The thing I got from this stuff is, man, they sure must have been bored in the 80s. But no, it wouldn't have launched a guy who just painted for 30 minutes.
Disagree.
It wouldn't have launched him into superstars.
I will give you Mr. Rogers, but no, or Mr. Dress Up or ones like that. I will give you.
That's where I disagree with you.
I will
Mr. Dress
give you.
Up
I will
absolutely
give
could
you.
work today.
But Bob Ross, if it's a person of talent, if it is a person who is like Picasso level talent, absolutely it
A
could.
lot of the things you're thinking of where you're like, oh, those only like because I know in your brain you're putting it to like different things. So you're like, but like binging with Babish, for example, is probably something that's in your brain, because that is a spiritual. To me, the most spiritual successor to the joy of painting is stuff like binging with Babish. But Bob Ross, as he was, stripped down, simple. It's just a guy with a painting. No, the reason why I say
I
that,
disagree.
Let me. The reason why I say that is because people don't have attention spans. I'm not talking like me or you or millennial. I'm talking Gen Z. Gen Z and Gen Alpha would never, ever, ever watch Bob Ross. If I put on, let me finish. If I put on, let me stop shaking your head and let me finish, please. If I put on Bob Ross, any Gen Z kid, you can't tell me they wouldn't get bored. You can't.
I'm telling you that.
You're lying to yourself. A Gen Z kid you can barely sit there and watch a Bob Ross thing, and you're in your 30s. Can you imagine an 8-year-old kid watching, or a 10-year, 11, 12-year-old kid?
No, I don't. But I don't believe an 8-year-old or 12-year-old kid ever watched Bob Ross.
But they did.
I don't believe that.
That was a big part of that documentary. Was that kids would show up and have him sign their paintings and have them teach him how to paint.
Well, that's different. That's doing it in person.
But that
yes, I do believe that children would show up today if a famous painter was like, "I'll teach you how to paint." Yes, I do. I do. Art classes, Justin. Art class is still very much a thing.
PBS.
That's different than putting it on and having the person watch it.
Would never. The only one of those shows.
I agree. It wouldn't be on TV. It would be on YouTube. YouTube has become PBS, man.
What I would say is, sure, it would be on YouTube. It being on YouTube, that's irrelevant to me because anyone could post anything on YouTube. That's not. It wouldn't be as successful. It wouldn't be.
I disagree.
But it wouldn't be. It would be.
I disagree.
At most.
I disagree because I think the channel that it would be uploaded to, they would all be on it. Yeah. It would be one channel, and they would all be uploading to it.
Just based on my experience with YouTube and what I've learned about YouTube, no, Bob Ross was Bob Ross, and
that's where I say we're gonna have to agree to disagree.
Because I think in your brain with Mr. Rogers and Mr. Dress Up. Not so much Mr. Dress Up, because Mr. Dress Up, I don't think he is nearly as much. I love him. He's not as much of an icon as Bob Ross or Mr. Rogers.
He is.
I think
He is in Canada.
I think what you're mistakenly doing here is you're attaching. You're pretending that we're moving them into the modern day and they still exist in the past. Like without
No. If anything, you're doing that, and I'm doing the opposite. I'm saying they're in the modern age. They've grown up in the modern age. They've continued to grow up in the modern age, and Mr. Rogers and them don't exist. They could do it.
Well, yeah, but it wouldn't. But
There's no prior history. They don't exist.
Yeah.
They just grew up in our modern time, and they're an old guy who's like a grandpa who's being a grandpa on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that would work.
If he does the thing again, if it's
I think it works. I think it works better as Mr. Dress Up.
Like if
But
that I
I
don't disagree with that. But what I'm saying is if we do
But
the
I think
show
it works.
exactly the way as it was presented in 1960s. And it's black and
That's
white.
not what
that
that's
is
not
what
what
I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
That's where I think we're getting our wires crossed.
Because what I'm
that's
saying
not
is,
what I'm saying.
Yes,
no, you
obviously
can't. You
if
can't.
upgrade
You can't take a thing that was from the '60s and put it on and expect it to work
That's what I'm
exactly the
saying,
same.
though. I'm saying-
That's an asinine statement.
What I'm saying is as that show was created, you couldn't create that show today. Like you could create a version of it.
That's an asinine statement. Of course not.
That's what I was saying. Is that's what makes them special.
No, you were saying that you can't take them at all and put them in, and that's not true. You could.
But yes, you can. You can't take Mr. Rogers as he was in. And I just don't.
Anyways, let's move on.
I just don't think that there is a. Well, no, there is a 2025 version of Mr. Rogers. It's called Miss Rachel, but she doesn't exist without the 1960s version of Mr. Rogers, I guess is my point. So like if so the same thing with Bob Ross is you've got your spiritual successors to that, but you couldn't just have a guy in a dark room.
Bob Ross is the one example where I don't agree. I think you could take 60s version guys painting and put it on YouTube and it would be successful.
I just don't think you could.
I just
don't think you could.
I don't think it would appeal to children. But I think you could put. I think you could put them on. I think you could put them on YouTube in 2025, and there would be an audience for it. There would whether it's a person is trying to go to sleep at night and they're putting on a thing to just watch a painting, or whether it's a person who is a paint fanatic who wants to watch a professional. I think Bob Ross you could put on YouTube and he would have success.
I will concede you could put it on YouTube. He would have moderate to mild. Like maybe he'd be a 20,000 subscriber channel or a 30 subscriber channel or at most a 100 subscriber channel. I don't think if you were to take the joy of painting as it was, purely as it was, and then I promise we'll move on. As it was, as it existed, no modern flourishments, no modern accoutrements, no modern music. You did exactly the same way it was. I don't think he's a household name. Like I'm talking like he was famous. Like maybe he would be like Matt Pat famous, where like if I went to a non-online person at work and I went, do you know who Matt Pat is? They'd probably say no. But if I went to like a video game convention, I said, you know who Matt Pat is? They'd probably say yes. Like maybe in and amongst painters he'd be famous, but amongst regular people, no. I don't think he'd have the same level of.
I could agree with that.
Like whereas Mr. Rogers, yes, you're right. With a modernized version of that show, I think he would be equally as famous. Let's tie this back to Mr. Rogers because he had more of a movement behind him.
Especially if he leaned into the Christian side of things.
That's the thing. That's the thing that people don't get about Mr. Rogers is like when people are like, "Oh, everybody hates Christians." I'm like, "No, we just hate the presentation."
Yep, because he was fine.
He was fine. He was teaching me everything from the Bible, and I didn't even know it.
And the thing is the reason why I think in particular to wrap up Mr. Rogers, I think part of the reason why I always enjoyed Mr. Rogers is because she reminds me of him, he reminds me of her.
Yeah.
But my grandmother.
It's like having your grandpa come in and hang out with
No,
your
I
friend.
mean specifically.
Oh no, specifically, yeah, no, but I'm just
my grandma.
Generally, it felt like having a grandparent come hang out with you for an afternoon.
But like, no, I mean, for me, I mean, specifically my grandmother, they were like a very similar wavelength energy.
Yeah. He was
And
the if she owned a cardigan, she would have come in and sung "It's such a good feeling."
I mean, she always would sing what was it? A pack of pack
Bushel and a
a
peck, and I love
bushel
you.
and a peck, and I love you all to heck. So she was very much like they were cut from the
You know
same
that's a real
cloth.
song. It blew my mind one day when I found out that was a real song.
Is it actually?
Yeah, it is
That's
actually a
funny.
real song.
But that's "Won't You Be My Neighbor." It's
Won't you be
yeah,
my neighbor?
it's an okay one.
It's okay. It's not
it's
the best.
okay.
I will agree. I will agree with you on that. It's not. There are better. There are
I
definitely better Mister Rogers documentaries out there.
I personally think the Mr. Dress Up one was better.
But that's because the Mister. I mean, to be fair, we'll talk about the Mister Dress Up one. But that's because not many people know. Not Mister Dress Up is a bit more unknown than Mister
Not in
Rogers is.
Canada.
I
In
meant more
Canada,
like
he
culturally speaking.
oh fair. Well, in Canada, no, he was a big part of our culture.
Oh, well, we'll
He
get
was
there.
big.
We'll get there. He was,
We'll
but
get there. That's
yeah,
next.
I would say he has less cultural permanence than Mister Rogers does. But
We'll get there.
we'll get there. Um. Um. Hmm. Which
Unless you want me to just jump into that immediately.
Which one? Which one should we do? Let's do my next one. So, most depressing thing on the planet. Again, unintentional. But I want about zoos and aquariums. Everyone gets a good depression about the zoos and the aquariums, and everyone is familiar about one of the most famous zoos and
SeaWorld?
aquariums, and that would be Sea. How'd you know I was gonna say SeaWorld?
Shamu?
Yes, Shamu. This is a movie called Blackfish, and it is about. Well, Shamu is not.
Whoa, Justin, when you're a whitefish like us, you can't put on
Just
blackfish.
blackfish. That's what they call. That's what the natives call killer whales. They call them blackfish. That's what the
It's
natives.
offensive. Justin Trudeau put on blackfish once. It was not okay.
That's good. That's good. That was solid. That was okay. No, that we got to stop the show. That was solid. That was good. That was a good one. That was a solid one. I respect it. This movie is about a particular whale called Tillamook, and I don't know if he ever was Shamu, if he ever was ever. There's more than one Shamu, basically. But this movie is basically about his story and about where he came from, and it's about the SeaWorld's mistreatment of whales and how whales.
Mhm.
It basically makes the case that whales are too smart to be kept in activity, and
Captivity, yeah.
and it being in a small tub of water for hours on end, they're too smart, and so it drives them insane, and so it makes the case that all of these whales related accidents with involving trainers. This is framed up around a particular one. It's not very long. It's only an hour and 20, and it's framed around a particular trainer's death involving a whale, and it sort of makes the case that whales intentionally kill people, whether it be from frustration, whether it seems to imply that like they go completely psychopathic like a human does. They're like, oh well, if you were trapped in a square box, you'd go crazy and want to kill people, and so it sort of implies like that's why. But it says in some cases that they're killing people because they're playing like they think that like they see you, like the humans who train them, as basically another whale, and it's descriptions of the whales dismembering various people. It's one of those documentaries where the people talk about the horrible shit they did, and then they try to pretend like they feel bad about it, but it's still one of those, but you still did it anyway. So like the one guy talks about how when they take the whales from the wild, they would like it shows footage of them like hunting whales and whatever, and he says like when you take them away from you take them away from the mothers, and the mothers make these horrible, awful, like soul crushing sounds that they just couldn't describe. And he was like, and he was like, you would take it on you, and it was like we would kill the whale, and then we would slit it open, and then we would fill it with rocks, and then sink it to the bottom.
This feels like something that we shouldn't be describing on YouTube. This sounds horrifying.
Okay, this is the end of it. And then they would cover it up, basically. That was their way of covering up the fact that they were stealing the whales, and yeah, they would this whale would Tillamook would like attack people, and so they would keep him. Oh no, sorry, they took him to various different aquariums, whatever, and they would like swap the whales amongst different aquariums, and the whales they have a very matriarchal society. They have families. You can't just like put one whale with another whale. So they would put him with whales, and the whales would get pissed, and they would attack him basically. So like they dropped him with this particular group of whales, and they were trying to teach him how to do tricks or whatever, and he wasn't getting it because he was still young, and so they would punish both of the whales, and the other whales would get pissed off at him and take it out on him. And so then at one point they put him with in SeaWorld, they put him with a group of female whales, and they don't like him, so they rake him basically, which is they take their teeth and they scrape it along his skin, so you can see all of his skin is all fucked up from the whales fucking him up, and they separate him, and they claim it's for his own protection, and the only reason why they're like, well, you're like, okay, if there's this whale who is such a danger to everybody, why do you keep him? Like if you had any other animal who was this dangerous, you would euthanize him. And they keep him because they breed him. His semen is apparently worth like millions of dollars, and so they can keep him around purely for breeding purposes, which is horrible and unethical. And they talk about how like the whales give birth and they take him away at a certain age. They advertise this one baby is like, this is baby Shamu, and she got like too big and unwieldy, and so they took her away and sent her to another zoo, and the mom like hid in the corner of the tank and wouldn't stop crying and wailing and making these horrible gut-wrenching noises, and they're like, it's one of the most upsetting things I've ever witnessed, and it's genuinely upsetting. And you're like, this is awful. And yeah, absolutely, the documentary absolutely makes the case that keeping whales in captivity is monstrous, and we should absolutely not be doing this. And there's no real good or ethical reason to do so. And it is very much a it very much has an agenda, and it very much has. This is one of those like times where it's like, I have criticisms of the the documentary is very much like one-sided. It very much is like, aquarium's bad. Sorry, go. Sorry.
So, in the movie version that you make of this story, it would be from the perspective of the killer whale. Would he talk, and why would you have Jack Black voice him?
Yes. And I would Jack Black's a solid casting choice. I'm okay with that. No, I mean, you could make a movie about this story. It kind of already exists. It's called Free Willy. I
mean, you're not wrong technically, I guess, but I'm picturing, for whatever reason, I'm picturing like an animated movie. And
my ultimate thing with this is like, yeah, I tried to look up to see, okay, obviously SeaWorld refutes this. There have been a few of the trainers involved who have come out and said that it wasn't the movie they thought they were making, and that it was deceptively edited, which of course it was. And so it's very much like an anti-aquarium, anti-SeaWorld piece of propaganda. And like SeaWorld came out and was like, well,
brought to you by PETA.
Yeah. SeaWorld came out and was like, well, no, not everything we do is evil, and we do, and then that's the thing is like, Leanne, she has this beef as well, where it's like, no, like when things are in captivity, you can't just release them into the wild. Like that's not, especially
not if they've been bred in captivity.
Right, yeah.
That's not how it works.
And I will give this movie credit at the end. They're like, yeah, these animals should be released into wild pens, which are basically
a safari.
Yeah, it's basically a safari, and it's like, okay, yeah, they're not in the like, and then that to me allows for you can go see them still, and you can still learn about them
a recreation of their natural habitat, which has more than enough for them to room for them to flourish, let them have a happy life, but they can still be observed and protected in the cases where they need to be preserved and protected.
I'm not going to get into it, but
like a safari.
like a safari. There's a really great Fifth Estate episode about the whale that played Free Willy. Speaking of Free Willy, and they tried to release him, and yeah, it turns out that like when a creature is been in captivity, the wild sucks. Like constantly, like real
Well, I mean,
hardcore
yeah,
conservationists people don't
when
get that.
you're used to being fed 3 times a day without having to put any effort in, and then all of a sudden you have to figure out how to hunt.
Yeah, it didn't want to
it's
kill it didn't want
it's
to
the
kill
equivalent
fish.
of it's the equivalent of if I was like, okay, well, Justin, um, I know you've been having 3 squared meals and a roof over your head, and
Getting
heating
out
and
of a
like
jeep in the middle of the
all these
woods.
amenities, but I'm gonna take you into the middle of the woods, drop you there with this knife,
Yeah, pretty
and you have
much.
to survive for a
Yeah,
week.
pretty much. Like you have not
Except
given me the
except
skills to do so.
except in the instance of these animals, there is no end to the week. It's just you have to survive.
Yeah, pretty
Even though
much. Yeah.
you don't have the skills or knowledge of how to do
And
so.
so it just kind of turned into they would essentially take this whale out for a walk like he was a big dog, give him like he didn't want to kill live fish. He didn't want to eat live fish. It only ever ate dead fish, so they didn't want to eat live fish. It was gross. So they would have to give it dead fish.
uh,
And so yeah, so
so yeah,
aquariums aren't like all just like zoos. Like yes, there are bad zoos. Like there are bad roadside zoos and aquariums where a whale is in a teeny tiny tank and it's in a miserable existence,
in a
and that's
glass
in
jar.
a glass fish bowl, and that's terrible, right? But no, there are aquatic centers where like that are rescuing seals and harbor and marine life and like
Yeah, and a lot of
rehabilitating
times they
them
they
and
do release them.
researching, and yeah, a lot of times they do release them and are doing the proper research and are contributing to wildlife research, and they are an important part of the ecosystem, and they're necessary, and movies like this make them all seem evil and scary, and like everything in the world there is nuance.
Yeah, I mean the only way that you can not have them, like you want to do away with zoos and you want to do away with specifically places that take care of sick and wild animals, then you have to get rid of humans, the things that are causing the animals
Those
to be sick.
the sick and harmed, exactly, right?
Yeah.
They
Like
are.
like at that point, okay, if there are no humans and an animal breaks its legs, it's natural selection. If raccoon wanders into a city area and eats a plastic spoon, us as humans are kind of obligated to take care of that
Right.
because we caused
We're
it.
the reason why it's choking on that spoon. We gotta help it out. Like that's the right
Yeah.
thing to do. Yeah, exactly. Like it's not to say that it's a bad documentary or it's not entertaining. It's nice and short and it's easy to follow. And the story of this whale is very sad, and the story of the human that he killed also sad. Um, but it just yeah it felt propaganda-y. Like it's a well made, well presented documentary, but it's one of those like yeah, I tried to look into both sides of this, and the other side didn't really exist because it's so easy to hate SeaWorld. And I'm not saying they don't warrant it. There's definitely some sketchy shit that they do in this documentary, but like,
Mm.
not every aquarium or wildlife
It's not black and
sanctuary
white.
is not. Ironically, unlike the killer whales, it's not all black. Ooh, that might
It's
be
not black and
that
white.
might be the name of the video, Jordan. Unlike the killer whales, it's not all black and white. I like that. I'm gonna keep that. It's a solid title. Blackfish, colon, it's not all black and white. Oh, I like that. I like that. It's writing itself, Jordan. That's it. That's Blackfish. I don't.
I like candy.
Dun, 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 dun. You are also the one who also happens to enjoy and occasionally partakes in the digestion and putting in the mouth of candy. I don't know where we were going with this.
I don't know, a short ramble, or we were rambling around. My next one is, as you may have guessed, Mr. Dress Up: The Magic of Make Believe.
So is this the one
Which
you weren't sure if you had seen?
No, this one I knew I had seen.
Oh, this is the one. So was Mr. Rogers you weren't sure you had seen?
I wasn't sure if I had seen Mr. Rogers.
Oh,
This I know
okay. I thought it was
this I know-
reversed.
This I knew I had seen because this popped up one day when I turned the TV on. You know how it has the ads for movies.
Yeah, that's
that
the
are
whole
out?
reason why I watched it.
This popped up
No, actually, sorry, that's not true. I saw it as an ad on
shortly
TikTok.
shortly before it came out, or maybe that's what it was. I just know that shortly before it came out, I saw something which made me aware of it, and I got excited because I was like, "Oh my God, Mr. Dress Up!
Yeah.
I want to know about Mr.
Learned a
Dress Up."
shit ton about Mr. Dressup from this. Like,
And yeah, when I watched this the first time, I learned a lot.
received
Like
the
I
Order of
didn't,
Canada.
I mean, I didn't until I watched this the first time. I had no idea he wasn't Canadian.
So you had no idea he was Canadian, you mean?
No, before I watched this,
Yeah.
I thought he was Canadian.
Oh, is it-
I thought he was
Oh,
born and raised in Canada.
He himself, you mean? Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't
no, I
know
understand.
that
Yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
himself,
No, he himself
was not born in Canada.
He himself is the story. I was like, no, Mr. Dressup is definitely. You mean
No,
Ernie,
but
Ernie Combs,
I'm talking
the man
Ernie
who played,
Coombs.
yeah, the man who was Mr. Dressup. No, yeah, he was born
Yes.
in Michigan, wasn't he, or Detroit, something
I think
like
it
that?
was. I think it was Pennsylvania.
Was it? So, okay, some midwestern state. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
No.
think it was the same one as Mr. Rogers.
You're
That's
right.
why
It's
they
the same,
know
it's
each
the
other.
same thing as Mr. Rogers, where like you had no idea that Mr. Rogers, or I had no idea Mr. Rogers spent so much time in that he worked with Mr. Dressup, and B that he spent so much time in Canada.
Well, yeah, I mean, Mr. Rogers started in Canada.
Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, well, yeah, started in Canada. Well,
It started in Canada.
The original
and
version
so, and,
of it started in
yeah,
Canada.
the first version of it
Yeah.
started in Canada.
Yeah, it was in Canada.
And Ernie
not
Coombs
the PBS
worked.
version not the PBS version that you.
No, this
but-
was before on CBS.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
But the very first version of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood started on CBS in Canada.
Yep, it did.
and
CBS
Ernie-
or CBC.
CBC,
CBC. Okay.
Canadian Broadcast Channel.
Yeah. CBS is an American channel.
CBC. And Ernie Coombs was on Mr. Rogers'
He did
Neighborhood.
puppets, I believe. For
He
him,
was
if
a
I'm not
puppet.
mistaken.
Yeah, he was a
he did.
puppeteer.
Yeah.
So he learned a lot from.
Yeah, that blew
Mr.
my mind when I
Rogers.
learned that because it made so
And-
much sense. It was like, oh, that's why
and-
Mr. Dressup is so much like Mr. Rogers. That explains a lot.
And when the contract for Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood ran out, instead of renewing, Mr. Rogers was like, "Well, why don't you give Ernie give a shot at him and let him have his show?"
Was that the point where? 'Cause
I'm
there's a
telling you,
point-
I'm telling you exactly how it happened.
No, but there was a point where Mr. Rogers stops the. Is that the point where he stops the show? And then he
stops doing Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and he goes back to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and he
and
retires.
Well, he doesn't retire. He goes back to Pennsylvania and starts the Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood that everybody else
no,
knows.
that's not that. Because there's a point in the history of the Mr. Rogers show where I think they talk about it in the Won't You Be My Neighbor, but where he stops the show. He's like, I did everything I had to say, and then he comes back and he does a series of shows where he talks about serious stuff. So clearly that's after this.
I don't remember them ever mentioning that in the other one.
Yeah, it's like he talks he talks about.
I do know there's a point where he finishes, and there's a point where Mr. Dressup finishes, and they're both retired and stuff.
In the Tom Hanks movie, when he initially meets Mr. Rogers, that's what he's referring to. He's like, "Oh, is it true that you ended your own show?" That's what he's referring to. He ended it for a period in the 70s or 80s.
Yeah, I can't speak to that.
It's not the same moment,
anyways, we're talking about Mr. Dressup.
Yeah, it's not the same moment. Different moment.
So yeah, no. Mr. Rogers goes back to Pennsylvania and does his the one that's on PBS, but he's like, give Ernie Coombs a chance and let him. And so they do, and he starts Mr. Dressup. Actually, I believe first it's another show,
Yes.
which is something Square.
Yeah, I didn't realize that I didn't watch the original version of not the original, but the early version of Mr. Dressup.
The early stuff. I was
didn't
just gonna
come
get to
in
that
till,
because
way later.
I'm gonna go through it. The early version has this puppeteer lady who she has the little boy or little, I don't think they ever say whether it's a boy or a girl, but the little kid character and the hand puppet dog.
Yeah.
And at a certain point she leaves, and that's when they bring in all the other, there's 5 different puppeteers.
And then they bring in the crow.
There's 5 different puppeteers that they bring in, which
crow.
has the crow, the one who he does the sock as an elephant.
Yep. So the one I remember is the crow.
The king,
the crow is
the
one I
king,
remember
the
most.
queen, and the crow is the one that I remember the most. But so yeah, when it gets to that point in the documentary, I'm like, those are the ones that I know.
Yeah.
They're the ones that I remember, and it's kind of in the 90s. is when it becomes the show that I know.
Yes, yeah,
But
I was like, I don't remember. I don't remember. I remember them, but not as much as I because I think the previous they ran in reruns. I think so. I definitely remember the other ones, but I remember the Crow and those guys way worse.
I didn't remember the ladies because it was only the two. She only had the two.
Yeah.
The entire time she was on it. I think she did like a couple other ones, but like she was the one puppeteer and she did all of them.
Yeah, I vaguely
and
remembered
then
it was the
when she left, they replaced. She was
her like, main one.
She was so good that they replaced her with 5 people. Like that's
her departure was like a big deal though.
It was a big deal.
Yeah. It was bad.
To the point where CBC, they were like, well, we have the right to your puppets. Like we own your puppets, and she's like, no.
She's one of the talking heads in this, right?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
And she ended up moving to Vancouver to it doesn't say here what it is, but there's like an island which is like just off Vancouver Island, which is where she moved to and retired to, and she did her own puppet shows with the dog and the kid character.
I'm running through all that. I'm running through all the little islands around there. Galileo?
Bevan? Bevan?
Bevan sounds familiar. Yeah, it's weird when it's Canadian.
I'm pretty sure it was Bevan.
Yeah, her and Mr. Rogers had a falling. Isn't the whole thing they have a falling out, or they?
No, it was with CBC.
Right.
Basically, there was a point. The Wikipedia doesn't have. It's not great for this, but I'm going off memory here. There's a point basically where CBC is cutting things because the conservatives take over for the first time in a long time, and CBC is cutting things, and there's a point where like they want to make a change or there's a thing that they want to do, which Mr. Dressup, from what I again, don't quote me on this, but from what I remember, Mr. Dressup is basically like, okay, whatever it takes to stay on the air, and she's like, no, like no. And so she departs, and they weren't sure if the show was going to continue.
Watch a Mr. Dressup biopic.
I would watch a bio. I was going to say, to answer your question, I would absolutely watch one. I want it from his perspective.
Yes, for sure.
And I want it over here. Like I want it, and I don't care how you do it. I do care, but I want it to be encompassing. Like if you have to do time jumps.
Yeah, you got to do some time jumps in there because you want to get the whole career. You want to get the whole.
I want to have the early part.
Yeah.
I want to have the late part, the middle part, the part where he's a rock star, doing the live shows.
Yeah, I don't want it to be like the Mr. Rogers one where he doesn't get to be a main character.
Which, as an aside, we absolutely went to one of his live shows.
Oh, absolutely we did. Yeah, we met him.
Yeah, and it was amazing.
Chill dude. We went to his final tour.
He was absolutely a Canadian icon.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was huge.
Which is why, when I watched the first time,
Canadian '90s icon, because I just don't think the kids today probably would have.
Well, the kids today don't know what happened 25 years ago. That's a stupid statement.
No, but they might. I would say
that doesn't mean that he's not a Canadian icon.
No, but I mean he's not a Canadian icon to the kids nowadays. He was to us.
Again, no, maybe not, but that doesn't make him not a Canadian icon.
I mean, yes, he is a Canadian icon, but I'm just saying, well, maybe the parents show their kids reruns of Mr. Dressup. Maybe they all know who he is. We don't know. We don't have kids.
I can't say.
I can't say. Maybe he's still crazy popular because Mr. Rogers is still crazy popular.
But I will say,
I
didn't do this for the Mr. Rogers one, but on Review Aggregator, the Rotten Tomatoes, this documentary does have 89% of 9 critics reviews being positive.
Yes, it's
a average rating of 8.4 out of 10.
It's a well-made documentary.
It's a good one, and I will say, it didn't hit me as bad this time. But the first time I watched it, the part where you find out, sadly, that his wife died.
That was rough.
When she dies and the car hits her and everything, choked me up.
Yeah,
the first time I watched this, I was like, so sad,
very sad,
such a shame and such a tragedy and before her time. Yeah, he did his thing, and definitely
did his thing.
Walked into the I was gonna say definitely walked into the sunset proud.
Yeah,
and ended on his terms.
Yeah,
like he he was
That's what I respected about all those guys. They all ended it on their own terms. Like they not
yeah.
like, all of them, like Mr. Rogers, Mr. Dressup, Bob Ross, all those guys. They all went, you know what? It's time, and then they just ended it, and then that allowed their show to have a proper like that's the thing about being a kid is like yeah sometimes it's nice to have something conclude. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
But by that same token, I also respect that with that last episode, he recorded it in such a way where except for I think like I think they said the end when they do the outro piano, they do it in like a little bit longer one to kind of be a final
Yeah,
send off kind of thing. But other than that, it's just a normal episode.
see,
In syndication, you wouldn't know that it was the last one.
no, but that's what made those shows so brilliant. Here's what I
Yeah,
want. I mean, they're already making. There's one that's coming out. It's a I want to watch it as well. Remember Lamb Chop?
I do remember
They're
Lamb
making one of
Chop.
these about lamb chop, and I want to watch that. But a guy I'd like to learn about, a children's entertainer I totally would love to learn about, is Fred Penner. Love to learn about
What's funny
Fred
is
Penner
he's
or
in
Rafiki. Love to learn about those guys.
what's funny is he's in this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's also a
He's one of
Canadian icon.
he's one of the talking heads, and he talks briefly about when Mr. Jessup is on Fred Penner's World.
Yeah,
And they're singing a song, and he's like, and I didn't realize it at the time, and I later found out the song that they sing. He's like, he was in that moment. He was singing to his wife,
oh, I
who
remember
had
that. Yeah, I remember that
passed.
moment got me. That moment got me. I was like, oh
And
my god,
and it
oh,
choked. Yeah,
oh, that
I'm
got
like,
me.
that's
Oh,
beautiful and sad and
oh, so
emotional.
sad. And yeah, it's
Um,
just such. That's why I'm like, I just don't think there's enough movies and shows
so
and media about creating children's television because there's just so much more depth to it than that. You know what I mean?
so so hear me out. I obviously want a biopic of Mr. Jessup, but I want one of Fred Penner. I want one of there's already one of Mr. Rogers. I want one of Bob Ross, and then I want the Avengers team up movie where they all come together. Oh, and want one of Steve Irwin. And then I want the Avengers style team up movie where they all come together and they have to defeat the evil in the world. And then the evil in the world looks like a certain president who currently is president of the United
One of
States.
them punches them in the face. No,
They have to defeat him, and
probably the
with
reason
it with
why
the with the power of love and friendship, they save the day.
probably the reason why these guys have never had a biopic is probably because their families won't let it happen. Anyway, Jordan, is that it?
Are you telling me you don't want the Avengers style team up movie?
I mean, I'm not saying I don't want it. Jordan, is that it?
That's it for Mr. Jessup. This
Sure.
one's a good one, and it's on Amazon, and I recommend watching it if you're Canadian.
Mine is also on Amazon.
Or if you're American and you've never heard of Mr. Jessup, it's also interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's kind of like Mr. Rogers, but better because he's Canadian. My last have seen was it, again really auspicious in terms of choice, but it was the Jonas Brothers documentary, Jonas Brothers Chasing Happiness, and it is quite a good documentary. It is about the rise and the fall of the Jonas Brothers. I don't know if you know who the Jonas Brothers are, Jordan, but they were quite a
Never
popular
heard of them.
band from the Disney Channel, and how they started.
I think one of them was the co-star of Demi Lovato, that famous singer who I do know, but you know,
it's basically about how they got big. It talks about like they used to drive around in a van, like they would drive
down by the river.
They would live in pretty much. Yeah, they lived in like New Jersey or whatever, and they would drive like all across the state, basically doing shows at schools. Like at one point, they show footage of them performing like old school Jonas Brothers, like when they sang American Dragon, Jake Long, like short haired Joe Jonas Brothers. Before Nick's voice dropped, Jonas Brothers, when they sang Year 3000, of them performing at like high school or like elementary school assemblies, and I'm just like can you imagine being like at the time a 13-year-old 14-year-old kid, and then like 6 years later you're like, oh my god, the Jonas Brothers, who are now huge, performed in my gymnasium. Like I just can't imagine being that kid. And this documentary, so the Jonas Brothers very famously broke up, and so this documentary was about them getting back together. And in order for you to kind of understand, that was a big deal at the time. Like, them breaking up was this massive thing. They refused to talk to each other or acknowledge each other at all in years. And they just, out of nowhere, announced, we're getting back together, we're doing a new album, and we're doing a new tour, out of nowhere. And so this movie was promoting that album and tour. That was the idea. And when it is fluffy, like when it is just fluff and it's the Jonas Brothers talking about how awesome they are and bragging about their success and fame, it fucking sucks. And it's awful. And it's not fun to watch. But when it breaks down and it's them being human and like it's more human moments amongst them and it's them talking about breaking up, like there's a moment where they're all sitting together drinking and talking and they're playing this like truth game where they flip a card and they have to tell a truth, and so there's a moment where they talk about I'm gonna jump all over the place with this one, but there's a moment where
jump
Joe,
around, jump
Joe
around,
and, Joe
jump
and
up,
Nick,
jump up, and jump down.
Joe and Nick get invited to do a Jonas Brothers concert, but Kevin isn't there, and there's a bunch of moments where like they talk about Joe's like, I felt like you were holding us back and you were more concerned with raising your family than you were with the band, and I thought that you were pulling away from the band, and I cared about the band, and I thought that you were compromising the success of that. And he's like, I now know that was bullshit, and I was all wrapped up in my own shit. And like moments like that where you can see like Kevin is like genuinely hurt, and you can see like they're trying to kind of cover up true feelings because they have a particularly crafted media persona, and when you see that media persona like come down and you get to see them actually be people and like be brothers and like get mad at each other and argue and like bicker, that's when this documentary is awesome and it's really good. Like there's a moment where Kevin had a reality show called Married to the Jonases, and there's an episode where the Jonas Brothers show up and the whole family shows up, and he says it was really awkward and it was really uncomfortable, and Nick and Joe were like, yeah, we fucking hated the reality show. We felt like it was like airing our dirty laundry on television and we hated it. And I'm like, that shit is interesting. Or there's a moment, one of my favorite Jonas Brothers moments of all time, which is Kevin is on the phone with what would eventually be his wife, and Nick and Joe are like making kissy faces and just generally being annoying while he's on the phone. And he's trying to be, yeah, that's us. You go backstage and you just pick up tickets, and they're like, they're like kind of basically doing this being annoying. And he gets off
Typical
the phone.
brother thing.
Yeah, it's really funny. You get the vibe from as much as like people in the media, Nick gets, and in this documentary they absolutely like Nick has an ego and Joe has an ego, but you very much get moments of like Kevin being like, I'm older brother and my life is just different, and I know more than you do. I have more of an opinion than you do. So yeah, he gets off the phone and he's like, you guys are not allowed to talk when I'm on the phone ever. And he's just real. And then there's a point later on where they're trying to do a rehearsal, and it's after they've kind of sort of had a period apart, and they're trying to get back together and make music together. And it's just they're arguing and fighting, and you can see him. There's a brief moment that capture him going, maybe we need to discuss the fact that this isn't working anymore. And it's like it's right as they're about to break up, and it's a real moment between them of like resentment and anger, and it's real, and it's not calculated, and it's not crafted, and it's not this persona that they've created in the media.
It's genuine
and it's sincere, and that shit is interesting, right? That shit is interesting to watch because you forget. It's so easy to forget. Like they talk about the purity rings thing when they showed up on an episode of Jonas Brothers. They've talked of South Park, and Mickey Mouse kicks the crap out of them. They talked about how Kevin and Nick didn't think that was funny. They didn't like that. Joe's like, oh, I thought it was hilarious, but they hated it. Like, and it's a real stark reminder that these are people. And Barney was the same way, where that's why I like that documentary, where it's easy to forget that the people who make this music, this stuff, that they're
The
people.
things that you like.
That they're, yeah, that when you shit on, that's why when we do this, we are so careful not to shit on the person who made it, because, yeah, they're people. And you wouldn't want someone to, it doesn't feel good when someone shits on your podcast and they don't know you. Like,
Yeah, well, that's where I'm just like, I have to be like, this is just my opinion. This is just my perspective.
right, yeah.
This is how I would have done things differently. And just because I don't, and this is a thing that over my life I've had to learn, just because I don't approve or I don't like a thing doesn't mean it's bad.
Right, exactly, right. Um, and
I think it's bad, but that doesn't make it
it doesn't
bad
make it bad, right? Yeah. Sometimes it is
necessarily. Sometimes it's just
it's
bad,
objectively bad. No, it's objectively. But sometimes that's just how I feel about the thing. And that's
but
not
I'm more
valid.
careful about
But
it
also,
is the point.
it's also, yeah, I'm not going to be like Nick Jonas is the worst guy because he made a bad movie, because that's just no, that's
He's still just a guy
he's still just a guy, right?
who made a choice.
Right. And I would watch a Jonas Brothers biopic. Because I would watch a movie that's about their rise and fall. That's about them. There's so many moments in this documentary where I'm like, yeah, I would watch this in a narrative movie form, and I feel it would be compelling.
Who would you cast as each brother?
I mean, I'd have them play themselves. No,
No, they're too old. You have to if you're doing
I
a young.
don't know. But
They could play modern day version of them, but for like if you're doing like a biopic where it's encompassing
maybe
their
I
young
put this out
career.
to the audience, because honestly, I'm gonna flip it on you. Who would you cast? Oh, okay, no. Before you answer this, I'm gonna put some caveats. Is it the same actors the whole time, or are we getting different ones for different ages?
I would say different ones for different ages.
Okay.
And I really only, and I don't know I guess maybe on the older end, but still young looking. Um, I can't think of what the actor's name is. Hold on. I think he was Mr. Fantastic in Fanforstic.
Miles Teller?
Yeah, I think that's his name.
Okay, but part of this is I think they gotta be able to sing though, surely, right?
Depends. Is that the point of it, or are you doing
I mean,
it
if we're
about
gonna do it,
about their life as brothers?
if
Because
I'm doing,
if so, I have no idea what singer looks like them. I can't answer
I
that.
don't know. My go-to when it comes to
Because
casting,
my assumption is that in this example of a biopic, you're doing a whatchamacallit, Weird Al example where Daniel Radcliffe is playing the character, but Weird Al is doing all the singing.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you could do that. You could definitely do that. I mean, for me,
That's
my
if you're
go-to
doing
would be
if you're doing a Jonas Brother thing, to me you have to like even if it's them in 2025 singing a
I
new
don't know.
version of their song. To me, you gotta.
I think you could. Okay, here you got my. I mean, if you're gonna do a biopic about, yeah, you gotta have at least a few of the songs. Now, thinking on this, my inclination when it comes to celebrity biopics is always cast someone I've never heard of. I'd much rather it be someone I've never heard of. That way, when I go into it, I just see Nick Jonas, or I just see Joe Jonas, or I don't see X person playing Joe Jonas. And
Yeah, like I don't
would
want
get
to
a
have
person who
a
could
Seth
sing.
Rogen playing one of them,
Not
for
that that would
example.
happen, but yeah.
No. I'm not saying specifically, but I'm saying like a celebrity voice I don't want to have like you're throwing a Jack Black in there just for the
like
sake of it being a Jack
or
Black.
like in terms of getting someone who maybe looks like the Jonas Brothers, like a Timothy Chalamet, where like, yeah, he looks like the Jonas Brothers and he can sing, but I just see Timothy Chalamet. Timothy Chalamet is Willy Wonka, and that new Willy Wonka
okay.
movie. I'm like, yeah, he can sing and he kind of looks like the Jonas Brothers a little bit, but like he's not an example of someone I would use. But I'm just saying, like, I would just
I get what you're saying.
I would want when it comes to musical or to biopics, I'm always like, get someone unknown who really encompasses that you've never heard of, that really, and yeah, I'd want someone who could sing. I'd be doing the music. I'd want to get, and I kind of want one person who we could kind of age up, maybe, and maybe get them as maybe have someone play them as kids. But definitely, I
See,
would want to do like because in my
see,
brain when I was watching this, I could picture I could picture the two scenes. I could picture the scenes of them breaking up because they describe it so vividly, and I could picture
hmm.
the bit where they get back together. Like I could picture those scenes in my head, and I would watch this movie.
See, if I'm doing it my way, if I have full creative control, the parts that have singing, for the most part, are in the present, and it's the Jonas Brothers who are singing it.
Ah, see, that's not as much fun to me. Like to just have the Jonas Brothers sing as themselves. That's not it. That's not terribly
Yeah,
interesting
but
to me.
that's what people want, and that's what's gonna sell.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I think if you get a decent sound, not sound alike, but you get a person who kind of sounds like them, and
No,
looks like them.
you can't do that because then if you want to have the Jonas Brothers sing, you're going to notice that they don't sound the same.
No, it's fine
So
if they don't sound the same. That's the point.
you have to commit to the bit and decide what you're going for. And
Like
for me,
I
I
hated in Weird because Daniel Radcliffe can sing. I hated in Weird when they dubbed him over with Weird Al. I much prefer having a person who can actually sing. And
sure,
maybe
but then for me at that point you have to commit to that. Like I don't mind either way,
yeah,
but
yeah, commit to it. You
it's an
commit to
either
it.
or. It's
Um,
either you have the fresh singers do all the singing and you don't have the Jonas Brothers in it at all,
oh
or
no,
you
yeah, I
have
don't think I.
or
Sorry,
you
yeah, I
have
don't
the
think the Jonas Brothers should be in it. No, 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 no.
or you have the Jonas Brothers in and they sing.
Yeah, no, no, no. I don't think they should be in it. Oh, well, no, that's not true. I think they should be in it, but as like cameos, playing like record executives or whatever. That would be
I could
funny.
see the one way that it would work for me for them to be in it in a loose capacity is if it's the beginning of the movie and the end of the movie and it's the framing device and like they have a photo album
Oh, that'd be kind of fun. That'd be neat.
which has actual pictures of them
Yeah, that'd
and
be
they're
neat.
looking at it and they're like it that's the framing device is them like reminiscing about
But
things that
no,
happened.
I mean, I want a traditional biopic where you get a relative unknown to play them, and yeah, again, I would have it be about the rise of the band, and then I would have it be about the peak of the band, and then I would have it because it's got again, it's all built in there. There's a rise, there's a fall where they break up, and then there's a redemption at the end where they get back together. Like it writes itself. It writes, especially with Camp Rock 3 coming out. Like you could totally do that. I would watch it. Anyway, that's the Jonas Brothers, Chasing Happiness. Slightly outdated.
So now we move on to the have not scenes. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start with Robin Williams. Um, I watched Robin Williams come inside
So
my
this
mind.
was a
Now,
movie,
before
right?
yes,
Okay, okay.
before we get started, it was an hour 17.
Oh, really?
Um,
Oh, okay.
yep, yep.
Nice and short.
So before I get started, I want to head this off at the pass. I absolutely would watch a Robin Williams biopic and have in fact asked before
Yeah,
why doesn't one exist.
because his daughter
Um,
won't let it happen.
Just
That's why.
the estate in general, I think won't. But yeah,
I think,
um,
yeah, it's pretty specifically his daughter is pretty vocally against it. But yes, generally his family is against it. But his daughter in particular has like come out and been like, no,
but I absolutely would like one. Um,
this isn't really to my recollection though. This documentary isn't a biography, is it? Am I wrong? Is it?
it's about Robin Williams and his peak and rise and valley and
Oh, okay, no,
stuff.
fair enough. I thought it was really
Um,
more about his process than it was about his actual life
kind of,
story.
but like it does go into like how he started Rick and Morty, Mork
Mork
and
and
Mindy,
Mindy.
and then how he got like head big into drugs.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Um, and how he was with the one wife and then they weren't happy and then they ended up splitting and he ends up with the other. And she talks about how um, the media and stuff thought that Robin was cheating and was with the secretary when he was still with her. And she's like, no, that wasn't true. We were split up. I just never just like disputed it. I didn't talk on it.
And to
So
be fair,
people just assumed that he was.
I just remembered. To be fair, there is technically a Robin Williams biopic. It does technically exist. It's just,
Does it?
yeah, it's a TV movie. It's called The Unauthorized Story of Mork and Mindy. It
Huh.
technically exists.
Sure,
It's not
but I want one.
authorized though.
But I want one about his entire life.
Yeah, I think it goes up until the point where Jim Belushi dies. I think.
Yeah, like I said,
Well,
I
at one
want
point it was on YouTube.
But yeah, no, this one features interviews with Whoopi Goldberg, David Letterman, Billy Crystal, among others, and it has outtakes and little known clips from his stand-up routines.
Yes, it has my favorite bit of it. Is there's a bit where they show him in an improv class, and the first time I watched this movie, I was in improv at the time, and it was all improv games I recognized. I think at one point they show him playing freeze tag, and it was like watching him do that. It's like a master class. It's like watching a master. Watching him do improv is like watching a master chef cook. Like it is incredible. Like he was one of the greatest improvisers of all time. Like of all time, hands down,
Also,
undisputed.
I'm guessing you're right that it must be Zelda who takes issues with things like this because his son was in it. Zach Williams was in it. Also, as an aside, I can't imagine having Robin Williams as a parent.
Yeah, he
But
apparently was a pretty chill dude.
um yeah, Zach Williams was in this. He's one of the interviewees, but Zelda wasn't.
No, Zelda is really particular about his legacy. Really protective of it.
Um but I enjoyed this one. It was refreshingly short,
Yeah,
which was
right.
nice.
It's nice when they're short.
Which I after all the long ones I
This
appreciated.
also, I think, isn't this one mostly? It doesn't really have much of a narrative. They're not really telling. It's just a bunch of like errant
It's just
clips.
kind of clips and facts and interviews talking about him and
Yeah.
about
See, I
the
prefer
events.
when I don't care for documentaries like that. I find them boring. Like that's when I find documentaries
Mm,
boring. For me,
yeah.
documentaries are more interesting when it's like the talking heads are telling you a story. Like to
Yeah.
me, Lover Stalker Killer. I love the subject matter of this more, but Lover Stalker Killer is more engaging. If that makes sense.
I would agree with that. It's kind of the same with my other have not seen where it's like I if it had been any other subject, I couldn't have done the like 8 episodes I think of it that I watched.
Yeah,
Um
yeah,
I it was definitely more I guess the way that I would say it is these ones are more factual, less narrative.
yes, yes, exactly.
Um, and when they are more factual and less narrative, they are harder for me to engage with because my
Absolutely.
brain just engages with a narrative more than it does just straight
Completely,
facts.
completely the same. Completely agree.
Um, that's kind of how I would articulate it. But yeah, that's I don't have much more to say about this one.
All right.
Do you have any? Did I answer all the questions?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think we covered it. We covered all the bases. We explained it. We explained what it was about. We would watch it as a movie. Um,
Well, I don't know if I would watch this specific thing as a movie, but I want a biopic
I would
about
watch
Robin
a Robin Williams
Williams.
biopic. Yeah, yeah. A
Yeah,
lot of these, I mean, to be fair, a lot of these turned out to be sort of biographical, and yeah, I would very much like. Yeah, I would. I'd watch it. I'd watch a biopic. I'm gonna say bad things about this next one, and well,
my last one is the only one where I'm not sure how
I can't
you
decide.
turn it into one.
I can't decide. I
Like
do.
that's kind of the
I have a
thing
pitch
with it,
for it.
where it's like I'm not exactly sure. But
I,
anyways, go.
I have a pitch. Okay, so
We'll
I'll
get
let you
there.
decide. So I have two left, right? Okay.
I do
So
have an interesting thing about a thing I can mention about it though. But anyway,
there's AKA Charlie Sheen, or there's Catfish Unknown Number. Now, Catfish Unknown Number is remarkably similar to Lover Stalker Killer, and it is kind of complex and is going to require explanation. Which one would you want to? Which one do you want to hear first? Do we end on the complex one, or do we end on the easy one?
let's end on the easy one.
Okay. Okay, because I don't have a ton to say about it, so it'll be nice and short. Okay, Catfish Unknown Number. It really reminded me of Lover Stalker Killer. It's another true crime documentary, and the story of it is it's about a couple of teenagers who just out of nowhere start to receive text messages from an unknown number, Catfish, and they're like threatening text messages. Like they're like, I don't want to repeat a lot of them, but a lot of them are sexual in nature. They're saying like,
Inappropriate.
yeah,
Inappropriate is the point.
you know, they're internet bullying, general internet bullying. You should hurt yourself. you're ugly, you're fat, you're awful kinds of text messages. Shit you would get on 4chan or Facebook. And the beginning of the documentary is very much like, who is this? Who is the person sending these messages? Initially, they make you think it's this one girl who it may or may not be jealous of the main girl, and it's friends with the guy. At one point, the guy moves away and starts to date another girl, and he's still getting messages from this number. And the police are trying to figure out who it is. Like, they keep going back and forth between the parents, trying to figure out who it is. They're trying to track the number, but they can't because the person who's doing this is using a program on her phone to scramble her phone number, so they can't tell who it is. And then eventually, they just like Lover, Stalker, Killer, they're at their wits' end. They can't figure out what's going on, and they go back to one of the parents, and it's like, is there anything, any number, any message, anything you can give us that would help us? And they give them something, and they manage to tap into this program and discover that all of the unknown number, all of the messages are coming from all of the calls are coming from the mother of the girl who is being harassed.
Okay.
So she's the one who's been sending these threatening messages to her own daughter. And
to her own daughter.
To her own daughter. And the boy who the daughter was dating. So she's been sending and to all these other students, all of who have been interacting with this one boy, basically. She's been sending them all. And, like, when I say threaten, like, I'm talking, like, yeah, shit an internet troll would send you. Like, you're fat and ugly, and you should... And some of them are, like, sexually explicit in nature. Like, they're like, oh, he would love you if you gave him, you know what. Keep it PG. Stuff like that. And the woman, the woman is one of the talking heads in the documentary. So they're interviewing her in this documentary about the daughter being stalked and harassed by this number. And the daughter is harassed, and these people are harassed by these text messages for, they say, 20 months.
While they're making the documentary?
No, this happened before. These text messages that the documentary are about, the girl has been sent them for 20 months. They say like a year and a half, but it's pretty much 2 years. So for 2 years, the mom has secretly been texting and sending hate text messages to her own kid.
That's fucked up.
And so the question is, why is she doing this? And they never really get an answer out of her. Like, it kind of implies...
But that's where I'm confused. So they're interviewing the mom in the present? Is she not in jail?
Well, yeah, she did go to jail for a year. They discover her, they arrest her, they send her to jail. And the interview they've done, this movie came out this year. So this happened in, like, 2024.
Okay.
Yeah. She got arrested and went to jail for, like, a year and a half. And while she was in jail, she's, like, texting the daughter and won't leave her alone. And,
How? How does she have... That's where I'm confused. How does she have how can she be texting from prison?
And it's easy to get a cell phone in prison. You
Okay.
can get a cell phone in prison. Yeah, so when they interview her in the documentary and like basically like trying to get, why did you do this? She's like, well, it got away from me. When I was doing this, I became like a different person. And the entire time, like, why? Because again, she was sending nasty shit to her. Like, she was telling her kid to kill herself. Like, it was bad. Like, it was bad shit. Like, horrible shit. And you're like, why would you say this to your own kid? And she was like, well, everyone commits crimes. And you're like, but this is So
That's
she compares it to
that's not an answer.
she
What is
she like compares it to like speeding, and you're like, this is so not the
not
same thing.
that?
And everyone was like, and the documentary she kind of implies it's because she has a beef with the boy. But then I was reading about this on Reddit, and they were like, well, okay, but then how come you were sending these threatening text messages? He had already moved. He moved. He had nothing to do with your kid. He hadn't talked to your kid in like a year. And then all of a sudden you start to send harassing text messages to his new girlfriend. Well, why, if it was about the daughter, why did you do that? And the documentary kind of implies that it's because she has a crush on this kid who's like, it's important to note, they're like 14, 15-year-old kids. So it's implied, and yeah, they don't really get into it, but they kind of imply that. But then at another point in the documentary, you know what? You know what it is. You know what Munchausen by proxy is, right?
I recognize it because of Slim Shady, but
Oh, it's you know Gypsy Rose. No, Munchausen by proxy is where you hurt your kid secretly by like giving, like in the case of Gypsy Rose, her mom like gave her drugs and stuff to like keep her sick so that she could be the one to take care of her.
ah, okay.
Yeah. So
So
the police in the
yeah,
documentary are like, "Oh, it's digital Munchausen by proxy." The reason why she's sending these text messages is so that it'll upset the kid, and the kid will get riled up, and the kid will run to mom, and the kid will need the mom to save her from the bad person. So the mom was pretending to hunt for this
crazy psychotic
person
piece of
who's been
shit.
texting her mom, who's been texting her kid, and interjecting herself into the investigation to pretend like she's the one helping her and she's the one hurting her so it can appear. That's what they seem to indicate it is. But then, yeah, but then the other people are like, no, it's because she's actually got a crush on the boy. So it's not really, and they're
I
interviewing
mean,
her, and
can't it be both?
they never really get out of her exact, like the ending of it is really unsatisfying. Like they never really give you a why, just a what happened, but never a why it happened or why she did it, or like, cause like they downplay what she did, but what she did was so horrific. Like how could you do? You had to have had a reason for it, and they just never get into it. And again, it's a really, really solid documentary. I've given away the twist, but if you go into it like I did and you don't, like, this was quite a famous, like they show clips of people talking about this on TikTok. So amongst the true crime group and TikTok people, this was quite a famous case. People knew about it, but I knew nothing about this. I put it on a lark because it was recommended. It popped up on my recommended on Facebook or on Netflix, I mean. So I didn't know, and if you don't know, the twist is pretty solid. You're like, oh shit, like they're like, and then it came up and it was her, and I was like, oh shit, like it reminded me of Lover Stalker Killer in that way, where like she's one of the talking heads, so you're not expecting it to be one of the talking heads. Like they never interview the criminal in these things, like you never get the talking them, so it completely caught me off guard. And yes, I absolutely would watch this as a movie. Although again, much like Lover Stalker Killer, I don't think it would be as good presented not as a documentary. I think if it were an actual narrative, I don't know that it would be as engaging, but
It would just become
definitely
it would just become a standard
like thriller.
or thriller movies. Like it
Yeah.
just would become like all the other ones.
Yeah, I just don't know that it has enough of an identity. And nobody dies. I don't feel bad. This is one of those ones. Nobody died. They're like, oh, it could have gotten worse if she hadn't gotten busted when she did. But nobody died. Nobody got killed. Nobody. I mean, a mother-daughter's relationship is destroyed. She's not allowed to talk to her legally. But yeah, no one got hurt other than some I guess some PTSD and mental trauma. But
No one got
no one
physically
got
hurt.
physically hurt. And yeah, the documentary was quite good. I quite enjoyed it. I'm like, this is really, it's the like, much like any movie, like any genre of anything, there is slop, and I would say that you would probably agree with me. Netflix true crime documentaries are kind of like the documentary equivalent to slop,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's fairly accurate.
Yeah, right. It's just every once in a while you love a good piece of slop. Yummy, yummy slop. That's it.
Yummy, yummy,
That
sloppy,
that's
sloppy.
that's it. That's the end.
So back in the 90s,
You were in a
there was
very
a
popular TV show.
there no, no, none of that. You should be ashamed of
I'm
yourself.
not.
Um, there was a little show called Reboot. Um, and it was like the first 3D animated show at the time.
This was
Um, at the
groundbreaking,
time,
absolute ahead of its time television show.
at the time when Toy Story was being made, with the same technology and a much smaller budget, Reboot was also being
That
made.
it was.
And so this document is like, I think it's 8 episodes long, and
Did you say 9?
and eight. It's eight, and then there's a ninth bonus deleted scene, hour and a bit, which I didn't watch. Hour
Gotcha.
and a half long thing where the three, like the creator and the three guys, basically have more that they talk about.
Gotcha.
Which I didn't end up watching that. I
Kind of
didn't
like
have
a
time.
Talking Dead or one of those kind of chat kind of things where they just sit, or maybe like a overglorified podcast, basically.
It kind of looks like it,
Yeah,
yeah.
fair enough.
What's interesting about this documentary, though,
Do
is
they say why it got canceled?
yes, but we'll get there.
Oh, okay, fair
What's
enough.
interesting about this documentary is the way in which I heard about it. Someone that I know, well, knew, in real life, on their Instagram feed, it popped up one day, and I was like, oh, that's cool. They were one of the camera operators
Ah, neat.
for this documentary.
That's neat.
So yeah, so that was cool.
That's
But
pretty neat.
yeah, I mean, they talk about a lot on this.
It looked
Um,
dry. It wasn't for
um,
me. I can tell you that. It was
it
like,
it was definitely a thing where it was like, if it wasn't about a thing that is beloved for me, it would have been even harder for me to. But I put it on in the background, and like, um,
also,
it wasn't one of the more engaging
you said
ones.
I don't know
But
how you would make this into a show. Or into a movie. I do. I don't know how successful it would be, but I could see doing like a slick. It's about the creation of the show. Basically, you pick the lead guy and you make it about him, and it's about making the show. What leads
yeah,
up to the show, all the
um,
failures that are involved. Because it
the
sounded
the
like there's a lot of
issue.
failures leading into it.
The issue and the reason why I don't see it is because Reboot didn't have large success in America.
No, that's the reason
Um,
why. I'm not saying it would work. I'm just saying you could make it. Is what I'm saying.
and so to answer your question of why it got canceled, so basically they made season three, and I think it was with the YTV or something. They just didn't have the budget for it. And so Mainframe, the company existed, and they were working on other things, like they were working things for Mattel, and Hasbro, and apparently like they had to have like a floor between them and like security, so that the Hasbro people couldn't go up to the other one and spy on them because they were rival corporations at the time. And so then season four, I can't remember who it
How
was,
did it
but it was
become
somebody.
movies?
Well, we'll get there. Because it was originally supposed to be episodes,
You read
which
that way.
no, see, I disagree. They say that, I I don't see it.
Well, I
I
mean,
don't see it. I
conceptually,
know
it
that,
probably started off as, and then it was written into a movie. I think
I
maybe
don't
because
know, but
because definitely okay, maybe not My Two Bobs, but definitely Damon Rising, because in the show they
Damon Rising, I'll give you. Damon Rising, I'll give you. My Two Bobs, no, I don't
No,
see
My
it.
Two Bobs, no, but definitely Damon, because Damon is referenced in
Season three.
season 3. Yeah, they're already getting whammied by her in season
They're
3. So
they're
definitely,
yeah.
no, definitely Damon was definitely going to be the main bad guy of season
They
4.
definitely,
I
yeah,
absolutely
they
could
set her
believe
up.
that. Yeah, for sure.
I guess I'm more talking about My Two
Yeah, no,
Bobs.
My Two Bobs is just a
Um,
sequel to Damon
oh,
Rising.
uh, Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna read this, even though it's not really relevant to Reboot Rewind. Xaviy says, I heard about most of Disney and DreamWorks' deleted ideas of films like King of the Jungle, Shrek, Chris Farley,
Yep.
Kung Fu Panda, Adam Sandler, Wildlife, Despicable Me, and many others. Cool.
Neat.
Anyways, reboot, rewind. Um, so it hits a point basically where season three happens, and then they basically get canceled, and then I don't remember which channel it was, but they're essentially owned by Fox, the channel. Um, they come to the mainframe guys, the YouTube or the reboot guys, and are like, we would like I think it was supposed to be originally 10 episodes for season four. They want them as episodes.
Hmm.
And they were gonna have them be on primetime viewing in it was most importantly it was an American channel, and it was going to break them into America.
Interesting.
And so then they made a deal with a toy corporation, which again, whose name I don't remember, where they made it, but like they were going to make a bunch of toys, and it was going to be like basically free advertisement because it was on prime time, and so they were going to have the advertisement for the toys, and it was going to really push them into the American market, so then they could keep making more. And basically Fox came along, looked at Reboot, and they had all these other shows which they had all of the rights to. And then they look. I think it was on Cartoon Network, is what it was going to be on.
Oh,
Cartoon
interesting.
Network.
But
Um,
but that confuses me because wasn't the whole deal when when they were able to do cleavage? Wasn't they move? Didn't they move channels at that point? I thought that was the whole reason.
they did. They moved to a different. I can't remember. I'd have to actually look up Reboot. But yes, they did. They moved. I believe at that point they moved to YTV,
Oh,
whereas
interesting.
prior to that they had been on Disney basically.
Really? Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I thought it was. See,
Something.
I thought it was when they
I'm
moved to Cartoon
I'm
Network. They moved to an American station. Season three
no
was when they moved to a whenever
no
Andrea becomes an adult. That's when he's allowed to use a gun.
no. From what I remember, again, this was a very dense 8 episode long
Yeah, it looked dense.
thing. So
It looked dense.
I'm going off of what I remember from it.
I
But no,
respected it. I was like,
um
he seems really dull, but hey, you do you.
um basically, yeah, they came into contact with YTV, and
Interesting.
YTV was the one that where they were finally allowed, as they put it, they were finally allowed to make the show that they always wanted
That's
to.
so. See, I thought it was YTV that was preventing that so fast, and I just looked something now.
Um
I thought it was YTV
and
was the ones who.
no, it was ABC. ABC was the ones that did that.
Ah, so their ABC was the one who was like square boob
They are where yeah
guy.
they are where they started. And so in that one episode
Oh.
where they're putting on a show and they have the binome who is like, no, can't do that, no, can't do that, no, can't do that, that's them poking fun at a specific person that they themselves had to deal with, to the point where
Oh.
in that episode there's a point where Dot's wearing like a sleek dress or whatever, and she goes, it's supposed to be Enzo's birthday, and she goes to kiss him on the cheek or whatever, and that scene almost didn't make the show because they were like, it puts out. I'm just gonna say it. It was a stupid comment and makes no sense, but the censors were basically like, it promotes incest, like kissing on the cheek in a family friendly way in absolutely no
All
way
right.
promotes that. And it's like, yeah, so they had to put up with shit like that basically when it
Huh.
was at ABC.
That's so
um
fascinating. I didn't know that.
and so then yeah, when they got to YTV they were allowed to do whatever they want, and then they were finally going to break into the American audience with again, I believe it was Cartoon Network.
Interesting. See, I remember season three
And
being with. So must.
that was gonna be season four. But then Fox came along and were like, we don't own the rights to this show. We're gonna be making dick from it. Why is this in prime time spot when we're not making a lot of money off of it? Let's put something we own the rights to there. And Reboot got booted to 1 o'clock at night. once, and it was supposed to be like 5 nights a week, prime time, and it was like a whole big deal. And Fox came along and was like, "Yeah, no, nix that." They got shoved basically to one night a week, at 1 a.m. or
Interesting.
something like that. And then it got whittled down basically, and they were like, you know, instead of making a season of TV, can you make like 2 movies instead? And that's when it became the 2 movies. Um,
So they always
and
knew it
then
was going to be
so
2 movies.
not always. It was originally going to be one
No,
season
no,
of
but once it
television.
became once it became
Two
movies.
two arcs basically, I think is what it was
Ah,
always going to be.
interesting.
And but a lot of, especially with the My Two Bobs, um a lot of what they had intended, like 30 minutes, they were basically going to be in their original incarnation, they were going to be 35 minutes length worth of television.
Ah.
Um, and then they had to get whittled down and cut down. And
Is that why My Two Bob
uh,
feels like half a story, half a
Yeah,
movie?
because
Oh.
a bunch of it was cut out for time
So did
because they
they?
just couldn't afford to pay for it anymore because they just
So
their
did
deal
they?
fell through. So let me finish. So that the famous cliffhanger
Yeah.
was never supposed to be a cliffhanger.
Oh.
They had an ending for that episode, and they had to cut back so much that they basically had to pick an ending.
Do they see? Do they say what would have happened?
Not really. He says that like he knows what he would do, and he kind of has thought about it if they came back and did it, but he won't say.
Oh,
And
lame.
and uh and this was filmed in 2024.
Oh, lame.
So what's funny is they they talk about basically about how even if they wanted to, even if they could get all the, because all the
No Tony
creators and
J.
stuff. Well, no, not even that. But all of the creators and stuff, and like the people who did the animation and all that, are all basically like, the only way we would come back is if the three guys, the three pillars, came back and did it. And the three pillars are basically like, we couldn't, even if we wanted to, because there's a period in time where the one guy who at the time owned Mainframe, he was the CEO
Yeah.
of Mainframe, and he was like the original creator and everything. He stepped back and stopped being the CEO, and they hired a new CEO. And again, don't quote me on this. I believe the new CEO, basically came in and fired like everyone, fired them all, like
Ah.
all the original guys basically. And so now, yeah, they're in this position where Mainframe owns the rights to reboot. So
Ah.
they can't do anything with it, even if they wanted to. They can't.
And Mainframe wants to make shitty live
It's
action
much
hybrid shows that fucking suck.
it's it's much similar to how Dan Harmon, even if he wanted to make a Danny Phantom sequel or more Danny Phantom stuff, he can't because Nickelodeon owns the right to
Oh,
Danny Phantom.
you mean Butch Hartman,
Yeah, what did I say?
Dan Harmon.
Yes, well,
Dan,
you know who I
well,
meant.
I see. I was confused. I was like, "Do you mean the guy who makes Rick?" I thought you were gonna be like, he can't make his own Rick and Morty thing.
No. I meant the guy who made
Yeah,
Danny Phantom.
yeah, Butch Hartman.
Um, yes. Um, but I mean, I will say like this, I learned stuff,
Yeah, that's
and
interesting.
and
Do
and
they say what happened to the movie?
no, they don't address the movie. They don't talk about the new show. They
Interesting.
don't. They only talk about the old one.
Because
And
the last
but I
vestige of the original reboot. Well, hold on, I gotta tell the story real quick. Was it was gonna be a movie. That was when they became Rainmaker. There was concept art and everything. They
Yeah,
were gonna make a
yeah, there
movie,
was.
and it was gonna be they put up a bunch of fan stuff that fans could vote on to decide what they want. And there was a fan comic, and I remember being like, "This is awful," because they kept having the characters say modern leet speak. So
Yeah, it
like,
was so bad, so bad.
what's his face? The leader of the Guardians. At one point, he says, "Am I
Turbo.
lagging?" So yeah,
Turbo.
Turbo. He goes, "Am I lagging?" And it was like the characters would never talk like this, and it was really bad.
No,
And yeah, it never came in. So yeah, they don't talk about that, huh?
no,
I wonder
no, they
why.
don't. Probably a legal thing. They probably
Nah,
can't.
I guess not. I wonder if that
Um,
their
I
unwillingness
will
to talk
say,
about it is because they have something they're gonna do with it, maybe.
I mean, that would be awesome, but I don't think so. Um, I mean,
Maybe if those
I
live
I
action
feel
shows did better.
maybe if this did well, then maybe they would like
Maybe.
maybe
I mean, it sounds like it's just
because
observationally too long.
I mean
The
the
documentary.
show or the documentary. Yeah, no, it is. I mean, I will say I appreciate not every one of the episodes is an hour long. Like
Oops.
there's a couple which are only 30.
Oh, that's not so bad.
So it's not so bad. But I will say one of the interesting things that I learned,
30 minutes. Actually,
um,
that's pretty watchable, honestly.
one yeah, the two of the episodes I think are 30. But one of the things that I learned, which I thought was interesting, so you know how at the end of season two, how they shoot, obviously you know how they shoot Bob into the web.
Yeah, why did that happen? Why did they kill
Do
off Bob?
do you do
Well,
you know what so
okay. Hold on.
do you want do you want to take a guess
I was gonna say,
first?
yeah, I do. Was it a contractual thing? Like, was it the
It
voice actor? Something to do with the voice
No.
actor?
Well, it does have to do with the voice actor, but it's not specifically a contract thing.
Or he got
Um,
sick, maybe?
no.
No. Huh.
Um, so the reason what happened basically is the guy who voiced the original Bob wanted to move down to Hollywood, to LA, to basically,
Be a
you
real
know,
actor?
well, to progress his career.
Big
And
mistake.
but he was like I can do it from there. Like
Yeah.
I can but back in the day, apparently that was very expensive.
Yes. You
Um,
would have had to find a
and
studio. It would have been a whole thing.
they already were doing it with the guy who plays Megabyte. They were doing that for him,
Yeah. I
and
mean, to
so
be fair, he's
budget
Tony
wise,
J.
exactly. But from a budget standpoint, they were like, we're already doing it for him. No, forget it. You're out. I'm gonna shoot
he's
you into the web and kill you.
he's the
Like
most
apparently
famous.
that's what the director or the creator or whatever basically said to him at the time. He was like, "You're out. I'm just gonna launch you into like it's basically I'm gonna kill your character."
So that,
Um,
that's
it was
interesting.
a
What motivated them
it
to
was
bring
like
the
a
character back
spiteful
then?
thing. Well then then
Was it just
they put it
inevitable?
they
They always
basically
knew they were gonna.
yeah, basically they put him into a Schrodinger box where it was like, well, you have him in the web, now you can bring him back, and he's not Bob, he's Glitch Bob. He's not the same Bob.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I
like
never
or
noticed the
like
voice was different. I never
when he
noticed the voice
first
was different.
shows up, he sounds different because he was in the web. He was degraded by the web.
But they never
So like
addressed the fact that he sounds different, though. They don't say that he sounds different. They just say that he looks
no,
different. I
no,
never noticed that he sounded different until I was an adult.
not as a kid. No,
No,
not as
not
a
as a
kid.
kid.
I
I
didn't.
never noticed he sounded different. Well, I
And
want to know why.
that's the thing too that was kind of like they could have done that with Megabyte.
Yeah,
Like they could have done that where he sounds different because he's a horse buyer, Trojan horse
yeah,
buyers
true,
now, right?
true.
Um, and so if they ever did a season five, um, if they ever did a season five, what they could do, either you could get just a voice match and
They've got
have
a
a
pretty
person,
decent voice match in that. Like, as much as I shit on that
yeah,
live action show, they've got a pretty decent voice match on that show.
or what you could do is you could have it. I mean, this would be kind of a you do this at your own risk, but you could have it where it's like the show is like time is weird in reboot, but like a little bit further on.
Yeah,
He's taken over to a degree or whatever, and his voice sounds different because he's further evolved
yeah.
down the Trojan horse virus path.
Do they explain how did Enzo wind up as Matrix? That's another one I'd love to know.
They don't specifically say why they aged him up, but I have to presume. Well, I mean, they kind of do. Um,
How do you wind up? Well, why make him a hardened badass? Like that just seems like such a
I don't
wild
know. I don't
character
know.
swing.
I don't know why they did the character choice that they did, but as for why they changed his voice, That I can't explain. Enzo was played by a boy, by a young
Oh.
actual kid. So
Why not let
they
him
would
age
have.
naturally then?
I just assume because character
Easier?
wise, it's just easier.
Yeah.
If I had to take a stab in the dark and guess, just you can do for
So
one thing.
do they
They knew
recast him
like
when he comes back?
they were yeah, he's played by a different guy.
Is he?
Um, the
Oh, I never noticed that.
I assume that the kid when he comes back, although when you have second Enzo, he sounds different.
Does he?
So
I never
I
noticed it.
oh, he definitely
Oh,
sounds
that's so.
different.
Yeah, I never noticed that he
Um,
sounded different.
so I could believe that he, at least to me, he sounds different. But I think I'm speculating here, but I think he is played by the same guy.
Oh,
And like
interesting.
the same kid.
Interesting.
Um, and I think he just is older. I think that
Interesting.
I think that's why he always sounded
That's
different to
interesting.
me.
I'd love to know like how much. There's so much of that show that the
But
writing of that
they
show
don't
fascinates me
they
more than
don't
the animation.
they
Animation
don't
does.
in this documentary, unless I missed it, they don't specifically give an answer to that.
Interesting.
That's just me filling in
Like
the
I'd love to
blanks.
know why the decision to bring back young Enzo.
Um,
Why?
well, I don't know why they brought back young Enzo, but as for why they would age up him and turn him into Matrix, um, they knew they were going in it. Like they just naturally knew, just because of how the seasons had been going. What with the Bob getting shot into the web and the
They knew they were going
firewall and
darker, and they
they
wanted
knew
to.
they were going in a darker direction, and I guess it fit better.
Yeah, I get. I'd love to know how much they knew in advance. Like how much
That be,
of
that
like
That being said, I will say it was interesting watching the guy who plays Matrix, the actor talk, because
Brian Dobson.
I hear Matrix.
Yeah, he's also Naraku
Oh,
in
is he actually?
Inuyasha. Yeah, it's Brian
Oh,
Dobson. Yeah,
yeah. Interesting.
I think.
Um,
No, that's Brian Drummond. There's a famous Canadian voice actor. I almost went to one of his voice acting classes, but didn't because I didn't want to get
um,
starstruck.
so like if you're a reboot fan and you want to know about reboot, maybe don't do what I did and like
It
watch
looked
them
really dry.
in succession really fast, all together, but put it on in the background while you're doing something else, and
Fair enough.
it's not a, it's not a bad
I
one.
wonder. Yeah, I wonder how much of the
It was
backstory.
definitely trippy seeing like the early test footage, like
Yeah, I've seen some of it. It's
some of
weird.
the early stuff when it looks like Bob and Dot. There was one where they're singing. They
Really.
sing a song, like they sing a song. I don't remember
It
what
was
it
a
was, but
drastically different show when it started out.
or there's another one where yeah, he does like a monologue and stuff like but the one where they did a song, there's a particular song that they do, and it's a well-known song, and it's weird seeing Bob and Dot sing that
That's
song.
funny. Yeah, my thing is
I don't remember
I'd
what it
love to know
was,
how much
but
of like because Los Angeles, the destroyed city, is there like from the beginning.
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, yeah, it's there from the beginning, and it isn't until My Two Bobs that you find
It's
out, yeah, that it was
it's
their dad that
actually
like destroyed the city and
yeah
killed
yeah.
half of. I think in that in the season one, Enzo does say like I'm the only kid because all the other kids are gone. So that makes me wonder like how much of the backstory that they eventually show in My Two Bobs did they know at the beginning? Like, did
Not
they
from what
know
I
that Megabyte and Hexadecimal were once one creature? Like,
from what I can tell, no, they didn't. Not to the depth anyway. Maybe they had an inkling,
interesting.
but not to that
I
depth.
wonder what point they decided that. Yeah, that because I think it's not in My Two Bobs where you find out that they were once one virus. It's in
That's Damon
the.
Rising, I believe.
Is it the one where you see
I,
Bob arrive in Mainframe? Is that in Damon Rising? I thought that was in My Two
well,
Bobs.
no. That when he arrives, yes, that is Damon Rising. But there's and that's where you see the original virus is Kilobyte.
Yeah, yeah, and
Um,
then he evolves
that
into Gigabyte.
that I believe is Damon Rising. Um, However, there is in season,
Yeah,
and
there's
this
an
is what
episode that the
this
Power
is.
Rangers one.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's
Oh,
season. But what I was gonna say is prior to that, or after that, prior to that, there's a part in one of the earlier seasons where megabyte and hexadecimal merge into gigabyte.
Yeah, that's the one, that's the Power Rangers one, and then they all
I
the
I believe that's after the Power Rangers one.
no, them getting merged into, they get merged into kilobyte or to
Gigabyte.
gigabyte, and then they get covered in the whatever you call them, the little gooey guys. They get covered in the little gooey
The
guys.
nulls.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't when it's gigabyte. That's not. It covers hexadecimal in Nullzilla, not megabyte.
Hmm. Maybe I'm getting that wrong. Because
You,
yeah, that's
I
what you,
guarantee,
that's
I guarantee
because
you are because I've watched it more recently than you.
because Bob separates them using glitch, and then one's hexadecimal, one's megabyte, and there's a
And
third
one's
thing.
the third thing is the what you may call it, the thing that comes from the web creature.
Right. Yeah, I know you're right. You're right.
And so it's the thing comes out of hexadecimal's mirror. It goes and it takes over megabyte. Megabyte goes and finds hexadecimal, and they merge. Um,
And they become
or
gigabyte.
goes and finds yeah, and they yeah, or yeah, they merge into gigabyte.
Yeah, and that's where you find out they were
Um,
one being.
yeah. I don't remember Nullzilla. Hold on,
Or I
I'll
thought
have to look. I'll have to look that up after to
oh
find
yeah.
out they're correct. But anyways, not the point. The point is the doc. We're not here to talk about the show itself. We're talking
Yeah.
about the behind the scenes stuff.
But no,
Long.
I'm curious as to when they knew. I guess it must have been that episode was when they knew that they were one thing.
Yeah,
That's the stuff, like documentaries like this. I'm always interested in the writing process more than I am the actual technical stuff.
and it does touch on that in some of the episodes. That's where it's like they spend a lot of time in those first early episodes. Sorry, talking about like what leads them to Vancouver.
Yeah.
Because when they were originally concepted of it, it was they were from Britain, which I had no idea they were from Britain.
Interesting.
And what led them? Justin, you'll never guess what led them to Vancouver
Money.
in the 90s. Yes,
Cocaine.
it was that. It was that. No, it was that making things in Vancouver was much
Cheaper.
cheaper than
Yep.
either America or
Yeah.
Britain.
That's usually why most people wind up in Vancouver.
But
Jordan.
they sparked our film industry.
Yeah,
They are
absolutely,
what they are the reason we are known for films.
It's true. Jordan, is that it for Reboot Rewind?
That is it for Reboot Rewind. You can watch
time.
all of it for free on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. Jordan, let's talk about our final thing of the week, which is a
Yep.
docu-series about the man, the myth, the legend himself, a.k.a.
Mickey Mouse.
Charlie Sheen.
Oh, winning.
I have one gear go, epic winning. And this documentary is about the rise of Charlie Sheen, his childhood, his early career, his life leading up to Two and a Half Men, his life on Two and a Half Men, him getting fired from Two and a Half Men, and his subsequent mental breakdown after leaving Two and a Half Men. And the major thing I learned from watching this documentary, which is entirely too long, by the way, it is
Man.
agonizing.
Man.
It is agonizing fucking long. The first part is an hour and a half, and they call it a two-part movie. The first part is an hour and a half. The second part is an hour and 40 minutes. And, like, I'm not saying this didn't need to be 2 episodes. Sure, okay, maybe it could have been 2 episodes, but an hour apiece. An hour apiece would have been fine. Would have been acceptable. At both episodes, at the hour-long point, I was like, this could be over.
It's too long.
I acknowledge that you kind of need to bifurcate it of like his before Two and a Half Men and before winning in Tiger Blood and all that bull crap, and like after that, and that's kind of how it separates. But like there's so much of it. It's just so long. Like there's all these really long interviews with like his drug dealer. Like they interview his drug dealer at one point. Like they talk about the way his drug dealer got him off of crack was by progressively making the crack weaker and weaker, and like until he just got tired of smoking crack because it wasn't getting him high anymore. And the documentary paints this drug dealer as being this hero, and All it really does is it's just kind of like an old rattled drug dealer or drug user telling stories about when he was high, and it like every review I saw of this was like, oh, this is terrible. And I was like, there's no way it could be that bad. It is that bad because all it is just Charlie Sheen. It doesn't tell you anything you don't already know, and it takes forever to get to anything good or interesting. So like within the last 10 minutes of the episode, out of the last episode, there's like not even 15 minutes left. Out of nowhere, Charlie Sheen is asked about because he's been accused of assaulting one of the Corey Haim. And he out of nowhere, like, no, that didn't happen. Doesn't elaborate, doesn't say anything further about it, and just moves on. And it's just like, yeah, no, I had sex with men. What? That kind of came out of nowhere. Are we gonna go into this? No, I don't want to talk about it. What? Or like anytime they'd get to anything juicy, he'd be like, oh, I don't know if it's okay to talk about that. Oh, I don't know if it's okay to talk about that. And you're like, well, this is kind of why we're watching it. And the rest of it is just really boring recollections of his early career that are just not all that interesting or well told. Like, the most interesting stuff is the stuff from, like, his ex-wives, where they're talking about, like, at one point, when he was... The thing about Charlie Sheen is I was really bored when he went off the deep end. Like, I think I was unemployed at the time. So I was really invested in, like, the whole, like, Tiger Blood winning. I'm not bipolar, I'm bi winning. All that stuff. Like, I was super invested in it. So I remember when his wife accused him of trying to stab her. And in the documentary, they're like, oh, yeah, he threatened to stab me with a knife. But then I recanted. I didn't want to get in trouble. I didn't want to get Charlie in trouble. And the interviewer was like, oh, so you're saying you only recanted so you wouldn't get him in trouble? No, she's like, no, I'm saying I was so high, I had no idea what was going on. And I was just saying stuff. I was just saying whatever. And it reads as though, not obviously having been there, but the way they describe it in the documentary, it sounds like Charlie Sheen was so high on crack that he just threatened her with a knife. And she was like, I was so high, I don't remember it. So I don't know if it actually happened. But it just sounded like he went on a paranoid, delusional crack rant, and she was just there. But yeah, it makes him sound like an absolute monster. Like
I mean, he was at the time.
He comes across, like, you know his character on 2.5 Men?
Yeah, I never thought that was a character.
No, that's just Charlie Sheen. More than ever, it became apparent that character is just Charlie Sheen. Like, everything that character did on that show, Charlie Sheen did in real life. And, like, the women loved him. Like, he was, like, batting women away. Like, he was talking about at one point... Yeah, he said a lot of really gnarly, nasty stuff.
So, biopic, yay or no?
Yeah, absolutely. But, like, I would want, like, a Martin Scorsese, like a Wolf of Wall Street. Like, there's no attempt at humanizing or sympathizing him. He just is a total monster. Like, and it's really funny because, like,
I don't think he'd ever sign off on that.
No, but he would. He might, because his whole thing with this documentary is he's, like, quote, completely open about everything. And it's really funny because, like, the person who's the most impressive that they managed to get in this is they have John Cryer. And he just kind of comes across like he's Alan from 2.5 Men. Like, the way all his interviews are framed, it's all him complaining about how much, like, Charlie, he's like, oh, Charlie is out there buying prostitutes and doing crack and doing all these drugs and getting in trouble and being a massive pain in the ass. And in order to keep the show's crazy popular, and in order to get him on the show, they said, oh, he's basically like a Roman emperor where he can get away with whatever he wants because he's Charlie Sheen. He can do anything because he's Charlie. He can do whatever he wants. He can use all these drugs, and they're offering him millions of dollars to do this show, and they're not offering me anywhere near this money, and I'm the good one. And, like, the way he's saying is he's saying it as though like it's being framed as though he's Alan, as though he's bitter, as though he's resentful. And he says at the beginning, he's basically like, yeah, I don't want to say anything bad or good about him. I just want to say what happened. Like, I don't want to make him sound good, like everyone else probably will, and I don't want to sound as though I'm bitter. He's like, when he was there and when he was functional and when he was
This is
working,
what happened.
he was good at his job. He was funny. His timing was excellent. And when he was on drugs, he was bad. Like, it's just completely as neutral as he can be. But there are points where he's like, yeah, he was a piece of shit. And he was being offered all this money, and he squandered it. And it's like, a lot of his career and his life are just like, yeah, he's Martin Sheen's dad. Or Martin Sheen's son, I mean. It's all nepotism. He got away with what he got away with. His life was easy, once again, because he was the son of a famous celebrity. He had all these opportunities. He had all these challenges that he had the ability to squander, and the way, like, the room to squander it because of who he is. And it's like, yeah, it's a lot of it. It's like this bullshit. And it's just not a very interesting doc. It was so long. I'm like, this could have been told. This would be better if it was like they cut the first part down to like 40 minutes, and then it's like nobody cares about his early life. Nobody cares about him going into Platoon. Nobody cares about like a significant portion of it is him getting the cameo in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And it's like, nobody gives a shit about that, Charlie. No one cares about you getting into Ferris
Nobody
Bueller's
cares about the
Nobody
things that you
gives about
succeeded
shit
at.
about
They
that.
only want to hear about your fall.
Right, we're only here to hear about you falling on 2.5 Men, and the documentary is such a small part of it, and that's the most interesting bit. The rest of it is just like his boring, successful life. And like, these documentaries are never interesting when they're talking about how awesome their life is. Like, they're never interesting when it's that. But yeah, it was not very good. It was bad. It was a bad time. I had a bad time. I did not enjoy it or find it engaging. It wasn't even fucked up. Like every story he told that was fucked up and interesting, he's already told somewhere else, or someone else has told it somewhere else, or like, you've heard it. It's like, oh, this is
not groundbreaking.
It's not telling you anything new or exciting or giving you a different perspective. Like, the closest thing you get is his drug dealer being like, yeah, man, you know what he said he was doing? He was bagging 7-gram rocks. That's how he rolls, winning.
Yeah.
He was banging 7-gram rocks. He's like, he should be dead. Like, the amount of crack he was doing, he should not be alive. Like, that's the most exciting it gets. You're just like, wow, I don't understand how this guy. Oh, that was it. There is a extra inordinate amount of time devoted to the lady he bought. A very famous. You know what a madam is?
Lady hooker?
It's not a lady hooker. She's the
lady boy?
She's the hooker's boss, basically. She's like a girl version of a pimp.
She's a pimp.
But that's what the girl equivalent is. There's quite a famous.
Just a pimp.
Quite a famous. I'm gonna call her a madam because it shows a, I guess, level of respect. But anyway, yeah, there's quite an extra amount of time in the first episode. I'd say 10, 15-ish minutes devoted to her. They interview her for a long time, for like so long, and it's her basically, Charlie. It's them talking about how she got arrested because Charlie had traveler's checks written out to her that were going to be to pay her for a lady of the night, and the police found these traveler's checks like addressed to, it was either her or one of her clients, and it got tied back to her, and in order to not get arrested, he sold her out. Basically, he gave her up to the feds. And she ended up going to.
Just so you know, my phone's at 8%.
Okay, it's okay. I'm rocking up the end here. I'm wrapping up. She ratted him out basically, and a big portion of that first part is her complaining about how much she hates Charlie Sheen and how he's a quote crybaby pussy bitch.
Okay.
Yeah, bad time. Had a bad time. Did not care for them, which upset me because it was the whole reason why we did this episode, and I was expecting it to be good, and it wasn't, and it upset me. That's the end. That's it, Jordan. That's Documentaries. That was a successful episode, I think. I think we managed to make Documentaries work. We'll probably come back to this another time. There's so many other documentaries we could watch that are good, that are interesting.
It was a long episode, though.
It was. Next time on Death Battle. Jordan suggested
Hmm?
letters. And logically, the only true successor to letters is what, Jordan?
Numbers?
Numbers! So next week, it's numbers. So your
My
movie...
next guess was colors.
Ooh, you gotta remember colors. I like colors. But your movie has to have a number in the title. Now, ideally, it will be like 13
What?
Warriors or
21 Jump Street.
21 Jump Street. But if you're getting desperate, as long as the number will be in the title. So like 1, 2, 1. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
I think
But
so.
if you get desperate,
Sounds hard.
the number, it's not as hard as you think. I've already Googled this. If you're feeling desperate, though, the number can be spelled out as a word in the title.
Okay.
But ideally, let's not do that if we can avoid it. That's next week, though. Numbers. And in the meantime, Joe, where can they find you quickly?
I do Minecraft Mondays. My Twitch is ZethGore187. I do this on the weekends.
Do that. That's it.
And I mean that's the standard operating procedure.
It's Saturday night. I thought maybe you had more. No, I'm kidding. You can find the show. You can email the show. It's justinsbusiness@hotmail.com if you want to talk to us. If you want us to support any cause that you want us to support and you're willing to pay us money, we'll support it. We'll sell it. We'll sell what you want. It's Justin's Business. You can follow us on Patreon. Spur of the moment. You can email. You can join the Discord. If you want to be on the show, I got a Google form for that. I haven't checked in forever, so I don't know if anyone's filled it out. I doubt it. We leave a comment on anything, any of the movies, news stories you heard today. Go support Wild Education. Check out the website.
Think of the animals.
We're on TikTok. It's the Spur of the Moment P on TikTok. It's Justin's Business. Just Spur on TikTok. You can follow me on TikTok. So hit subscribe. We put new videos out 7 days a week, including a new podcast every single Sunday. Hit like if you haven't already. The box on the left is going to be last week's episode, which was a Netflix. Dinosaurs. It was dinosaurs. The box on the left. If you want to see a random video that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy, the box on the right. We will see you all next week. Have a good